gifting or gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days was writing. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stuck. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. For me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys. And both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime. Thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline. And I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime. But I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the herd frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing the earth to rising, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She know this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, bumping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on weed. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
Rise and shine as we welcome a new adrenaline-filled day. 4 contenders stepped up to the plate yesterday, and 4 more step up today. We've got the ball rolling, and we'll keep it rolling to cater to your Valorant action needs. This is VCT Stage 2 Challengers Asia Pacific.
Pero ngayon, ito si Trump na magarang pagkisa at reaction sa orang diri sa Jabaran. Si Dodgy, abis gue itulah koma gerai etarlam.
Use the drone information. Patience.
On the board! And it's gonna fall. Win is not done. The Oma, your Loma.
They'll gamble and answer because fire and team 后续 PPGL 的配合上就是做一个其他之后。
Another day of Valorant madness has arrived, and we're excited to share the stats, the know-hows, and everything else in between for the series we'll be faced with. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is day number 2 of the play-ins here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Likeable here, leading the panel, and alongside me are the 5 heads. 5 heads Fluffy and 5 head Asarai. Asarai, do you still have the first stage jitters here?
Not so much. I think I got well integrated during the first day, and honestly, I'm just more excited than nervous to see what the other regions have in store for us coming in for day 2 for the play-ins.
You know, I'm feeling exactly the same. And since we're already on the topic of the first stage jitters, the teams most definitely did not let that get to them yesterday. To visualize that point, let's look at the highlights from yesterday, and let's go. Right off the bat, it was BAAM Esports versus Cerberus Esports. And in this first series, a sort of irony was in motion, Asarai, because both of these teams' map picks went in the favor of their opponent.
Oh yeah, we kind of saw, I think, Cerberus have an incredible start to the series. Honestly, we were kind of thinking that BAAM might have some difficulties here, which they did, pertaining to maybe outside issues that they are experiencing. As if you follow them on social media, you probably know what's happened. But you can't take that away from Cerberus. Cerberus also did a really good job on the first and second maps. I think Daikit and Suka just really showed why they're one of the pivotal players for the Cerberus roster. they still kind of fell short, especially when Boom started figuring out the routines, I think, for Cerberus. Because that's the only real problem that I saw from this Vietnamese team, is that even though they're incredibly skilled and knowledgeable about the game, the big problem to them was, feels like they're a little bit easily read, especially like a team like Boom, who has so much experience, and that kind of showed throughout the entire series.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I gotta agree with you. We did see a lot of that amazing Suka defense over there, but I also saw a lot of these amazing cheekiness, especially on the side of Blaze King to Ishi. But now let's take a look at the second series, which was Bleed Esports versus Ghetto Artist. Fluffy, as we can see here, it's best to avoid Darion, especially once you've had a taste of his ability to blast a shotgun in your face.
Yeah, but I mean, more than that also, I feel like Bleed just really utilized a lot of their competition here on the split map, able to give him so many opportunities, especially with that double controller setup, to play really close angles. But overall, Bleed started out super strong on split, but when they got the fracture, unfortunately for them, it went kind of the other way for Ghetto Artist, because 8 Lua was so good on that chamber, almost getting 30 kills before the half even swap. But we ended up here on the highlights on Haven, where everything ended for Ghetto Artist, and Bleed Esports did take it 13-7. A big drop for the team play in general. But on GA side, 8 Lua again on the chamber, just playing so big. But the combo of Fifth, Darion, and especially Maxi on this map was just so apparent, and you could really taste that the teamwork was really on point that game.
Well, the coordination when it comes to Bleed Esports was nothing short of top-notch. And again, we cannot sleep on 8 Lua. Either, he's the guy with that stellar performance yesterday, whether it's fragging or clutching, he's got it down to a science. But again, at the end of the day, it was Maxi who was the series MVP, and it goes to show how much utility, how much space he was able to make for his team, and it's just an amazing player overall. Now, we may have our first stage jitters away, but for the teams that are going to be competing today, they'll probably still feel it. Before I get too carried away and reveal the matches that are going to be happening today, here's Mika Fabs reminding us how the tournament format will be held and how we can advance to the next leg.
This is the VCT Challengers APAC Stage 2 playoffs. The climb to the next global stage begins for APAC as the top 20 teams from the region seek out to be feared by those at the top. The tournament begins with the play-ins, where 8 teams are split into 4-team double elimination brackets. The top 2 teams that claim victory in each bracket proceed to the group stage. In the group stage, we'll see the top-seeded squads from the different regions and our teams from play-ins go head-to-head in a 4-team double elimination bracket. The top 2 teams from each group then move on to the playoffs. Our final 8 squads are then seeded in the final double elimination bracket, where they'll get the opportunity to qualify for Master Stage 2 and a chance to seize APAC's throne. The Pacific's rising tide grows stronger, and the time to test those at the top is now. For more information, please visit ValorantEsports.com.
Thank you very much, Mika Fad. So now that the tournament format is out of the way, we're all very familiar with it. I think it's only fitting that we take a look at the brackets and we find out what's happening on Group A and Group B. Here we go. Here it is, the Group A and the Group B brackets on paper, Fluffy. As we take a look at this, it looks plain and simple, as if one of the teams had dominated the other team, but in reality, it was much more than that.
Yeah, I mean, all the games yesterday were a full 3-map series for both of the games. All the teams should be fighting for their spot. I'm sure that Mika in the previous video really explained the stakes of what it takes to win. But we also have to know what for the teams that lose, there's a lot of pressure now on them, because they can only lose one more game for the people who fall into the lower bracket, as they will be eliminated and will lose their chance for that international spotlight.
And then, oh, sorry, do you have anything to add, Asarai?
I just wanted to say as well, it feels like people might say that, it's just an off game for the team that won, but for teams like Cerberus as well as Ghetto Artists, it feels like they are definitely here to perform. And we should be seeing that come into play, even though they are going to be, situated in the lower brackets.
Right on our screens right now is the Group B play-ins. Again, as you guys can see, Bleed Esports proceeding directly to match number 4, and we're gonna find out in just a little bit who's actually gonna join them over there for that match. Not revealing too much away because we will have our formal team introductions later on. With that, why don't we take a look at the upcoming series scheduled for today? So yesterday, amazing performances from the BEs of the play-ins. I'm referring to Boom Esports and Bleed Esports, of course. Today is another story of Boy meets World because we do have returning teams like Made in Thailand and Team Big BAAM on one corner, and on the other corner are the newcomers, Enigma Gaming and Regum Qeon. Regum Qeon, if as we get to know them later on, maybe we'll see a little bit of familiar faces on the Southeast Asian region, but we'll have to wait and see for that. Now, I do know that you guys probably have a lot to share about these teams, so why don't we divert our attention on the first series in the schedule? It's a match that's pretty close to our hearts, our very own homegrown talents from the Philippines versus a formidable foe from Vietnam. For the first team, we have the so-called King of Kings, which is actually the literal translation of their Latin name. Their PH run was extraordinary, defeating the likes of Southfield Esports and Naos Esports, whom we saw here at the last stage. They're setting foot on APAC in hopes to bring home the glory as a team that we never saw coming. Let's welcome Regum Qeon. Regum Qeon, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the big brains of Rabbit, the remarkable duelist Kelly S, the flexible Tuge, and of course, the inseparable Draxi and Nexi. Floppy, we got to see the action up close and personal as they went through the PH challengers. But why don't you share to the audience what a team like RRQ is really like?
A team like RRQ, they say that no king rules forever, but the King of Kings RRQ are really trying to change that coming into the PH scene. This team was full of dynamic duos, as you mentioned, all those connections, that Draxi Nexi connection, the Rabbit Kelly S, and the Flash 2G or Tuge, and they came from their respective former teams, and they have gone through the gauntlet that is VCT PH. They found their groove and caused a chill streak of 2-0s against almost every team except falling short a bit against Team Secret and Oasis Gaming. But it's really nice for me to see Nexi and Draxi, especially here on the APAC stage, as for those who just heard about this team from APAC, for the local scene of the PH, these two are superstars in their own right. They made their mark in the VCT PH. They did not miss a single playoff in the entirety of VCT, but this is the first time that we'll be seeing them on the APAC environment. So the big question for me is, how are they going to be able to adapt in a meta that they're not used to, and how quickly can they improve against a lot of these top teams? A lot of their players are really hard hitters. We have Kelly S, especially highest DPS here in the PH, or one of the highest at least, and of course Nexi, one of the best Sentinels that we have as well.
I'll just add to that as that even though they don't have APAC experience, they do technically have Southeast Asia experience with Tuge and Flash, being previous members of Zeal, also known as 6045 Pirates. They were able to at least get a little bit of understanding of how the Southeast Asia meta works, and at least that is a good chunk of what APAC has to offer. I also wanted to add, how you talked about the cohesion of all of these players, and we'll probably see that coming into this series. Now, one of the things that made, I think, RRQ scary during the PH run that they had was just how well they're able to adjust on the fly. And if, Big BAAM is not ready for that, they might be taken aback by how just quick RRQ are able to adjust to these to the upcoming series.
Once again, we've come to the conclusion that Valorant is a game that's really centered on adjustment, especially on this level of competition. Yet again, that was the King of Kings fighting here on the APAC stage to get the throne that they think they deserve. On the other end, they're up against a team that was previously the top team of Vietnam, dating back to the times when they were still known as Steal Your Glory. Nowadays, they're still one of the top teams in the country. I mean, that's what APAC is all about after all, looking for the best of the best in the region. Is this their turn to shine once again? Let's find out with Team Big BAAM. This is Team Big BAAM. I'm looking at this roster and I immediately remember how much of a flex player these guys can be. So I'm really curious to see how much flexibility these guys have to offer. Asarai, I'm sure that your curiosity is just the same as mine.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is a team that I think for the most part, Vietnam as an entire region likes to, especially with their top teams, just stick together for as long as they possibly can. That's been apparent with Cerberus, and even now looking at Big BAAM, it's also about the same thing. This is entirely almost the same roster, if not the roster that we saw way back in Sea Challengers 2021. And that was the first time I think, that we saw Vietnam come into the scene. For people that are just tuning in to the APAC broadcast, Vietnam was the region that got in the latest for their own VCT. So this is still a fledgling region technically, even though it's already been, I think, more than a year since then. But it is going to be very exciting to see how this team can perform. Because the last time that we did see them, they weren't really... it didn't feel like they were a team. It felt like they just had a lot of good talents that were able to perform a lot more. We saw players like Nathal, like NTK, really step up to the pace. They are still able to do the same thing as of their previous matches. But again, there is still that lingering question. Can they bring it all the way back up? Because for Vietnam, I think the best team that they have is in the form of Cerberus, and we already saw how they were able to perform. Can Big BAAM step up to that kind of performance level, or will they just do something similar to what we saw from last year?
That is definitely the question on our minds right now. Cerberus Esports really set a standard yesterday, and we'll have to wait and see what other Vietnam teams out here have to offer here on the APAC stage. Now, let me take it a step back, because I was looking at the player cameras earlier, and I just gotta say that the whole devil thing that was going on over there with one of the players was really cute. Would you consider wearing one of those, Asarai?
Yeah, why not? You know what? I like change
you
my
a devil
outfit.
kind of guy.
Yeah, bro.
Maybe for Fluffy, a halo is more fitting, because Fluffy's such a good boy.
It's a sweetheart.
I'd like to be.
You are? What do you mean?
Okay, I can't.
Wait, okay. I can't stop laughing now. I'm imagining Fluffy with a halo, and then... So I'm like the middle ground. Okay, you know what? Maybe the actual scenario here, Asura, is that Fluffy is the mere human being, and then we're his like right and left shoulder. One of us is an angel, one of us is a devil, and we're just whispering things in his ear. Which one is your right again, Fluffy? Can you raise your hand on your right side?
Right. You?
Oh, I'm the angel here, Asura. See, you're the bad guy.
Yeah, I'm a bad boy now.
Okay, dude.
I don't know. If you guys are watching the live stream right now, can you please answer the question? Do you think Asarai is a bad boy?
Yeah.
Honesty only, please. Oh, there's a whispering caster in my head. I think it's Raph saying no.
Yeah, there's a carried voice in the wind where he's not supposed to be in the call, but he's like somehow getting comments. I'm gonna reprimand him later because I'm a bad boy. Okay, since we're already on the topic of bad boys, among these two teams, Fluffy, who do you think is the quote-unquote bad boy when it comes to playing the game? Like, not in a sense that they're bad at the game, but obviously, like,
they can really make the other team fearful of them.
I mean, to play off Asteroid's point a while ago, I feel like RRQ had similar struggles where they kind of had like a bit of an identity crisis, especially early on in the group stages for VCT Stage. But as we moved on to week 2, they really found their groove, and that's when they really started strong. And one of the things I remember very vividly is one of the interviews in VCT Stage where Rabbit was saying that they don't really go by the book. They kind of take that book and throw it away. One of the strengths of their team is that because they come from so many different former teams, and they've played so many different roles, they come with a roster that's so flexible and is willing to adapt not just in composition, but they're used to adapting in playstyle. So when they're put in a literal position on the map where they're not used to playing, they can really adapt. So I feel like in a bad boy aspect, that's kind of good because they don't really play by the book, they don't really go by the rules, and it's one of their strengths as a team because it makes them very hard to read, and it also makes you play on your toes as you're not sure if they're gonna do the default answer when they're presented the question or if they're gonna come up with something else.
Very interesting point. You phrased that in a way. Asteroid, would you actually agree that RRQ are the bad boys from PH?
Okay, I don't know if we're gonna keep with the description of bad boy, but they are a team that definitely has a lot to offer. I think this was a team that when they started, it had a lot of expectation on them because everybody just came from a pro team. None of them was a beginner or something like that. So there really is a lot that they could just bring to the table and it mix well. And in practice, that actually could work. And we saw them actually be able to do that once they started, as Fluffy mentioned, getting into the groove of things. What I really like about this team in particular is I feel like it's just a complete package overall, right? They have an extremely strong front line, they have an extremely strong back line, and then they have somebody in the middle that's just commanding the entire team, which I think really works well for how RRQ wants to bring everything into the fold.
Okay, I feel like our audience are gonna think that, hey, these guys are talking a lot about RRQ. Well, again, they're homegrown talents from our country. Please don't hate us for it. So let's talk a little bit more about Team BAAM. I was gonna say bad boy, but I'm letting it go. I'm dropping the whole bad boy thing. Anything you want to add, Fluffy, when it comes to Team Big BAAM?
I feel like with Team Big BAAM, one thing we don't overlook is back in like Sea Challenger, they only dropped like one game, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they only lost once or maybe 2 maps in the entire VCT. So this team has that strength of playing together for so long, like Asteroid mentioned, and they really have that consistency that backs it up in the results. So they're not a team that can easily be faltered, and I feel like against a team that's kind of unpredictable like RRQ, they really have that capacity to learn how to adapt because they've been going through it for so long that it might be easier for them compared to other teams to really just answer the questions that RRQ is presenting.
I will add here as well, right? Questions and all of that aside, there's also one that I kind of wanted to add as well here, that when I was checking out the statistics of everything, the agent selection of our certain regions, from Vietnam comparing it to the Philippines, there has been a lot more leaning towards from Vietnam players to actually pick up a lot more of the Reyna. And I know that this is like something a little bit obscure, but I also wanted to point out that might be cause for a little bit of worry for Vietnam here, because that just means that Vietnam, maybe aside from the off teams like Cerberus, Fancy United, and maybe even Big BAAM, might be just leaning towards a lot more of aggressive, double duelist comps, possibly, and up against like Philippine teams. Again, since we come from the region, we've seen kind of what happens here. We've seen MYSG do it as well. That there might be just the one duelist comps that have a lot more focus towards the use of utility. That could be a case for worry for Vietnam if they're not used to like set strategies, being able to use possibly, if we see like a fade, the haunt setups, the fault lines from really good breaches, which we also do see from RRQ from time to time. This could be really something of a hindrance for Big BAAM if they're not very much prepared for it. So that's something just to kind of watch out for us and the viewers.
It only gets more curious and curious from here. Luckily though, as we keep progressing, we get to answer some of the questions that linger on our minds. For example, what map are we gonna be fighting at? I don't know, I have my guesses, but we're about to see what the answers are. So we're here at our map vetoes, and one thing I noticed upon looking at the stats is that both RRQ and Team Big BAM have an Insta-BAM map. And it's none other than Fracture. So right off the bat, Asarai, I'm not expecting to see Fracture in this series. But surprisingly, it's not the first ban here.
Oh, do you want to go, Fluffy, or should I go?
I can, but as mentioned, they did ban out the Fracture. Big BAM, of course, doing the research, as we know that RRQ, even though it's not their most comfortable map, as mentioned in one of their interviews, Split is a map that they've had so much success with, taking out a lot of the top teams here in the PH. So I'm not surprised that they go for that ban. My question a bit, before the bans came in, was thinking because they're gonna both ban Fracture, which one was actually gonna ban Fracture? But as it turns out, it will be RRQ instead, and we will have Haven as well as Ascent locked in for a 2 first map.
I was gonna say that, yeah, this is as good of an outcome that I was probably expecting from Big BAM as they try to traverse the very risky waters of this ban picks that we do have. I think them selecting Haven at the very start is a risk that they're definitely willing to take. They know it's a very strong map for RRQ, so why not just take it away from the board? One map that I am expecting them to actually want to play as the decider map is one of their stronger maps in the Vietnam region, which is Bind. But RRQ have taken that away, so we are going to be looking at Icebox. Ooh, that is the map that I fondly remember Big BAM, at least back in Sea Challengers 2021, doing okay individually, but not well as a team. So again, with the months that have passed, is this enough, or can we even go to a map number 3?
Just like you, I love me a good Icebox game, and obviously Team Big BAM seems to love it too. They did have a well-balanced defense and attack statistic on this map before. They have, however, been beaten by another Filipino in the past, which was Action PH. If RRQ has anywhere the same level of play that Action brought to the table back in APAC 1, then Fluffy, it could cause Team Big BAM a world of trouble.
I feel like Icebox is one of those maps that we all know is heavily reliant on that aim mechanic, which I'm sure that RRQ already has. They have the top players from a lot of teams here in the PH formerly, and now that they're together, I don't think it'll be as big of a struggle. My mind is more focused on the Haven game, because even though Big BAM did pick Haven for their map, it's actually one of RRQ's comfortable maps, I'd like to say. It's one of the most popular maps in the PH region in general, and it's one of the maps where they really had the most success with, especially when they started improving and adapting to a lot of the opponents here. So I wonder how that's going to translate now that we're in the APAC scene. It looks like both teams have done, due diligence and have really learned about each other, banning out the strongest maps of each other with that Bind and especially that Split. So coming into this, I feel like it's fairly fair. I'm more surprised, if anything, that Big BAM did decide to ban out Breeze, as I assumed that they were going to leave it open, if I'm going to be honest, because RRQ has never won a game on that map. So maybe they're hiding it or working on it for APAC. You never really know, because as we mentioned yesterday, statistics is one thing, it's just a reference of the past, and the teams that show up today are what really matters.
Could also be because of the fact that, actually no, because I was probably expecting them to pick up maps that are a lot more free in terms of the way to approach it. Bigger maps such as Ascent, Breeze, I think maybe even Bind would be to the favor of Big BAM, especially as they want to go for straight up aim heavy duels and whatnot, and all of these maps that they've kind of selected will really push them to interact with the utilities from RRQ. So that is a case to worry about here for Big BAM, but I am very interested to see how that kind of goes. So coming into specifically to Haven, we should be seeing the standard composition from RRQ, which is the double initiator with the Astra. So that is definitely, again, a case for worry, because if they're not able to bait out certain utilities, they might be rushing into a site where they're just gonna, run head first into basically all of the stuff that RRQ can throw at them.
Now, I've checked the records before, and I believe that Team Big BAM did have a lot of good games on Haven. It's just that the big boys from their team, like Fancy United Esports and Cerberus Esports, are really out to get them, not cutting them any slack when they enter either of the ABCs over here on Haven. But the other map that we are going to be looking forward to, wait, did we get, what was the second map? I keep forgetting what the second map is.
Ascent.
Yeah.
I don't know what's wrong with my memory. Okay. Now, RRQ, I don't think it is the hottest map for RRQ when it comes to Ascent, especially when they start off attacking. But Fluffy, for Team Big BAAM, did you know that this was actually their top pick map over at Get Them Challengers?
Yeah, I feel like it's a very strong map, which is also why I find it kind of weird that RRQ is going to be willing to lean into it. Maybe they were just trying to avoid, getting into that breeze in case that it would end up being the decider. But knowing that it was picked first phase, I feel like the map veto, they really had to know that coming into this that they have a plan to play into Haven. Like as I mentioned, there's a lot of time coming from the last time we saw these teams to up to now. So there's a lot more adaptability that can pop out from these teams. And if they can really improve on their current setups, it can really be that detrimental. And the one, I think, like low-key kind of underestimated part about map bans and time is when you haven't seen a team for a while and they never really played it before, you also don't really know what to expect when you come into a game like APAC. So it could be a big surprise for a Big BAAM.
Well, now that you mention it in that way, I am curious, Asurai, what does it mean that both of these teams have been banning out Fracture as much as they can?
Well, I think it's just some of the teams not really expecting what to play against on Fracture, because I think Fracture is such an open-ended map that you can have so much expression specifically with compositions. We've seen some teams bring out the neon, and it has really ruined people that are just not expecting it. You know how, again, I think the best example would be Paper Rex and how they play Forsaken on that neon where he just rushes right out, and then everybody says, oh, we got the kill on Forsaken. But then the trade game is so good for Paper Rex that, teams just cannot rebound from that. There's just so many things that could happen with that map that I think teams just do not want to play it just yet. Or maybe, like Fluffy said a while ago, they're just saving certain maps for, later on for APAC.
Right, and I feel like to add to that, Fracture is just one of those maps that obviously we all know that it's very different from other maps. It has kind of like 4 entrances-ish. You kind of have to pincer attack when you're on the attack, and as a defender, you can rotate. But unlike other maps that are more retake-focused, it's not a very wide map. So because it's so small, a lot of these things, a lot of the utility, especially like from the Neon that Azrael mentioned, or Breach especially, really hits home and hits so hard in a map like this where everything is so close-quartered. So if you're not prepared to deal with a coordinated attack, it's also a good idea to just ban it out and play your strengths more than try to pop your weaknesses, especially now that, teams that are going into this play-ins are coming in for play-ins, meaning that they're trying to get to the group stages. They can save strategies, yes, which is super possible, but the risk management for a lot of teams is, I feel like, a big factor where you're thinking, oh, do we play our strong maps right now and just make it to the next segment of the tournament? Or are we willing to try something new right now? Like, is now the best time? So I guess it's just a case-to-case basis of figuring out what you're comfortable with or when you're not comfy with. So overall, that's just my thoughts on Fracture in general and why I feel like teams are just avoiding it, at least these two teams.
Very good point, Fluffy. Risk potentially could be avoided, but with that, maps have been locked in. One curiosity yet again checked out, but there is still a lot to be unveiled. We hate this part that's coming up next, but I guess we can start here in terms of curiosity. I'm talking about predictions. Our fellow dear panelists, really pains me every time we have to go to this point because, again, potentially embarrassment, but not for me though. I got a 2-0 yesterday. Fluffy, I don't think you got anything right yesterday.
Yeah, that's what the O2 stands for, unfortunately, but hopefully we're going to change that today. I feel like for me, with the picks that came out, just because the weaker maps of RRQ got banned out, and of course they're from a region, I have to say that I think RRQ have a higher chance of taking it. But like we mentioned, because some of the maps like Ascent are not their strongest maps, I might be upset again, but I'm still going to go with RRQ overall.
Okay, I'm going to go first on Asarai. I want to ask Asarai last. I think it's pretty evident that RRQ is my bias. Again, homegrown Filipino pride over here. On top of that, I love watching Kelly S be that aggressive jet player that we've come to know. Excited to see him potentially lead this team to victory. What about you, Asarai? Are you gonna be the bad boy in the prediction?
Well, I have to be now, don't I? Because like you guys already picked RRQ. I'm gonna go for Big BAAM here, and I will point out that I feel like this region still has things to offer. They might be a little bit late on how to adapt to the situation, but I still do see a lot of potential with this particular region, especially with Cerberus and right now competing with Big BAAM. You know, I've actually talked with my friend before who also is very integrated in the Vietnamese scene, and he's mentioned like certain players in Big BAAM to be incredibly talented. So maybe that talent can jettison this team to getting a map, maybe even the series against RRQ, but that's just me.
I mean, Asarai being the bad guy over here, but he does have valid points. I'll give him that. Predictions all secured now, but at the end of the day, at least one of us is gonna be right. Maybe two of us. We'll see. We'll see. Asarai really looking forward to getting his prediction right. Maybe. I'm not sure what that smile is all about. But there you have it, guys. Predictions locked right beneath your panelists. We've got Likeable for RRQ, Fluffy RRQ, and Asarai for Team Big BAAM. With that, we're going to be heading over to our agent selections for the anticipated compositions. So first things first, we are going to be on Haven. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing Rabbit on the Sova over here. I've seen his Sova plays here. Really shows how comfortable he is on Haven when he builds out that Sova. But what about you, Fluffy? What do you think are the compositions we'll be seeing on Haven?
For RQ, the Sova is great, but I've also seen them play a lot with Sky, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that. But what I'm sure of, at least I hope I'm sure of, is that they're going to lock in that Astra pick. Astra over other controllers in a map like Haven. You know, after the patch that we're playing on, Astra is kind of nerfed in the sense that you can't really use a lot of the utility that are CC abilities, like the stun or the gravity well, but she does provide still that global presence. You know, she's not limited to range, and especially on the defensive side, just having a lot of these ready stars active to help your team immediately, especially against a lot of these explosive pushes, buys so much time instantly for your team to come back. And as I say that, I feel like 2G or Tuga is blocking in that. But surprisingly, to my pleasure, we have Rabbit on the Fade this time. I think this is the first time that they brought this out.
I will add as well that I don't think I've seen Draxi actually play the Breach, or if he has, it's not alongside the Fade. Because the last time when we saw the double initiator, it was Sky and Sova, like I was mentioning. So this is going to be incredibly interesting. What also is interesting here from Big BAAM on the other side, you know, this is so that we can just spread out the looks on the agent selection, is that they're bringing out the roster or the agent composition that actually worked out better for them on Haven when they went up against UBT Esports, which is the Jet and Raze. And this goes back to my same point. Is the double duelist really what they want to go for here? But I really like this. This has a lot of that explosiveness. It's the 1-2 punch. The Jet goes in, you have the pain shells from the Raze, and then you do have that safe backline coming in from the chamber as well as the Sky. So this could be a really good match to look forward to. And again, just always excited to see the Fade.
Oh, definitely. Oh, I feel like you're holding back on us when it comes to the Fade, Astra. I'm pretty sure you're really excited to see this agent. To be honest with you guys who are watching, please stay tuned because I'm pretty sure Asarai has some sort of joke behind any of these agents. He's just smiling because he already gave me a glimpse. See? He's like warning us. Asarai is the granddad of dad jokes. I'll call him that.
That's a good
He went from a bad boy to a granddad of the dad jokes. What versatility this character really has. But there's
Get off my lawn, kids.
Alright, with that, guys, predictions have been locked, the maps have been locked, and of course, the agent selections have been locked. There we go, our homegrown talent versus Vietnam's very own. I'm excited to keep the ball rolling from here on, so Fluffy and I will see you later. Asarai, you and the rest of the casters, please take it away.
Oh wow, I mean, Laika, the rest of the casters, I have a name, mind you. Again, guys, welcome. My name is Raph. Of course, I am joined by the ever so esteemed bad boy of VCT, Mr. Asarai. Asarai, I'm curious why you're not wearing your aviators, your leather jacket, and telling me that, yeah, it's cool being on VCT.
I'm wearing a black shirt, alright? I'm wearing a black shirt.
So am I. Okay, I kind of have to turn my lights up. I'm kind of blending in here. You know,
what's the brand of your shirt, please?
Was it's Regatta?
It's Regatta.
Can we not do this? Can we not do this to ourselves and, you know, expose our shopping habits and our coordinated buys, apparently?
No, not like this, bro.
Just to loop back, right? The panel had many great points. Again, Big BAAM potentially having that secret sauce to find a little bit more success in comparison to their VN counterparts. Again, they do have a step up on Big BAAM. I believe it's their fellow contenders, Fancy and Cerberus. I think they've lost to them, but sometimes it's the compatibility, right? We saw that. It was very evident in our own stage, or not our own stage, our own qualifier with Secret in the previous stage, where they did really well on the way up against international champions, but when it came back, they had a big target on their backs.
They definitely do. And now, as Haven begins, we'll see how all of this comes into swing. The Breach Fade, man. Haven't really seen this on Haven as much, but it does allow for a lot more, I think, oppression. It doesn't give you the best recon, I guess, you know, Haunt compared to the recon dart, but it's still really reliable. And then the fault line just clears up so many of those close corners that you're like, oh, somebody's probably not there, but you don't, you know, fully check it, and then somebody's there. So this one gives a lot more for RRQ to work with.
Yeah, that's a fair assumption. One thing I really am surprised with is we know the comfort of Killy S on the Raze, but is it the most comfortable thing to run on this map? Maybe for him personally. But we've seen other teams just do fine without it. But look at this, Asarai. A pretty slow and innocuous grind towards around, 30 seconds has passed. Not a lot of map control on either side here. And I like it. It's a feeling out stage, you know? Talk to me first before you buy me dinner.
I like to, you know, long walks on the beach and long walks on A long. This Big BAAM is already setting up for the A site. Rabbit's been spotted out the close already. Nathong throws out the nade. The stun comes in. This is good. This gives them a little bit more time, a little bit more space to get things started, but they need to be explosive. They've already thrown out their utility. If they don't, they might just allow RRQ to take a breath and just stop the attack. Oh, that's problematic for Big BAAM. Rabbit just, you know, gets jettisoned to the stars, but that doesn't matter. They've still taken one on the board already.
Very quick, considering that VN, I said this multiple times on a previous broadcast, they are so impressive on pistol rounds. RRQ, they are no slouch either, which is also reflected in their stats, right? In our own local qualifier, they won the most pistol rounds, barring Secret, maybe. I'd have to brush up on my stats, go back on that. But putting our eyes on Big BAAM, I like how they kept the same core. Again, Nathong has become pretty much a staple in our APAC stage. He's been present in both, and it looks like he might, or at least he's probably on the trajectory to be yet another standout player for Big BAAM.
Absolutely. BAAM came out. Draxi very fast on that rebuttal, and the nades just being thrown out. All right. Yeah, nothing really to be had there. And I really do like this. It's the double whammy. Actually, the quadra whammy, is that like a term? You got your gravity well, you got your C's, the nade to kind of accompany that, the aftershock. There's so much that they can just throw in terms of utility that Big BAAM, as I mentioned, you know, back in the panel, they just have to be very much aware of, especially on this attacking end.
It's one of those Valorant moments, you know. You don't see anyone. I see I'm getting hit by the gravity well. Oh, a raised nade. Oh my goodness. I am so excited. What's that? A guiding light just to make sure I don't get to see anything? Absolutely, this is the pinnacle of interactivity. But again, going back to it, RRQ, it is precise gunplay. It is the most precise gunplay. Speaking of, now we have the bonus round in store for RRQ. but they're very aware that they're dealing with a full buy on the side of BAAM. Again, just a quick reminder that a lot of teams, they just want to go for that eco damage. Nathong might have a handful to deal with Nexi, who's been really, really sharp. We've seen him pop off for RQ. Is looking to do the same here. The Trailblazer doesn't actually spot him out, and he doesn't even E out yet. He tries to take another shot, but he only finds NTK1. Now, Tuge trying to find a little bit of aggression and a little bit of tempo control towards C will only be met by a tripwire, but that's going to be enough information to potentially funnel Big BAAM towards A.
They're still not going to stop for the A site, but without NTK, there's nobody to get that forward push. No traps, though. That's the one good thing about RRQ's comp for Big BAAM is that there's no traps aside from the trademark. So if they do try to set their utilities, it should be an easier take for them. Yeah, Nathong is hitting shots, but Nexi, what is on this headhunter of his? Point blank still hits a third headshot with it and puts the 2 versus 2 into motion. Lots of delays being used. Gravity Well has been expended already just to make things a very difficult endeavor to plant down that spike. And Tuga's timing, perfect. Yeah, they're not even looking at A long. He plants down the spike, but he's going to lose his life in the process. Upgrades and everything. Bonus round, perfect for ROQ.
Oh dear. Looks like the momentum has really, really cemented itself towards the side of RRQ. We know Big BAAM. We know they can recover really well. But on a stifled buy like this, it may prove to be difficult, especially on a map like Haven, where you do need a little bit of that range to really plant your feet. So far, like we mentioned, right, Tuge was already aggressing from C long, did get a lot of space, but it's also one of those things. What if his teammates couldn't hold the site? What if he was isolated in a 1vx situation? Thankfully, it wasn't that. As Big BAAM, they operate yet again with upgraded pistols, a Sheriff, a Marshal, and a Dream.
KLES is already very prepared for the fight here. Nathong, he is contemplating if he should chase this down, but there's that one star, that one nebula that is saying to him, do not push.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Oh, no, no, no. They've done A, they've done B. Probably on their next buy round, they're going to go C. For this time, I think they still want to go for the close encounters that B at least does give. Ooh. That's what you call a vacuum shot. You know?
What? What do you mean? But NTK, he doesn't care. He finds Rabbit on the trade. A little bit of action happening towards Garage. Nexi, he moves up. He does finally find NTK. And the rest of RQ, they clean up Big BAAM. Vacuum shot. You should be careful, man. The things are supposed to go inside the vacuum, not outwards.
Oh, yeah. So it's a blower shot or a reverse vacuum.
Yeah, a blower.
Exactly, a reverse vacuum.
Just a shot. That's just a shot, right? Right? But in any case, I love the Astra pick, honestly. I feel like she's really the controller to plant a lot of doubt and a lot of layers to the game, or rather to the map you're playing, especially on Haven, right, where there's just so many things you can do as an Astra. Sometimes you get hit by the analysis paralysis or the choice paralysis. Yeah. But Big BAAM, they seem to be very sure of what they want to do here. They get that plant, or at least they try to get it.
Dash out?
They try to leave. Oh, NTK, he gets hit by one pulse of that E ability there as Big BAAM. Now they have the post plant. They have an advantageous situation that they can capitalize on. But on the other side of this wall is No Man's Land, KLES doesn't have a boombot. He does have that showstopper if he chooses to push this line. But Pina is so good. But Tuge is as well. He gets that trade. And as I mentioned, pandemonium is happening everywhere. Next, he's trying to hold the line. Rabbit! He's unfazed! He sticks it! Oh, what a heartbreaker for Big BAAM.
Oh, that was so close, too. They were just not expecting that he was still on it, weren't they? Because they were very much afraid of what Kelly and Nexi were already doing at mid. Kelly was already primed quite easily with the showstopper, which was dang scary. Pina could really fight Tuge after that one. Look at that, just a nice little surprise moment. There needs to be that, I don't know, just thing to delay the defuse of that spike. They do have so much utility to throw out, but I think they already used it just to take the site in. And immediately, Big BAAM, they call for the timeout. They need to change something. They need to figure out what is happening with RRQ's defense here. It's so meticulous, and again, just everything feels to be stifling for Big BAAM just to try to take in.
Yeah, I feel like one of the problems that they have to address is that RRQ, they definitely outrange Big BAAM. You did mention that they have a Fade, which is definitely not as long as a Sova. Okay, that was interesting move, Observer. I don't know why that brought, like, some memories of basketball. Like, oh, if you lose, you gotta go, you know. But anyway, back to the game. You know, like, I don't know the English term for it, where, like, you kind of have to... I don't know how to explain it, man. It's one of those things. If I can find the words, I'll do it. But going back to my point on RRQ outranging BAAM, Big BAAM at least, it's because of Draxi. Breach is just so good at that, and it complements Rabbit's agent so well. We know how volatile the Fade can be. Nexi, though, this time who's been very successful on those first encounters, on those first contact. Not the case this time, as NTK is pretty fed up with that, making use of his blades. Not entirely sure if they want to take that gun, but we see Rabbit already going back, trying to play for that retake. This is where the numbers advantage really comes into play here. I don't know if Pina heard that, but he definitely saw that tripwire explode.
You can't hear him go into astral form, right?
I'm not sure.
I don't think he should, because that's gonna be incredibly, like, detrimental for Astra. Like, you can't hear it with Brim and Omen, I believe. Like, if they throw out the smoke, you can, but you know, before that, setup phase.
Yeah,
Anyways,
yeah.
speaking of setup phase, ooh, that is absolutely perfect. The blades, as well as Nathong, finds picks left, right, and center. After Shock does give Drax a little bit of leeway here, but they've cleared up the rest. They're making noises on BNC. And as they figured out that RRQ do like to go very much aggressive on their pushes, A might be where it's just better for them. NTK has found these kills solely on the blades, and it's worked wonders for Big BAAM, and it's transitioned into themselves getting one on the board.
Oh yeah, and well, at least Big BAAM, we know how well they can take the momentum too. I feel like this is true for all our VN teams. They kind of get super hot. RK, I feel like they've dealt with a lot of momentum-based teams. We have plenty of those here in the region too, but just the mechanical prowess that we saw going into those fights in tandem with the utility, very, very strong from Big BAAM, and potentially a good sign for what's to come. Again, we were talking about, and you guys were talking about, the first day jitters. This is, I believe, their first match of the stage. So, yeah, maybe they need those knots ironed out. But Kelly, yes, he's trying to create more bruises. Rabbit is here too, bringing the black and blue, beating them black and blue. And now Rabbit has been eliminated as a 3v2 situation has been forced upon Big BAAM.
He still has a really good punish play here and delay play that he can use if Big BAAM pursues the A side. If they plant the spike, there's an aftershock. If they want to go for post plant, there is a rolling thunder, not thunder, to counter Big BAAM here. They're taking the breath. They're using the timer, trying to rotate back in, but they haven't really gotten the information. It was just all about that quick little encounter that they had outside of A main. There's still so much that they have to go against, and Duga still being alive is actually the biggest detriment to this one, because the stars are here. If he finds anything coming into the swing, this could be bad. And if they try to push for B, this is even worse, because there is the trademark right then and there. If it activates, that just means it's right to being spotted already. But yeah, it wasn't necessary. He heard the smoke, so that was being used to cross over, and Tuge was like, yeah, it doesn't work to me. I know what's happening.
Man, it is truly... How would I put this? I feel like Big BAAM, maybe they're not used to the spacing of our teams here from PH, because there seem to be a lot of timing issues also. They didn't expect Kelly S to be that close. Again, it's so early in the game, so a lot of these... what we like to call poison plays, they can still really work out. This is only the first half, but if RRQ keeps shuffling their positioning like this, and playing against the grain of the tempo that Big BAAM is used to, then it's not very telling. Again, adjustment is the name of the game. Adaptability at the highest level is something that Big BAAM has done in the past and are definitely able to do so. This time they have a more forward approach towards Lim. They find Rabbit. They do blind him temporarily, Asteroid, but that retake is going to be that much more difficult without Rabbit. And Tugia trying to hold it down, but look at Pina buying so much time, even getting that Neural Theft online. The Rolling Thunder is here, and that's going to be proving to be so problematic. Nathong still has not been discovered. Concussed, down but not out as he fights Nexi, and this round is looking fantastic for Big BAAM.
It looked very scary, but Moff's position was absolutely necessary for him to have gone around for that flank. Gave enough time for the rest of Big BAAM to come in, and they worked their magic. Nathong, told you, man, this kid, when he finds something, can really make it work. Probably also a mistake from Rabbit to just use the Prowler that close. It wasn't the worst, as it does at least expend the showstopper for just the one kill. Again, there still is that 4-round advantage. Big BAAM playing aggressive on the map or on the round that they actually have the ultimate. So now what can they do? Especially when Nexi has brought himself out to tour de force.
That being said, could you imagine if he had that haunt up on top of B? It could have been a disaster for Big BAAM, but again, they do shuffle their position. They try to swing this in their way. They try to take control because so far the tempo has been going in RRQ's favor. Nexi has resorted to using that tour de force, so a lot of range is going to go his way, which is interesting why he'd choose to play B. Has vacated his spot, maybe leaning towards A main now. But I like what Big BAAM is doing. They see a little bit of resistance towards C. They shift their attention elsewhere. They're going to use this clock to maximum efficiency. They spot out Rabbit, at least with a guiding light. Now Rabbit has to make a mad dash to safety, but instead he opts to hold down Sewer. Maybe he understands that he doesn't have the time, and he hides in this corner. He even gets Nathong. He gets 2! MTK holds it down. He says, you know what? I can do that too. He can dodge the showstopper, but it's Dorf to get the trade. And a conundrum is still here for RRQ to deal with as Big BAAM. They have the Cosmic Divide, they have the post plant, the flashes, they come through, but they're not in time. They have to make a choice, they have to do it now. Tuia goes for the sneaky vanity kill, but the crossfire is here, and Dorf gets everybody.
That was, yeah, standard bait play for Haven, but it works swimmingly well for Big BAAM on just that 2K that NTK did get. We'll probably see it on the replay right here. Rabbit was already setting up for such a strong anchor position, but then NTK just hits that second shot onto Nexi. Beautiful, beautiful stop. And that at least equalized for the 2 versus 2, where they were able to play very hard off of that Cosmic Divide that RRQ were just not willing to wait to diffuse or dissipate. Maybe possibly because there might have been no time if they did, but other than that, yeah. And I'm hearing a lot of spray noise. Is someone spraying here?
I thought I heard somebody spray in-game.
Yeah, probably in-game. Would be weird if somebody sprayed out-game.
I don't know what you're trying to get at, but okay. Let's just leave it at that. Whatever you're trying to spray, I hope it's not infectious. I hope it's some cologne, something, you know? Something else.
The only thing I spray is
your
bug
axe.
repellent.
Oh, I thought you were a bad boy. I thought you had that axe body spray.
No, that's Dax. He's the one that has the axe body spray.
Does Dax really use axe? Oh my goodness.
He really does use axe.
I find that questionable, Dax. You are a grown man. Okay, let's get back into the game here. Just a quick little shout out to our co-talents here. Our beautiful co-talents from everywhere else. As Big BAAM, they take a bit of a step back here. They assess the situation. They see where they want to, or at least they try to look for where they want to pressure from. Rabbit has still held on to this A-long position as if he was still the Sova, but the Fade's doing a great job of doing so. Big BAAM, not a lot of meaningful map control momentarily. But they try to eke out a bunch of duels. Maybe not play for contact too much. As Rabbit, he has that haunt up very, very soon. He does get flashed. He's gonna prep his utility. No, instead he goes for a bit more of a passive position. He does ping it out for his teammates. The Prowler is gonna come. Is it gonna spot out anyone? No, it's gonna get shot down. But that should be enough for RRQ to make a choice on who to send who where. Did that Nightfall miss on 4 people? No, it only got 1. Already an expensive investment considering that they don't have the best weaponry in the world. It's only Rabbit. And they dodge him. Oh my goodness! The first hit. Mof is the one to fall. Still, that leaves their flanks open, but the side is almost theirs. 5v4 Asterai, but what can they really do with only upgraded pistols and a single rifle?
Well, they're trying to bring the rifle as far away as possible from the rest of the defenders coming right in. It is actually planted for long here. Kelly S is already on the long flank. NTK is going to be the one to try to challenge him first on the peak. Very close. The timing is going to be crucial, but Sheriff's deadly into the hands, into the arsenal of RRQ here. But Nathong is doing such big work, but Nexi comes in very fast. Pina could not react in time. And well, you asked the question, and the question has been answered. RRQ deadly on the Sheriffs and deadly on the defuse as there's plenty of time. Thrifty defense, they got it.
It is about an hour and 25 minutes afternoon. RQ says. That was my one bad joke of the day. That was my one bad joke of the day. I know Asterai is glaring at me right now, but hey man, I learned from the best. And as we go back into that, I was just saying, Asterai, that that was my one bad joke of the day, and I'm sure you're glaring at me from a distance.
I couldn't hear you, you know?
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, okay.
Out of sight, out of mind, it doesn't exist.
That's right.
There was no war in Basim Say. As NTK, he tries to find one, but it's Rabbit to find him instead. Nexi, undistracted, undeterred, gets Dwarf. And suddenly, we're in a 5v3.
Yeah, that's a definite momentum shifter for RRQ, right? It's the loss on a thrifty round. They try to get aggressive map control on A. But with RRQ winning a thrifty, they got so much money to even equip Nexi with the operator. You never really want to fight this guy when he has the sniper, the boomstick in his hands. Prowler to be used. No repeakers just yet. Just a little bit of checking if it's a little bit too hot in A long. There's a little bit of heat there. Not a lot of explosions just yet. They're probably expecting that if there is going to be that set bait play to show themselves elsewhere and then go again for A, this is like the perfect setup. 3-pronged approach from RRQ. But losing, NTK and Dwarf, they're going to try to at least go for even less of firefights. As Garage does give that leeway. Everybody's backing away, though. This is absolutely perfect from Big BAAM. I don't know if it's the read or anything, but just the slow walk onto the seaside, but it works. But if they start planting that spike, now they know. All of Bossing Say knows. One more kill, though, would be absolutely momentous from Muff here, but you threw out the cybernetic cage, and that's not going to be enough. 4 versus 2. Now, I thought if he gets a kill, he will have his ultimate up and running.
Not he will. And if he can strike from the shadows, he's going to do the best Diley impression. But no, it's actually Rabbit and Pina. They trade blow for blow. But Pina comes out on top as Nexi finds that final kill. And RRQ. Very convincing 8 rounds so far for them. Big BAAM, we see inklings of their brilliance. But so far, it's been blanketed. Just a tiny bit, Asterai. We see that they try to impose quite a bit of map movement on their side. I would say they're kind of not pressuring the rotator enough. I don't know. Maybe it's an outside looking in thing.
Well, whatever happens, RRQ still 8 rounds, looking for 9. Oh, this is so unfortunate, though. Like, weren't expecting any of the repeaks to happen. Already trying to set up your utility because they want to at least have a more successful post plan, but RRQ don't really give them that. Positioning from Pino is so good, but unfortunately, even if he won the fight against Nexi, could he have won against Draxi plus the Aftershock? That's a very big if. Right? Oh, also.
Big if true.
Double operator, right? For RRQ. Oh no, they didn't go for it! That's Nathom bringing in the pain with the showstopper. Spike will get planted, but Kelly S Oh no,
Run!
NTK's gotta have to reposition here. He is so caught out in the open! And the setups with the Seekers does absolutely nothing. They're gonna try to at least compliment NTK just a teeny tiny bit, and it works out swimmingly for them. Dashes away, trying to survive for as long as he possibly can. Rabbit just repositioning, maybe trying to pick up a different weapon as he loses bullets. NTK with 1 HP. The hope, the dream of Big BAAM succeeded in the last round of the first half.
And we discussed range and how much value Draxi brings. The moment he falls, all that utility that was used to, honestly, quite a bit of success and all the rounds they won is suddenly non-existent. And you see the comfort of Big BAAM just taking all these fights, despite NTK maybe dancing a little too close to death there. But you see Nathong, 12-10, shining bright. NTK and Dorf not too far. Mof is the one that's kind of getting the short end of the stick here, but still contributing in the more intangible ways. RQ this time, they go on that attack, and something to take note of, I feel like the attacking side of RQ is actually very similar to Big BAAM, where they love to rotate and love to use as many safe avenues as they can before they actually commit onto a site. A lot of shifting movements, but not a lot of pressure against rotators.
Well, they might not really need it specifically, because again, they will always have Nexi with that anti-flank. They will also, again, just if they push in onto a site, they have so much dominance, I think, as they try to get into that, right? Because, again, you have so much site clearing from RQ specifically with just the utility, not even just the players specifically. So this is going to be, again, the question that goes back to how well can Big BAAM traverse that? On the attacking side, it wasn't too bad. 8-4, I think, is still pretty good, considering how difficult it was, I think, for them to even have a chance to plant the spike. And speaking of being able to plant down the spike, they actually were able to plant it quite a couple of times, but at what cost? So in any case, this is going to be, I think, Big BAAM also having to either vacate the site, evacuate it, play for retake, or get very aggressive map control somewhere, since they are still netting that double duelist.
That's a good spot.
Yeah, I think that's something that we haven't really talked upon too. Double duelist on APAC. I feel like it's very unconventional already, considering all the meta shifts. Again, we've seen the game lean towards a lot more utility pressure and having a lot of global presence. But in the pistol round, where only the shots matter, Nexi lands such a huge one. But Dorf is here to trade. Tuga is also as sharp as he is. Now we are down to Mof and Dorf, who've been pretty... I feel like Mof has been pretty quiet, but this is his time to shine. The Sentinel on the defending side now. Big BAAM, a retake is on the way. The smoke is in the water, but Deep Purple has never been enough to stop these people from pushing, from these players from pushing. But Kelly, yes, he plants one in the back of the head. Dorf follows in suit. And RQ, they take that 9th round, Astra, potentially a 10th on this swing. Now, if you're Big BAAM, do you want to force this out? Potentially risk an 11th round? What do you think?
They might just have to. I mean, there's already fire in the sky, so they're gonna have to at least try to extinguish it right now. This is what in fighting game terms, that's what, a happy birthday. You get a double whammy with 2 bullets.
Birthday.
Yeah, it's a happy birthday, right? So happy birthday to Nexi for that shot. Oof. That's a big one too, because he was just probably expecting, you know, maybe 1 kill, a headshot, and his backs away, and then he gets 2. Ooh. Yeah, Kelly S not missing about. Nathong re-peeking. No,
so fearless.
Fear. I know, I love it, but he will get traded off in the end. He does get that 1 pick, but it's an attempt that doesn't really do anything. We're just 1 down, and whoa, Nexi. He doesn't have nades, but his shots are hella explosive. You know what I mean?
So crisp, so clean. Now Big BAAM, they go for the safe play. I was trying to avoid that, but
I'm here, so you can't avoid it.
You're here. Yeah, no, I really can't. As we mess about, like you mentioned, everybody's already swinging for the fences here. We mentioned Big BAAM, they do have a gun round in mind. still, if they win this round, that's still quite a long hill to climb. They definitely have the ability to do so, as this attacker side is going to amplify the strength of this composition. But so far, they pick and prod. They haven't found any resistance anywhere, but they do get a sound cue from Grass that the guiding light has been thrown out. So again, perceived pressure, as Coach Fluffy would say it, or ex-Coach Fluffy. I don't know how to really call him now.
Five-head Fluffy.
Five-head Fluffy. There you go. A lot of numbers, a lot of heads being taken off by Kelly S. As Mof is here, he gets one. He swings to find a second, but it's actually Pina to fall. And a 3v4 ass right. Nexi does have that headhunter and that sheriff, but they get sprayed down. Oh! Rabbit responds in kind and gets a 3K.
Ouch. Yeah. You gotta put a band-aid on that one because that hurts. Oh my goodness. Alright, so let's dissect it. Big BAAM, they're all about those aggressive peak kills, which was what you see here from Pina. But they're not, I don't think they're very much adjusted. They're aware, but they're not as adjusted to how quick RRQ can just retake, or rather get the refrags. And it is looking to be such a problem for Big BAAM right now. It's been what you keep seeing happen multiple times in the round and happen multiple times in a row as well. Ooh, come into my parlor. Yep. They try to go very aggressive and it just backfired on them, but still not the end of the world. They can always just run straight through. See, Mof, good timing, takes down Rabbit and takes down the Spike. This is absolutely perfect now to get, trying to get closer and closer, but Mof! Oh, that was not what he was expecting. Tuga is tagged right now by the Cypher Cam, and he is still surviving. Everybody has set their sights onto Tuga, and he's using the pulse to make them think where he is. What a master of baits. And now it's NTK to remain. Tuga is already licking, spitting at himself getting the ace. NTK, he has everything set into his hands. All utilities, all positioning. It's just a 2 versus 1 that's messing him up. He's trying to wait for it. Oh, but he has a Guardian in hand, and Tuga's like, pop shots, I win, I get the ace.
Match point.
Oh boy, RRQ, they really are on a warpath. Carthago delende est, which means Carthage must be destroyed. And this time, the Carthage is the map pick, which obviously is in favor for Big BAAM. So far, that's not the case, Asarai. I think the panel mentioned it too, that this is one of RRQ's, if not top 3 map cuts. I think this is behind Split. But man, honestly, there were a lot of good opening picks here by BAAM. But just to go back on your point in the previous round, maybe they're not used to how quickly RRQ respond with these trades, or again, it's just that the tempo and rhythm could be throwing them off. A minute 30 left. This map is looking, or at least this round is looking much better as NTK finds a little bit of success with that Guardian, potentially a new weapon. Yeah, Seekers. Dorf plays the anti-flash perfectly. He even gets one. And now Big BAAM, they rally back, they answer back. Rabbit tries to spray down again, but Big BAAM, they take names and they take yet another lifeline for themselves, at least momentarily.
Can I get a drop?
NTK wants to prove that his Guardian is incredibly deadly, which it is. But they have to work all the way back. We have not seen many a team, Raph, be able to go for 7 perfect rounds given this kind of situation. But they do have the necessary tools for it. Look at the ult economy here for Big BAAM. As well as actually RRQ. Very, very close already. Tuga just jumps out for a little bit of that information, puts in the smoke, puts him cross. Nexi is now trying to get closer and closer onto short here. Does have his Tour de Force active. And they're making Big BAAM kind of just stew in their own pot. Just maybe make them second guess about things.
Marinate a little.
They're really kind of just rotating everywhere.
I think I like that. I like the fact that they're not very adamant on maybe just kind of banging their head against the wall, trying to take a single site. But at the same time, could that lead to indecisiveness? We'll have to find out as we see them take a site now, or at least try to defend a site. As the weaponry and the bullets, they try to pepper heaven. And it's Mof, again, getting the short end of the stick, losing a chunk of his health.
Oh! That's a misplay.
Oh, bit of a misplay indeed, but Nexi and Kelly, yes, they hold it down. Nathong is here, but no, not anymore. As everybody falls on Big BAAM, and these rounds have been going by so quickly. It's been a full 5v5 discord every time we see them try to go for a retake, no matter what side, Asarai.
That was risky. That was, I think, a misplay from Nathong. I think they were kind of expecting him to get a pick, and then everybody just waterfalls in. But since he didn't get it, they were like, yes, no time. Let's just try to catch them up as soon as. But yeah, just didn't pan out in the end. A bit unfortunate there for Big BAAM. You really do see some of the rounds, they're looking so convincing, but not really enough to beat out RQ, who just had so much more to offer, I think, in that first map.
A lot to offer, which begs us the question, was there a strat book, or at least a strat in mind that they couldn't employ just because of the mismatch, right? Again, we keep highlighting this. It could be inexperience against the inter-region nature of our league. But Asarai, I feel like it's actually the panel, which includes you, by the way, could explain this a little bit better.
Yeah, so guys, we're gonna go to the panel. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Yeah, with me in it. Cool.
From me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hit list. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move out the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, I came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, it's easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little
Welcome back to the panel here on VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. You're still with Likeable, Fluffy, and Asarai. We just saw RRQ formally introduce themselves here on the APAC stage. They were like, hi, hello, we're RRQ, and Haven map is a map we love to own. Team Big BAAM really trying to fight for the rounds here, but in the end, I guess they just didn't expect RRQ to be this strong. Now, Asarai, I know you just casted this game, so I'm gonna give a quick breather for you. Fluffy, how are you liking the first game so far?
I mean, coming from the PH scene, it's nice to see a very strong start from RRQ. They must have really brought out their best bread for breakfast this morning as they look wide awake, being able to shut down really all the attempts of the attack that Big BAAM was trying to bring out, really showing their team play more than anything. Draxi especially on that ready stun, supporting his duo Nexi. Kelly S also making those important picks and to set them up for those close rounds. 2G or Tuge also coming out so big this game, starting strong on their opponent's map pick, I remind you. I'm very excited to see what they can do and if they can carry this momentum into their own map choice in the next one.
It really does feel that RRQ just also brought a composition that Big BAAM just cannot really go over. There was just so much that they needed to throw, and I think I mentioned this with Raph a while ago when we were casting that it did feel that Big BAAM just didn't know how to deal with the quick trading that RRQ just kept bringing to the fights, to the firefights. And it has, again, as I said, happened so many times. Unfortunately for Big BAAM, that's resulted in them hitting this 13-5.
Now we're looking at the map MVPs over here. We've got Natong 2K and we've got Kelly S on the raises. I mean, it was a battle of the raises overall. I saw a lot of these here comes the party plays. In fact, one of the rounds that I specifically remember was, I think before the round ended, wherein Natong brought the party in at B side, taking down Draxi, getting traded on the side of RRQ, but then mayhem occurs and NTK gets pushed into a corner, but BAAM once again, once again utilizing the Cosmic Divide, and it enabled RRQ to it kind of limited RRQ to clear the site, and it just covered NTK's back by killing everybody who had their focus on him. Now, numbers are one thing, but gameplay is another thing, and I'm very excited as we proceed here into the series highlights, or map highlights rather. So Fluffy, I think you have a question in mind. You want to say it now?
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask Asarai, how do you feel basically about this Fade adaptation that RRQ is bringing out, especially after casting that game?
That's a really good question, actually. I really do like it because, again, I kind of go back to my point where Double Initiator, supposedly with the Sky and Sova, is very good at being able to give you so much information while also netting utility to get clearly into the site. But with the Fade and the Breach, it, I think, just makes it even more aggressive of a Double Initiator comp. And it works swimmingly well for RRQ because Kelly S can play off of that so well. And you kind of see that happen so many times. Also, what's kind of good about this is compared to the Sky, you basically have two Prowlers compared to that Trailblazer, right? And you don't really need to get a stun, just the information. And the Prowler has done that so many times throughout one specific round for RRQ, which gives them, I think, so much info as well to kind of just figure out where they want to move around the map, especially when they were playing on the attacking side.
RRQ was definitely something else. And as you mentioned earlier, Fluffy, you believe that they brought out their best bread for breakfast. So I want to ask you, who do you think among these players brought out the best bread? And what do you think is the best bread out there, Fluffy?
I don't know what the best bread out there might be, but for this game, I think that a lot of the credit does come to Kelly S and Tuga's ability to just play along with their team. I feel like the adaptation that they brought in this game, if they can carry this through for the rest of the series, is nice to see because it's not something that historically we've seen them do in the past. So all of these small changes really throws off a team, and I'm not sure if Big BAAM was prepared to play into this Fade, but it really helped, especially going to the opponent's composition.
A lot of interesting plays that happened. that occurred throughout the Haven map. Really interesting. I mean, if we're gonna take a step back, it was an RRQ sweep from the get-go. It was a 5-0, and then that's when Team Big Bam decided to get that timeout, right, Aserai? And then that's when they got their first point with NTK on the jet blade.
Yeah, it felt like it does work almost well for Big Bam, but they have to kind of set it up with some sort of big utility. I think that one round that they got when they were 5-0'd by RRQ, that was the round where they were having access to Nathong's Showstopper, and that was the start of something from Big Bam here. But again, it kind of just did show that Big Bam were relying a lot more on certain big utilities to help them out clear sites, because I think that's when they're the most confident, and that's when they know that they can really force RRQ out of their own portion of the map. And it's only happened very few times, and that's why I feel like they only got up until that 5.
Now, you were mentioning the utility that was used. Again, like I mentioned earlier, I saw Pina utilize the Cosmic Divide, but that was the second time around that he really used it, and that it really worked in their favor. The first time was, I think it was a standard setup when it comes to the Cosmic Divide, wherein on A site, you kind of cover the ground from the entrance as well as the heaven of Haven, or of A site rather, and then you have a crossfire happening between Pina and Dwarf. Would you say that this is always the way to go when it comes to Haven?
Not the best, I would say, at least for Big Bam, but it's good enough. I think the one big problem is not looking at the setup themselves, but the duelist and how they're able to at least help them get the site in. I think that was the big problem for them, because the setups, I think, were good for Big Bam, but the timing was definitely off. I think that also showed during the pistol, where they threw so much utility on the A site, and that was already good, but there was like 1, maybe 3 seconds late on NTK and Nathong being on the site itself, and that was when we saw RRQ just be able to recuperate and then just set them position themselves up to win firefights, which they did. So I think the timing is the issue specifically for Big Bam, and not the utility usage.
3 seconds can definitely matter a lot, especially in this kind of competition and against a formidable foe like RRQ. Now, you did mention the pistols, so Fluffy, to connect with that, what can you say about Nexi on the whole chamber and the headhunters? How well does this guy use this ability?
I mean, obviously at this caliber, it's amazing to see a chamber land their shots and everything, but as much as I would love to give him full credit, I really believe that this game really showed more of the team play, if not anything. I feel like his dynamic duo with Draxi, especially on that breach, being able to support him from anywhere in the map when needed with that ready stun, is just such a big factor that you can play in, because it gives your team such a big advantage going into a lot of gunfights.
The coordination for RRQ is definitely something else. Another round that did kind of catch my eye as we were going into the game was Rabbit and Nexi holding down A side. So Rabbit would take a peek at Sewer, Nexi would be taking out Long, and they would just get 2 right off the bat, and which eventually just forces Team Big Bam to rotate and go to C side. But at the end of that round, it was, it was still RRQ. They were able to pressure the post-plant scenario and just get the win on that round. Would you say, though, Aserai, that they're better off, or like RRQ would be better off as defenders or attackers on the side of Haven?
I think it just works well regardless of what they need, especially with what we saw again with the agent selection that they have. It, I think, allows for a lot of advantages on either side, and you kind of saw that again, right? Because they went for this kind of composition where Kellyas also went in for the Raze, which I think is the most utility heavy duelist that we have out there. It really helps out how they can just delay whatever Big Bam kind of want. Where on the defending side, if they're going to try to plant the spikes, like for example on B, you saw how they were just able to throw nades, aftershocks, and everything, and they didn't really have to push in through the smoke of Big Bam and try to contest the plant or retake the site itself. They just threw everything, got a couple of kills, and it was much easier for them. When they're on the attacking side, they can do the same thing, clear out the entire site, make it easier for Helios to come in, and they just kept repeating that over and over again, rinse and repeat, and it just works swimmingly well for Big Bam.
Yeah, though a lot of adjustments still need to be made, especially on the side of Team Big Bam. So as we move on over to Ascent, I'm hoping that we get to see the adjustments taking place. So on a map like Ascent, Fluffy, for these two teams, what kind of composition are you looking for?
I don't think that they're gonna kind of go on more variations. I feel like at this level they're gonna go for what they've mostly been playing. I feel like, you know, there can be that like a fade coming out, and as I mentioned that QZ does Tuge does lock in that fade, as well as Sova. Very interesting double initiator. We see that a lot in the meta, but not necessarily these two in combination. These ones, normally you take one that has a flash or a way to take an angle, and with this, you're actually taking the Omen instead for the flash, and you're taking more information in as you do not only have the full body scans coming out from the Haunt as well as the Recon Dart, but you also have information coming off the contact from something long range like the turret. So a composition like this in a sense, especially without that jet and Raze instead, is something that is very different from what I'm normally used to seeing, but it's also very good because it provides them so much more map control overall, and Raze as a substitute for your main entry is one of those that can clear a lot of those pesky corners with her utility. So I feel like if they're able to leverage the utility well, then it'll be great. But if they start getting into a lot of early fights, I feel like it could be very detrimental rather than helpful, because if you can't really use your util if you die. So taking a lot of these early fights might not be the greatest strength for RRQ, but on the other hand, we see Team Big BAAM going for more a standard composition. They have the double initiator, but more on the aggressive side, bringing in that Sky as well as the Fade. I'm very interested because I saw a statistic recently saying that if you have a Fade on your team, there's like a 60-something% chance that if the opponent is not playing Fade, you have an advantage just because the Prowlers are so prevalent and so oppressing at times. But there being two Fades in the game means that there could be a lot more counterplay, and I feel like in this specific match, right, so we have the Drone, the Prowler in the opposing team, as well as the Sky Trailblazer. It's a lot of free information without risking your life to get. So clearing a lot of these corners, even with the Raze Boombot, is just, I feel like it'll slow down this specific game a lot, because a lot of teams will try to gather as much information as they can before trying to make any move. That way it's a bit more calculated and a bit less explosive.
A lot of the information is the key to success in certain angles, I would say. Now, I can't wait to see how things will unfold for the next map as we head on over once again to Ascent. Again, Asterai, you'll be heading to the casting desk along with the other casters with names, as Raph would say. So go ahead and tell us this story. See you later.
Names. A lot to remember as Asterai tries to stare at the stars. You're very, very focused on what's ahead because the expectations for the match, I would say, are still sky high. Again, a lot of very good points being talked about here. Now we see a double Fade. And yeah, honestly, I have to agree with Fluffy. This might be a slower game. But again, it also begs the question, what was the thought process behind the double duelist, Asterai?
I think it's just something that they're very much, how do you mention this, comfortable with already for Big BAAM here. And I did mention how when we were in the panel that Vietnam specifically still has the highest percentage pickup rate for Arena. That also means that there could be a leaning towards more duelist-centric compositions for Vietnam here, whether that's what they are much more used to or something that they can't really evolve out of just yet. We kind of see that happen right now. There are some compositions where they only do have the single duelist and they go for the double initiator, which I think is what we're going to be seeing for the second map. But other than that, I am very much excited to see how they're going to adjust to this because, again, RRQ feels like they're kind of morphing their composition to be even more aggressive. I was going to point out to Fluffy that, you know, he was talking about how there's a lot of scanning that RRQ and Big BAAM can bring to the table here. But specifically for RRQ, there's not really any big flash abilities that they do have. Maybe just the paranoia from Draxi, but other than that, they are going to be relying a lot more on heavy contact with their opponents, very much unblinded coming into those side takes.
Ascent. I'm trying to think how RRQ did on this map historically. I don't remember too much of a a staggering success. We know that they're pretty decent on this. Otherwise, the map pick would be, I would say, slightly in question. But what is curious is Nathong had a free shot but couldn't land it. Doesn't matter. He does buy enough time, and the good old classic as he gets 2. Tuga does find Nathong on that trade, and he does fall back onto site. 13 seconds until his next semblance of utility will come in. Nexi is holding on to speed lane here as the rest of Big BAAM. They march forward, they soldier on. They know where NTK1 is, but Pina and the rest of the boys have also made their presence known. Now they flood into stairs with a beautifully timed flash. Nexi pops out of speed lane, finds Pina, finds another. NTK also gets a double, but it's Flash, who is, by the way, I think, replacing Rabbit, at least for this match. Flash does have an idea where Mof is, and Mof gets quickly cut down there, Asarai.
This kind of makes sense, at least with the roster changes that they do have. Draxi has historically actually played way back when I think he was with SV Empire as a controller player. He's played Omen, he's played Brimstone plenty of times, so he has knowledge with this one. And Flash, I think, is their like ascent specialist. He's played not only just the Sova, but also the Killjoy, if I'm not mistaken, when they played that one game in the PH scene.
Yeah, you're right.
In any case, almost a solid round for Big BAAM there. Nathong, as I mentioned, when you give him a chance, he really can set the stage ablaze, but RQ again just attacking them at all cylinders, at all corners, and it is messing up, I think, how Big BAAM read the situation.
I'm curious to see if we're actually getting a bit of a KO replacement here. Naturally, on the side of Big BAAM, we still have Dorf on it, but some teams have been foregoing it, putting the fade in, as we see on RQ, obviously. But now they have a different approach, this time a little more strong-armed and a little more leaning towards A. Little do they know there's a stack there, despite Kelly S's efforts to pull attention to his way. It is still a 2-3 split. Beautiful adjustment here by RRQ. Big BAAM not having any forward information, but that's going to prompt them to move. Mo falls, and that's going to be sorely missed information gathering. Pretty much a free plant here, as we only have NTK, who has any semblance of an upgraded weapon here.
30 seconds left.
Alright, Kelly S frying himself up. Love the use on the utility. Lets him get in. Very close and personal. And Nathong just no chance in heck he's going to be able to do that. You do see Tuget coming in close for the contact. I like this three-pronged play, actually, as Draxi's right there behind. Yeah, this is not going to work out for them. But NTK and the rest should try to push in closer, as they need to dive for that creds, for the money. But other than that, I don't think they're going to be able to find anything else. Maybe if they get a little bit too greedy, that could be something. Flash is just out into the open. NTK, good headshot. They're chasing them down ready to the end of the earth, and both of them very low, and Kelly S just gobbles up for the 4K.
That's the first gobble you said in APAC. I've been paying close attention to that one. But as we mentioned, not much to be expected against a ecoing, or at least it did go in the way of RQ, as history has dictated. But history dictates also that this is a round for Big BAAM to win. It has been stolen away in the previous map, in the first half of that. NTK already looking sharp with crisp shots like that. I feel like the play here was just to dive the spike and play for exits. But Kelly S was very, very eager to get his orbs going. Big BAAM do get NTK in a forward position, but we also talked about, or rather the panel talked about how oppressive these Prowlers are, and we see that in full effect. Kelly S and the boys, they do get somewhat stuck in the middle portion of the map, as that gravity well is going to delay them just a little bit. Kelly S now jumps into market. He sees a teammate fall, and it's Nathong and the boys. They spray him down. Nathong gets a 4K in kind. And Big BAAM, they take the first round, or at least their first round.
All that contact play is where Vietnam specializes in. If they can just condense the fight, you can really see them shine very, very cleanly. Huge flashes to come in from them as well. And again, Nathong just setting himself apart. The rest of the team has hit a couple of shots at a couple of rounds. And the buy round where they need to stop RRQ from bleeding them dry in terms of economy comes up to full swing. This is what, a 3-man peek onto A. Draxi's already tried to get close, and that haunts forces him back, but his position, never mind. Okay, about to say, maybe he can get that sneaky little peek by, but the Prowler makes it incredibly difficult to do so. Back away for now. Kelly S almost has his showstoppers. Maybe he can go aggressive on B, pick up the orb, and start moving their magic elsewhere. But this is also a staple. Once you don't get that B main, once you don't get the A main, actually don't need to really get anything. Just get that little bit of information. Start working your magic onto A. Everybody else respects the side lanes. Start pushing in, and then that's when you can mosey on through either market or short.
As well as short control here, because that also leaves market as a point of pressure that the attacking team could potentially use. But this time around, Big BAAM, they only have Nathong on B, who is going to try and clog up any lurkers. At least that's what I feel like he'd be thinking. RRQ, they barrel on, but once again, this spot that's been proven to be so dangerous has shredded them to bits as Big BAAM and Pina and the rest of the boys, they take everybody down, but suddenly Draxi, 2GE, 2v1 now. Nathong only has a shorty and a headhunter. 13 seconds left on the board. Is it unlucky 13 or is it lucky 13 for him? Tour de force is here. One bullet is all it takes. He has no information where Tuge is. He could potentially bait out the timing and fake his rotation. But no, the sound cues are there. Tuge whiffs a very crucial shot. He throws the haunt. He doesn't get any information, but he does force out a little bit of an adjustment.
My goodness.
As Nathong crumbles in that 1v1. It looks so good for Big BAAM.
And he is in his element, but he is being stretched very thinly here by RRQ. Look at how they just come back from that. That was almost a solid win, and then Draxi comes in for 2 crazy shots, supplemented by Tuge. That was sick from Nathong, though, but again, Tuge, a savior there. He was like 50 HP, and he took like 30 damage from, what, 1 bullet. And that was so winnable for him, but unfortunately, Nathong now trying to at least get himself a pick or two, but it does not work out in the end. NTK got the blades, but he misses basically everything. And it's all about the bait plays here, but again, Fluffy mentioned the Prowler just does not allow that, and being cheeky just does not work. And Big BAAM, the drawing board, and Draxi timing onto Pina. I feel like Pina, the collapse coming into the rain. NTK refreshes the blades. This is good though. 3 versus 1, but he's giving himself a fighting chance with the ultimate, with the Blade Storm. Gets in up close and personal, but misses every single one. Cannot get the reset, cannot get the hype to get back into play for the 3 clutch. It's not going to happen in RRQ. Another point again and again.
Well, very tasteful song there by Rupert Holmes. I don't know how to squeeze in the rest of the lyrics while keeping it very friendly, but like you mentioned, right, RRQ, oh boy, they're looking shiny. They are looking very, very strong. Big BAAM, they employ maybe potentially an unorthodox strategy here. Probably gonna see a 0 point getting thrown out. Nope, Mof just goes for, you know what, I'ma just start shooting. So anyway, he started blasting, right? But then he vacates, instead pushing that out and elsewhere. A bit of a crossfire still here. That's going to be from the logs position. RRQ, they crawl up. They slowly measure where they can take without getting caught off guard here at Asura. And yet again, another round where mid has been left open. Big BAAM, though, still holding strong. No reactions whatsoever. This is a reset point for their economy, so they might just be a little wary on those aggressive plays.
Okay. Nathong can always keep you out as well. He spots nothing. That doesn't give the whole picture for Big BAAM, but you can can't see where both Pina and NTK are positioned at. Unfortunately, it's not gonna work. And Dorf! Oh no, he wanted to take the darts. But that kind of completely backfired on him. Moth now having to back away. Odin... Not sure if it's the best clutch weapon to have. Have a lot of bullets though, so maybe. But
this is so scary.
Kind of peeking on the wrong direction there. Nathong is holding mid, looking for the lurk. And yeah, definitely scary because we do still have, what is it, Nexi and Draxi holding on short. If they try to push in there, this two-player prong attack will happen. And there it is. Nathong cannot convert the next kill. And Moth from far distance. Nexi, what are you on right now? 5-1 RRQ. Just looking nigh unstoppable in a sense.
So I was thinking, it does look like they wanted to keep that Odin for maybe a potential set play they could do. Because there was a Vandal right at his foot at the, I think, defending side of Haven. But
yeah.
Instead, they try to save it, and we know how the rest went. RQ, man, their timing with this utility use has been very much on point. The maps that we had a few questions on, especially this one, it seems to be so well drilled. And again, panel talked about how it's so deceptive the map veto can be, especially if it's older information. And this is it. This is exactly why it's so deceptive.
This is looking a bit deja vu-y as BAAM or...
Is it going fast?
88 miles per hour. Yeah.
It's a long mountain to climb. As Big BAAM, they do get that timeout. And they still yet to find an identity which they want to really pursue in this match. They've been going slow. They've been playing a very receded defense. Hasn't really... I don't know, a modicum for success for them.
Yeah.
But again, it's RQ's playstyle also where they really like to huddle up in one corner of the map and just be as careful as they can. But unexpected shadow step there by Draxi, finding two. Upgraded pistols, not much can be done unless your name is Pina and you get two massive shots like that. An already acceptable eco as they do a little bit of damage. Still, a tall order on the side of Nathong. We've seen this a little. We've seen this before. Walking up to heaven with a shorty, has a headhunter in hand. Hopefully, it pans out differently.
Well, at least opponents are on the side in A main, so he's not gonna fear, or he's not in danger of getting flagged. But of course, he doesn't know that.
So much for
but
their elite
still will not matter. 2K, I think, has just downloaded the formula, right, on how to beat Nathong whenever he peeks out. It's happened before in the clutch round. It'll happen again as he evens it out. 6-1. This is not looking too good. I was kind of hoping, or I was kind of expecting Big BAAM to make some really strong maneuvers on A long, but that from the shadows, dude, that just kind of took them aback.
Really did. And like you mentioned, right, that's also the value of a great R&D team behind, of course, our wonderful players. As the VOD reviews, they really came in, and you see the fruits of all that hard work and all that discipline. Big BAAM, they're still trying to figure out the Rubik's Cube. That is the RRQ offense. And still, the colors shift. The frags, they keep going in the way of RRQ. The Hunter's Fury's here. Flash gets one tag, checks heaven, but zoned Big BAAM enough. Big BAAM, they have White ahead of them in this round. NTK does have that operator. I believe this is the first one of the map. So we might see a little bit of value here, but nonetheless, the difficulty in this retake is not going to be any easier. Kelly S, though, they do get hit by the Nightfall. You know what that is, Asarai.
Enemy remaining.
Yep. It's Morbin time. All right. Let's see if Nexi can break this 2 versus 1. And he absolutely can. He's no vampire, but he is somebody that can morph into the clutch arrest when need be. And the 7-1 is working again swimmingly for RRQ. We can see a bit of that. The retake was already there, and then he just hits shot after shot. That's kind of cray-cray.
He went Morbid mode.
Yeah, true.
What?
It's a vampire.
I feel like that's not a very intimidating vampire, you know what I mean? I am the vampire. Yeah. Could you just imagine? You're like, could you imagine if, you know, a fiend of the night walks up to you like that? And you're just like, I don't believe you. You know? I don't believe you at all.
I mean, that's so that they don't run away, right? I mean, imagine that, right? If you're gonna be looking intimidating and everything, of course they're gonna run away from you. Then you're gonna have to work for your meal and all of that. Anyways,
but I guess that's the work smart route instead of the work hard, you know?
Exactly.
Really going the bad boy route. What's up? I'm a vampire. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? As we
I
go
do know
back
what you're
into the
saying.
match. Well,
Yeah.
obviously, since you're the man that conjured up this morbid thought as Big BAAM, so try to hold this down, man. It's not looking too good, but that is somewhat of a consolation prize as we still see a 5-man force on BAAM. Pina nearly gets taken out, but with the weaponry that they have to play around, the range is not going to be too kind. Nathong does have this tour de force. He is inching
30
ever so
seconds left.
close to stairs. I don't think he knows Kelly S has already crossed, but still, he does have that rendezvous out. It might not be a problem. Tries to land that flick. Oh, but look at that. Every single player is here. Seems like RRQ's not bothered one bit. They just want to waltz in.
10 seconds left.
And speaking of waltzing in, making B main their own, or B site their own,
One enemy
Nathong
remaining.
has a lot to say about that. Get off my property. 2 versus 1. Yeah, no time left on the clock. That should be it. Door finds the final shot. And Big BAAM off of the efforts of Nathong and teammates.
Does anyone have
Were
fun?
able to fend off the offense and get themselves a really respectable second point.
That they do. And honestly, a very, very well-placed one too. Considering that they did have the weaker buy there. They do get that free upgrade. NTK, he's back on that operator. We might see a little bit of that brilliance here now. RRQ, knowing their offense, they're gonna take their sweet old time taking bits of the map, just brick by brick.
Is it a boring brick?
They found my trap.
Must be a supreme brick, you know. Oh man, look at this brick. I love bricks.
Did you know that actually costs about $700?
I know.
Crazy.
That's...
Yeah. It's just like
Do you have a supreme brick?
No, of course not. Why would I buy a brick?
I don't know.
Unless I want to make a house that a wolf can't blow down. That's super expensive. I don't know. All right.
But what if that wolf got dripped though?
Well, he better get himself checked if he's getting dripped. All right.
Relax.
30 seconds left.
Well, very need to say that to somebody else because here comes the thunder. Pina tries to delay even further. That's a crucial shot. Missed, but he lines it up. 3K, 4K for Pina. And Draxi will not be able to answer the call as Pina picks up the ace. Oh my god. Very, very good stuff. He made a lot of noise on Heaven for his teammate. He may have missed the shot, but Pina did not miss the opportunity to pick up every single kill that was there set for him. Look at this. Lovely stuff.
Oh, beautiful. The dunes on the Cape. That's the love that Big BAAM has been looking for. That's the spark that could potentially set this team ablaze. 3-7, RRQ. Very quick to pause here. How did they figure it out? How did they get those previous 2 rounds? It's probably one of the questions, if not just a few questions that they're going through their head. As Big BAAM, now they've finally got some sort of stability on their economy, Aserai, because we've seen them eco more times than they would like.
Yeah.
This gives them just a little bit of leeway, just a little bit of a margin for error. But again, the play-ins, the chance to really get to elevate your team, to elevate your region, it is a very daunting task. This pause is gonna wind down. And RRQ, what do they have in the bag here to stop the wall that Big BAAM has set up?
Well, I think the wall isn't completely erect yet. NTK needs to use his operator first.
Oh yeah,
and create that threat that RRQ will have to respect, at least for the moment.
Yeah, they have been
fighting.
They're fighting, standing at attention. They really want to penetrate through this defense. I have to say, the stiffness of this offense, Asterai, it's been really hard to ignore. They've been rock solid.
Yeah, they've been really growing. Good. It's been growing as, you know, as much as it can to be that amazing defense that we all know it to be. All right, they're gonna go for the attack now. Let's see how this goes. Nathong, that's a perfect flash, but can he actually reciprocate the effort of the flash from his teammate? Good for at least the one. Trade for trade. Dwarf is onto the corner. If he gets pop shot through the smoke, that is absolutely horrendous for him. He's used the null command already. He's overloaded, but they've already preset the smokes in the end.
Spike planted.
And he's just gonna try to help clear out the rest of whatever is there. Spots out one without the shot. They'll have to clear the lockdown too, but Draxi is onto the corner. It's making it very difficult for him to actually make that happen. Nathal! No,
1 second! Oh my god!
This is not good. This is not good! Draxi hits the shot, and he got body blocked by a turret! Temi the turret is the absolute MVP for RRQ, for Nexi, nailing that round. NTK was like, what the heck is this in front of me? And this is what happens.
I love that choice. It was very bold. You know what? I don't care about your lockdown, up until I have to, of course. But my goodness, the way that Dorf opened up that side and that NTK frag, the Phantom 6th man has reared its mechanical head again, Aserai. And what a heartbreaker of a round. It's unbelievable. Some may say undescribable, as NTK with that operator finding Kelly S. And maybe putting a stop to this offense before it can get started. He does get hit by the Prowler, but Pina's here to capitalize on the numbers, on the space. Duga, he's been clutch, he's been ice cold, but the timing! It's as frozen as his peak! Nexi gets Pina as a retaliation. The 2v4 is happening right now. NTK cannot find anything with those knives, with a Blade Storm, but he does do quite a bit of damage. Now those Phantoms, and all the utility in the world is going to be that much more dangerous for RRQ.
And now going for the slower pace here. Haunt doesn't spot anything, but since they do know that it was last seen mid, Dorf makes the case.
One enemy remaining.
Spots out one already. The last one has entered onto market, and it's Flash with 20 HP and no utilities to be used. He's being corralled, he's being hunted, but he has become the hunter for just one kill. That's gonna put Big BAAM to 4
Switching
rounds
sides.
in. Not the worst, not the best as well, but pretty doable considering it's RRQ that they're kind of having to fight now, especially if they're gonna go on the attacking end.
In the astral plane.
Oh dear me. It is a good look for Big BAAM fighting the good fight. With the half-swapped Asterai, we've seen so many momentum shifts. The pistol round is honestly a toss-up. RRQ, like we mentioned, very, very good on these starting rounds. Big BAAM is no slouch either, but we see the efforts of Nathong and Pina. They are on top of that scoreboard as they are a big bright spot. But Nexi, oh my goodness. A league above everybody else, apparently. 17-6. The Sentinel holding down the backlines, making quite a bit of noise.
And he's clutched so many rounds too for RRQ. He's been, again, right, the most consistent, reliable player I think RQ has. And it's kind of interesting to see how far he's kind of come from SV Empire, LFO, all of the orgs as he's been picked up, and now into this one. I think it's been stressed enough, more than enough, that he hasn't really had the chance to get into an APAC tournament and even the possibility of maybe getting into Masters. But 17-6-6 now, and he's looking to jettison his team to maybe even bigger heights for Big BAAM as of the moment. Nathong, he's really putting the effort there. He's able to hit a lot of these shots, but I feel like a lot of the time now, Big BAAM is kind of forced to play, again, more individually in some of these particular encounters. And now that they're going to be on the attack, that's not really going to be a big possibility. They need to clump up and start grouping together, but this composition of theirs could actually work out for their favor because of that fact.
Like you said, it does kind of come down to the scrappiness, especially in these mid-round situations, or actually not really mid-round even, in these late-round situations, because both these teams, they seem to love to run the clock down. My goodness, words are difficult. Talking is hard. What is even harder is to consider that this is a chance to get the gold. As Nexi finds Nathong, both performers getting the first duel in. Nexi gets 2 though. Big 1 up. As NTK, Pina, and Dorf, they have to hold the line here, or at least push the line. Oh dear, they get funneled into Rosa and Tuge. He's like, you know what? Yeah, Nexi's pretty cool and all, but so am I.
I'm a cool guy.
Yeah, that's probably. I don't know, man. What's up? Has he been taking bad boy classes from Asteroid?
Now he's hitting shots with a classic at far distance, by the way.
You know, that being said, right, I feel like that's probably one of the most irritating things in the game. When, as a chamber, you TP out, you rendezvous out. What do you see? Yeah, you TP it out, but you're still dead. And we've seen that happen a number of times already. Maybe even too many to count. As RRQ, an impressive start on both halves. They have the Spectres here and could potentially take this swing again. Big BAAM in a similar scoreline and in a similar situation. They go for a similar route too. They go for just the upgraded pistols and 1 Marshall by an NTK. A lot of faith being put on their duels as Nexi and Dorf, they get into scraps here in B main, but Dorf gets the better of them. He is left to 2 HP, and Kelly S is happy to clean it up. As NTK and Pina, they're making their way here slowly. They're not scared at all. It seems that they just want to take the fight. Kelly S, do they know that he's still full health? Takes a hit.
Well, now they do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how he just played a little bit safer there. Maybe he knew that there was too many Spectres, and him losing his life, especially when his teammates were kind of spread apart on mid as well as a site, wouldn't be the best bet, because if he did lose this fight, that would just give Big BAAM more capabilities to clutch a possible thrifty round. And RQ, they are at spitting distance, Raph, of that finish line. 3 more rounds in. Big BAAM do have their first buy. It's always good. They're always able to net something from these buy rounds. But they'll have to traverse again all of this utility that RQ has. And Flash, he's being cheeky, popping shots through the wall like he has an LMG. And like I mentioned, man, in Ascent, every wall is very much bangable. Exactly. There you go. Asteroid 2021.
No charges left.
Asteroid the Wall Whisper. Are you bangable?
Here.
Just to make sure that the bullets don't go through, obviously. Again, structural integrity is very, very important, especially when you're trying to peek wide angles like this.
Draxi, Japan has amazing buildings.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the official call to call this hot dog, but Draxi doesn't care. He gets 2 for his troubles. And Tuge walks out of that mall. He's like, you know what? It doesn't matter. It's only scary if I'm scared of it. As Pina reinforces the fact that he's still there for the trades, A 3v1 here, and a Vandal that RQ would love to take away. He spots Nexi, and now Nexi slowly getting tied into this corner, but can't hit the shot, at least not in time. 2 HP away, Kellyas finishes him off, and yet another round on the board for RRQ. And adding to nature too with that beautiful finisher. The Tree of Life. Trees are cool.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. They have the process that we humans cannot do, which is photosynthesis. And that is to take amazing photos of what is around.
You know, there are people who are going to believe that, right? They're like, oh my god. That's what photosynthesis means? That's amazing.
It's to synthesize photos out of organic material. Yeah.
Enemy tag.
All right.
I can't take this.
Enough tomfoolery. Nexi?
One down.
Oh, he was just waiting for that swing already, wasn't he? Rest of Big BAAM now outside of A. Not really a lot left in terms of the equipment that they do have. And just going to charge in wide open into this. Beautiful use of the Prowler right then and there, but again, the delay tactics with just the nade is enough to dissuade the rest of the team, but they're going to double up onto this one. Good on the first. Kellyas is lighting it up, and look at the shots. Kellyas comes into play. It's not only Peanut that can go for the massive multi-kills, it's also me, Kelly, with the S.
Does S mean synthesize? Because that was a snap perfect moment for him. He was out in the open, but it was him lighting up the competition. My goodness. Kellyas adding another one to the highlight reel, and as Asarai would love to say, oh, but those are eco frags. Nonetheless, shots are shots. 4-12. A long shot potentially for Big BAAM to come back. Again, we've seen them rally very, very late into the game. They're definitely inclined to do so. But it looks like the LMG strat that's plagued the game for quite a while now on this Asarai certified bangable wall. Keeping them at bay. Now they go back to B lobby. They take their attention away from that, try to oppress from market as Peanut does find Tuge elsewhere. NTK trying to lead the charge, breaks the door down, but only to pressure. Now they stagger this presence elsewhere. Dorf gets a very important kill towards Kellyas. And now the defense has to be kept guessing. Draxi has been playing all these close angles, but this time around NTK will take him out. Goes for the dash. He does find the space he needs. And Nexi and Flash, a tall order. But they go for the save instead. No. They go for the split. A little confused there. As they're trying to split the attention away. Obviously, Nexi has been marked. Potentially for death. But no, it's him to deny the Reaper any satisfaction. And look at this, Asarai. A lockdown being put into place here. They have limited time, but they have all the resources to throw out a turret. The firing squad, though!
Dreams, asshole.
Whoa. Okay.
Very.
All right, Fade. All right, Edgelord.
Anatomy.
No, I can't add to that. All right, anyways, lockdown was used to on Heaven because they were pretty much afraid that it could actually be shut down from short. Really did like that, but more so than not, that round was just purely won from aim duels from Big BAAM. And now, as they are trying to set things up even more so, coming into the B site, not wasting any bits of opportunity as the null command comes into play. Nexi, though, almost setting himself up for the third. Door coming into the other side. NTK still has to clear out the rest of B. But look at this wraparound that RQ are working, and you know what time it is as the night falls. It's Morbin time, and is it the darkness that Big BAAM already being hit at? The stuff off the Tuge, but he just understands where Pino was going to be coming from, backs away. And now he has so much utility to force out Dorf. Spike will get planted. Tuge now knows that there's one onto the side, but Dorf, can he reposition in time? Absolutely not. And Tuge. All right, he's just hyping himself up, but this game's over. The series is done. And Big BAAM will be put onto the lower bracket for their group. And
like I said,
okay,
he's wary of Skynet. Do not attempt to rise up. We know the robots.
I'll be
They
back.
Scary.
Okay, time for coffee. My treat.
Yes, it's from the same franchise, but at the same time,
It's still a robot.
I know.
Yeah. Speaking of robots and really good performance outputs, right? RRQ played that absolutely systematically. 13-5.
What they did.
Yeah, there was a couple of rounds where it looked really good. The push from Big BAAM in that last round looked exceedingly well. But you saw RRQ was already abandoning fighting, right? But what they wanted to do was, again, go for that wraparound, which really messed up Big BAAM's attack. And in the end, just netted them to that 1 versus 1 where Dwarf just cannot go above and beyond. Speaking of which, guys, we are going to go for a break. When we come back, it's the panel to break this series even down more so for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And, you know, get your guard ready. It's more than time.
Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Hashtag fear the Enigma, as they'd like to say. The runner-ups from India truly a team to be fearful of, Black and Blue, especially with Raphael leading the way.
You know, I love that you touch upon Raphael because he is by far that player that we look at to be basically the face of this team, right? We know his huge following, we know what he's proven, and this team really, even though they've done so much, they're still a relatively quiet team just based on, I guess, like the noise that people are talking about this team. We have to remember that these guys, they were able to eliminate Velocity, a team that almost made it to the top 8 last time. They were able to beat, in the group stages at the very least, a team like Global Esports 2-0. They did lose to them in the grand finals, yes, 3-2, but they were also able to beat another team like Orangutan, which has some SEA talent on the roster. And for them to be able to do that in such a competitive scene, finally, this Enigma gaming squad has always looked very, very impressive, and even more so now that they have what seems to be the refinement that we've been looking for coming from the other teams in SA. For a long time, we're only looking at Global Esports and Velocity, but now we have a new player on the table. We have seen in the past SA teams, teams from South Asia, be very proficient at beating teams from the generalities of APAC. That means including Korea, including Japan, but we haven't really seen them be too successful in beating SEA teams yet, and that could change here today.
You know, I was actually able to catch a glimpse of how the SES tournament went. I believe it was the finals game that I witnessed against Global Esports, and I gotta say that the energy that they had over there was just something different. So I'm pretty sure that a lot of, again, the Indian fans out there who have been supporting Enigma from the very start, are just out here really showing their support for this team because it's finally the time. It's finally time to hashtag fear the Enigma once again. Now, as we do go along into revealing of what we know about the Enigma, I gotta say, Fluffy, this team is truly an Enigma. Have you had a glimpse of the compositions that they've had throughout their series?
I've seen a couple of their compositions. I feel like overall, the thing that really stands out to me the most is basically the fact that they really have so many compositions, if I'm being super honest. I feel like one of the things about this team is they have a tendency to swap a lot of their agents. They've done a lot of adaptations, especially they've brought out the Fade, for example, instead of the or the KO or Sky. It's really depending on I guess, because there are some teams, right, that just have a certain composition that they run through all the time and they practice it, something like a DRX, etc. But there are other teams that, like Team Secret, will play into their opponents more and adjust their composition to fit in their play style against that team. So I feel like they're probably one of the teams that do that the best, which is probably where they find the most success.
On the flip side, if you feel like that's where they find success, though, I want to ask Black and Blue, do you think that this is going to be advantageous again for them, meaning that Made in Thailand might not expect what's going to be brought to the table on the side of Enigma?
I do think that there is some factor to be considered wherein you're not necessarily going to know what exact composition is going to be brought to the table. But even with different compositions that teams might try to employ on the same exact map, there are still common tendencies and, just generalities that still apply for a team in general. Like, Fluffy talked about Team Secret, where they like to try different maybe compositions, and that's something that Enigma like to do as well. But even though they bring different agents to the table, there are still some tendencies you'll see from individual players and from the team as a whole that will still remain true. So if Myth have done their homework, it shouldn't matter as much, but it will definitely be a factor because they still don't know what exact type of plays could be brought out, what exact composition could be pulled out. Now, there is a caveat to this, I think, wherein it requires a lot more work for the team doing that in Enigma to be able to be proficient on those multiple different compositions. And so they might have a million punches in their belt, but you only need one good one to really make it work.
So your opinion is that it's better to kind of set roles per se, especially on specific maps. I mean, we're always welcome to the flexibility over here, but would you prefer for a team like Enigma Gaming to have more set roles for specific maps? Because what I notice is that, again, they always adjust their lineup. It's not always just, this person's going to be an initiator on this specific map. No, even on specific maps, they still switch it up. Sometimes they're, except for Rafiel, of course, he's always the duelist of the team, but we have the initiators sometimes becoming the sentinels even on the same map. So what is your take on this?
I do think there is some good merit to it, especially because yes, you do have different looks, and I think for most maps, teams should be prepared to play at the very least two different compositions just in case the opposing side brings a different look to the table as well. But for the most part, I think it's still at the end of the day more important to have practiced at least one really professionally over being kind of okay on a bunch of different compositions, which none of them could really work out in the end. So there's definitely needs to be a good balance between both flexibility and comfortability, really.
Yeah, I feel like to add on what BNB mentioned, it's for me more the core issue is more of the fact that it's good. It's generally an objectively good thing to have very flexible players and have a very flexible team. But being a jack of all trades is not what you need necessarily all the time to win. You really have to have the practice down to make sure that using those players in those roles and being able to flex your compositions in general is a strength if you can pull it off. If you can't, generally it's better to stick to a tried and tested composition that that works.
Well, now that you put it that way, you guys both have professional backgrounds. You guys are both analysts or coaches for respectable teams in the professional industry, or the pro scene rather. So I want to ask, maybe to Fluffy first, how do you think behind the scenes Enigma Gaming has been practicing this? Again, how are you able to scrim a map and have different compositions and not lock it down, not kind of dedicate yourself to one composition? Because I can't imagine how they practice these maps given that they keep switching it up.
I feel like at this level, a lot of players regardless of the role, will also notice what their teammates are doing because they have to be equally as aware. So a lot of the players at the top end really have the game sense to easily flex from one role to another. What changes is your small habits and your positioning, like your priority system. If you need to know that you have to play your life, or if you have to go, if you're used to playing duelist, to do something else. So the solution, I feel like, for a lot of players that would feel is to do what BNB mentioned, and you would kind of practice like a main composition, and you would keep your variations under it. Because if all else fails, you always have that reliability aspect to fall back on, but you're still being a bit open-ended of what you can bring to the game.
Now, we did talk about, or at least BNB mentioned earlier, that he feels like Myth has the upper hand in this series. So what would you think, or what do you think is going to be the win condition for Enigma Gaming?
I
was talking to BNB.
Sorry.
I kind of want to hear Fluffy. No, I'm kidding. Okay, I'll let you pass. But Beyonce, the best album of all time. No, I'm kidding. Yes, I do think the win condition here, many times on over, when you are the underdog, is to take map number 1. You have to take that map away from them, and the fight really happens before you even join the server. When you're in the channel, when you're talking to that admin and you're going like, I want to ban this map, I want to pick this map, the map veto is really where it starts. And for a team like we see for Enigma, especially a team that struggles on split, and we look at the opposing end where Myth are pretty okay on split, those type of things is where it comes down to. You have to get your foot in the door before you can close it behind you.
Yeah. Fluffy? Okay, I'm not gonna give Fluffy a pass. You have to answer the question now, too.
What? I mean, I really do agree with what BNB said. I feel like the win condition, generally speaking, for a team that's coming into it, especially in an Enigma like Enigma, is I feel like it's also the surprise factor. It's that X factor that you can bring in, because although yes, it always starts at the start of the day with the map picks and bans, it also matters how much you play in it. And it's personally, for me, the mental aspect is a big factor, where you have to have that confidence going in with whatever pick you decide to choose. You know, whatever you practice, whatever you guys talked about, or whatever you noticed from VODs or something of the opposing team, to really pull out the best that you can from that game. Because if you do get that map 1, it sets you up for a great start for the rest of the series.
I completely understand that. In terms of playstyle, though, BNB, how would you say, or is Made in Thailand the kind of team that's heavily reliant on the duelists? Would you say that that is true?
Not necessarily, and that is something I think curious to note, considering that they are a team that does like to up the pace a bit more than maybe some of the other teams in Thailand, like Searcha, for example, right? Especially when they were in X10, now they turn up the heat more, yes, but I guess it kind of makes sense considering the fact that you have a team like Full Sense, and they are one of the most go hard and fast type of teams we have in the entirety of APAC. They're not here now, but they are from Thailand. They made big waves by making that style of play very popular here in SCA. And so Myth have kind of taken that role. Now, they definitely have a bit of an old guard kind of feel to them in terms of the organization in itself, but the players that we do have here, they are in very different ways, just kind of like almost like an all-star team of the players that weren't already in either Full Sense or weren't already in Xerxia. You have players like WannaFly, who came from Foxy Arcordai. You have players like Conger Red, who also came from that Foxy Arcordai team. And so there is definitely a lot of experience that they do bring to the table, and especially coming into this year, that is when they really seemed like they had the proper glue to make things work. In many ways, they remind me quite a lot of the third seed of Indonesia quite often, and that was especially last stage in Persija. Those two teams, very similar situations, third seed, very similar in terms of play style, and they really kind of brought a very different look that we weren't necessarily used to seeing from the regions that they came from. So I'm very excited to see how this next map beta will go, because I kind of mixed my words a while ago. I meant like for the opposing side for Enigma, with them being really good on split and Myth not being good on split, if they can keep that here, if Myth don't ban that and they are allowed to play it, then that is the win condition that Enigma's got.
Well, now that you mention it, why don't we go straight to our map veto so we can fully discuss and find out what maps we're going to be seeing. Fluffy, we already know that Made in Thailand favors Haven. So do you think that this will still be the first pick for them?
I feel like it could be if it's not banned out, because if all due diligence does come out, it should be something well researched by their opposing team. It's one of their strong maps, and as BNB mentioned with that split is the first map that's going to be going out of their map pool for this series. I'm expecting on my end that we will see something like the Icebox or Ascent coming out from mid, as it is one of their strong picks, especially Icebox, where I don't think they've actually lost on that map.
Okay, I'm seeing that Breeze has been banned out by Enigma, and I was actually expecting this. Enigma Gaming has been adamant in banning Breeze all throughout this year. That is an observation that I've had as I was looking up their statistics prior to us starting APAC. But as I just said it, BNB, there we go. We're getting a Haven on the side of Enigma.
This makes sense because, Haven was that map that they did pick against X10 Crit, when X10 are a decent Haven team, and they beat them on it to finish the series off 2-0. So for them to start off with this map, I think is a good sign for them. But Enigma going to Ascent, this is, I think, not a bad map for Enigma. It's actually, if you look at the statistics that they have on this map, one of their better ones. But the thing is, they just generally have a good statistic on almost all the teams that are playing. The real problem here is, I believe, is that Ascent is also a really good map for the side of Made in Thailand. There aren't too many deep things that they do, but the tried and true composition that really kind of started within the Thailand scene itself is the same composition that Myth run, and it could be a good answer to the comp that we see coming from Enigma typically here when they do play on Ascent, at least the last time around when they had the Chamber in Arrays.
Looking from an APAC perspective, though, Myth didn't do too well last time. I mean, again, they did lose to Cercia in the past, but I think they overcame that. They were able to make the adjustments there, and they won the recent match against Cercia. Again, it only means that their adjustments, or like the studying that they've been doing, is starting to really pay off. Interesting also in Ascent is that it's one of the maps wherein Excali really turns into a flex player, and we see Rexy usually run the Sentinel, but he can also show us his Sova from time to time, so I'm expecting those agents to pop off in Ascent later on. But Fluffy, we're gonna go to a Bind for a decider over here.
I feel like Bind is such a great place to lead it if you are an Enigma fan, because Myth does not have the best track record on that map, and they also do have a lot of games recently that they've played on in their Champions Tour back in their own country. So what you can really see from that is not only a lot of information for the VODs that they play, but speaking of VODs as well, Myth has consistently played every single map, so they're not hiding any strategies, at least from the previous time that we've seen them on stage. Moving on to APAC, obviously things can change, but with the overall map done, playing Haven, Ascent, and Bind, I feel like it's still pretty confident. I'm still pretty confident in Myth that they can take Haven and Ascent, because they do have a very good Ascent. But if they lose any of the first two maps, I feel like it'll be very difficult for them to come back on Bind.
I mean, yeah, back in APAC 1, they weren't in much of a bind on Bind. I gotta stop hanging around Aserai. My God, I have to stop hanging around Aserai. I keep
in general,
having these dad jokes.
I agree.
Okay.
But again, I used to see them pull out a lot of these double controller setups, and they would have so much map control to a point that they'd have so much room to even really move in as attackers over here. I don't know if that's the same setup that we'll see here on Challengers 2 though, but I'm actually hoping that they pull this out. Yeah. But oh no, okay, I'm making this face again because it's predictions time once again. Black and Blue, we don't often see you here. Oh, I like that face you made. Can you make it one more time?
No. Okay.
He really doesn't like the predictions. He's
Yeah.
throwing a fit over it.
I hate throwing my opinions over things.
But then again, you're here on the panel, so what are you doing with yourself? Okay.
Well, I don't know.
All right, so we're going into Haven, Ascent, and Bind, potentially, for the decider. I hope I got it right. I don't know why my memory is always fuzzy with these maps. But with them locked in BNB, which team do you think has the upper hand? aka your locked-in prediction?
Well, I do think that the final map, when it comes to it, when it goes to bind, is a map that is actually pretty decent for Enigma. They have a good statistic on that, but not only that, it's a map they typically leave open. The last time they played against Orangutan, they would have probably went to bind if Haven was picked or banned earlier on, because the only reason why they banned bind to leave Haven to be remaining was because, well, Haven's a pretty good map for them as well. So if it goes to that third map, Enigma have a real good chance of securing this, and that is really, I think, what the win condition is. And I hope it goes there because, Laika, you have been clamoring for a bind map forever and you have yet to have it. So for your sake, I'm hoping we do get to bind. So 2-1, yes. In whose favor? I still have to go Myth. I kind of want Enigma to go big here. I want Enigma to prove that SA have what it takes to, beat SCA teams. But I think Myth have that advantage in terms of the experience, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong.
Okay, we'll wait and see. Well, you did mention bind. Well, yeah, back in the PH Challengers, I was really looking forward to a bind map, but I'll be honest with you, this time around, I'm kind of hoping for more fractures. I guess in a sense, you'd say that I've also kept up with the times. We've had so many patches, we've had so many new agents, so many new maps, that I want to see more variety this time around. I love bind as much as the next person, maybe even more, but it's time for a change. Let's grow together and see more strats be pulled out in the newer maps of the game. Now, Fluffy, I gotta know, do you agree or disagree to what BNB just said?
I really do agree with BNB here. I think that my locked-in prediction is gonna be mid, and the reason why is I feel like overall, 2 out of 3 maps are their maps, and you only need 2. So if they can start out very strong, I feel like they can finish. If they don't, I feel like unfortunately for mid, bind might be their Achilles heel, and it might be over for them if it gets to that third map, but I will also be pretty pleasantly surprised if Enigma does take it. But overall, I'm pretty confident in saying that mid is going to be the winners for this one. And, I had 1 correct prediction so far, so maybe this will be the second.
Wait, what was my prediction earlier? I got a correct prediction too. I'm 3-0 so far.
Okay.
Okay, which means I'm probably gonna get this prediction right as well. Now, you guys brought up the statistics of it all. You're pretty confident that Myth, on paper, or at least against their country representatives, they're pretty good on 2 out of the 3 maps that we have over here. But you know what? I think that Enigma is also one of the next best things when it comes to the Indian Valorant or the South Asian Valorant scene. So I'm gonna go for them. Maybe this is my 4-0 or maybe this is my first loss, but I'm pretty confident that Enigma has what it takes. After all, they are enigmatic,
Wow.
Asarai, please get out of my head. I'm not okay with this. I kind of hate what is going out of my mouth every time I say things like these. But all good fun and games over here on the panel so far. I'm really excited to see how we'll be moving forward throughout this competition, especially, again, with Enigma just truly being enigmatic as always. And again, I wanna use the hashtag Fear the Enigma over here. I like it. I think it's pretty catchy. Would you guys happen to know if Myth has any of their own tagline?
No, I don't know.
I'm assuming it goes with Made in Thailand.
We are Myth.
Oh, well, yeah, mythical team, maybe.
Perhaps.
Okay. I don't know. Have you guys actually been to Thailand?
No, unfortunately not.
I feel like many years ago, I went for like a weekend with my family, but other than that, not recently.
Oh, it's been forever since I was also in Thailand, and also with my family. We did a lot of traveling back in the day, and
now I feel left out.
really good food, by
Let's
the way.
Let's all go, guys. How about that?
Really good food over there. I also want to go to India one day. I want to travel the world, see everything. Hopefully, with Riot Games backing us up in the journey, we never know.
One can dream.
One can dream. If you could go anywhere, Black and Blue, where'd you go?
To Valorant Champions. Yes, that's a good answer.
Oh,
Same. Hopefully we all hold hands and go together one day, maybe. Okay. Oh my god, I'm really stoked for this matchup. A lot is on my mind, but why don't we try to declutter these thoughts by asking more questions and getting to know these teams a little bit. Fluffy, any player from Myth that you're really looking forward to see performing?
I feel like for me, the player that I really want to see is Kadum. You know, he does so well, especially on entry in that duelist. He's super, super great in that role. The ability to take space for your team confidently and having a reliable duelist that isn't just basically a recon dart that, you know, jumps into smoke, takes space, and then the entire site looks at him like, oh, and your team swings off him. Just having that additional manpower and firepower in your team is such a big and confident thing. And I feel like overall, Myth's playstyle, especially going into a team like Enigma that does start slow, because their difficulties on the side of Myth generally lie on the fact that they have trouble dealing with a lot of these explosive starts, because knowing that Enigma doesn't necessarily have that, at least from their prior showings, it's not, it feels pretty confident in the side of Myth that they can hold a lot of Enigma off.
Well, now that you mentioned Kadum, I want to ask BNB, how do you think the contrast is between these two duelists? Rafuel on the other end, of course.
Rafuel, he is a very aggressive player that we have seen just really decimate any time that you give him a small opening. So I do think that, especially when it goes on over to the defensive side, that is when we're going to see Myth be tested here, because Myth, they do have some tendency sometimes to try and push forward on the attacking side, but with that, if they try and meet an immovable object with just their own pure brute force, then they might be in for a rough time. So a player like Rafuel, we see him all over. We know that this guy is such a, wow, really one of the biggest players you are going to see in the entire APAC scene. And I mean, when I really look at the grand finals, especially performance from him, he had like 103 kills in a best of 5. The only player that was similar to that stat was on the opposing side in SK Rossi. So to be able to kind of compare yourself to one of the greatest players that we've ever seen from the entirety of South Asia, that says a lot for a team to have a player like him of his caliber on their side.
You're giving me goosebumps right now, Black and Blue. I really want to see Rafuel pull that out over at Haven, over at Ascent, over at Fight, all of the classic maps that we've come to know and love. And I want to see that side to Kadum too. I'm stoked over here. Am I sharing this energy with you guys?
Yeah.
It's really hot. I mean, it's about to get hotter as the matches come to life over here. So much is happening behind the scenes. I'm actually wondering how these teams have prepared for this moment, especially with this being their first series on the APAC stage of this leg of the challenge. But in the meantime, before we answer all of the questions that's boggling our minds over here, we're off to a quick break. So this is your chance to grab a drink, grab a snack, and just settle down before all of the action begins. VCT APAC Challengers Stage 2, we'll be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, too far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. You're still with the panel. It's Likeable, Fluffy02, and Black and Blue. I mentioned earlier that Black and Blue would rather not discuss whether or not he is a bad boy or not. But before you got to the panel, Black and Blue, Asarai actually established his dominance as a bad boy. Can you give us a few references if that's actually true?
Well, I'm very glad that he has finally claimed that title because it's about damn time. It took quite a while. For the most part, though, I have to agree. The man has made some changes in life, and I am looking to see if there's more character progression on the rest of this panel. Knock the guy beside me right here, or this way. Oh no, wait, this way. So, Fluffy, I want to ask you though, how are you doing, my man? And what is your favorite snack?
What is my favorite snack currently? I don't know, man. I'm trying to be a bit healthier, so not really snacking as much. But how am I? I think I'm good. I'm very excited to be here on APAC. It's my first time being on the APAC stage. It's very different from the PH Challengers. You know, you're exposed to a lot more teams, which I'm used to from being a coach. But also, it's a lot more expectations that you have so that you can really round out your worldview about a lot of these SEA teams.
Floppy just changed the topic instantly. I'm trying my best not to laugh over here, but I can't prevent it. Okay, he avoided the question. I'll leave him be. Let's get back to the game and let's talk about what agents you guys think will be picked by these teams. Why don't we start off with, of course, the first map that we'll be seeing. Fluffy, since you avoided that question, don't avoid this one. We're going into Haven. What composition are you looking forward to see?
I feel like generally speaking, this team, at least on the side of mid, is going to go for that Astra pick over Omen. Though they have played it in the past, it's not necessarily the one that's brought them the most success. I feel like just having a lot of the Astra utility on the ready, especially that global presence on the ABC map that is Haven, is such a big deal. They do often change up their setup. Sometimes they have the Breach, sometimes they have the Sky as their secondary initiator, but they always lock in that Sova pick. Great for all the information that you have in such a wide and large map like Haven. But aside from that, I'm very interested in the Sentinel role. You know, playing on the patch that we're currently in, you can run Chamber, which is great for the long angles from the C side for Haven, as well as having the ability to TP from one side to the other with a rendezvous. But he only does have one trademark, which can be kind of detrimental. As we saw in the previous series, if a team is able to slow down enough and block out information, you really need a lot more stopping power in the composition itself. At the end of the day, all these pro players are amazing riflers and, you know, agents with a gun, but team utility does play a big part of it. And aside from that, I wouldn't be too surprised if they ran a Jet as well. It's, you know, obviously we always spoke about how great their duelist is, how great Kadum is on entry, and just giving him the entry power that Jet provides in a team, as well as those extra smokes to buy some more time for your team. I feel like it's a great start to have on Haven for them.
You know, after the series that we just witnessed, I wouldn't be surprised, or I would be very pleased at the very end if Kadum also went for the Raze like Kelly asked. I'm surprised that Raze is just able to make so much space on a map like Haven. I'm really in awe of that. So maybe if we're not going to see a Jet, maybe a Raze as a replacement. I'd find that really cool too. Now, on the side of Enigma Gaming, DNB, what do you think we'll be seeing on Haven?
With Haven, sorry, everything going haywire. Seems I have been hit by the null command, but I'm not expecting a KO here from either side on Haven, especially. We don't really see that to be something that we normally see from both teams. We do see a bit more KO employed in maps like Ascent from Made in Thailand, but not on Haven. And what I am expecting from them is to potentially pull out the Fade comp that we have been seeing from this Enigma Gaming squad. They've won all 3 times. They played Haven with that Fade composition built around the Fade, the Sky, the Omen, and the Jet, and a Killjoy there to add on to things. So that is what they typically do play lately, and it's what's been pretty formidable for them. So I'm not going to expect anything to differentiate from that. I do, however, wonder if the Myth side will struggle when it comes on over to Ascent, especially in that attacking side. I didn't catch if they were starting on the attacking or on the defense, but especially if they're starting on the attack, they might struggle quite a bit because their win percentages and just the generality of how they play their Ascent attack seems to be a bit more lackluster, at least in comparison to the region that they're playing. When you look at Enigmas, who are quite formidable on their attacking side as well on Ascent, a map that can be quite defender-sided sometimes. It does seem that Myth really bank on their very impeccable defense on Ascent over their attack, so they have to get as many rounds as attack as they can on Ascent, because otherwise I'm not too sure if their attacking side will really be able to get them enough to be able to close it out in the second.
Yeah, I feel like I'd have to agree with B&B there. Ascent is a map that they actually win a lot of the time on, especially back in their own VCT, but it's not something that they really win on the attacker side. They've done it in the past against Sersha and Full Sense. That's, I think, their best showings on the attack, and I feel like a big part of it is their choice in composition. They only run literally one composition, and their controller choice is always the Astra. I would be surprised if they kind of diverted from that route. Astra is great on defense because it can be like your pseudo sentinel, especially if you combine it with something like a Killjoy to really fortify a site. But on the attacking side, having a Killjoy and an Astra is not the best thing all the time, especially knowing that the opposing team has a lot of ways to break the KJ utility as well as disrupt Astra. Because the problem with running Astra on attack, right, is when you're using your smokes, although you can do it pretty quickly, it does at least for a certain timing, put your team at a man disadvantage as you're in astral form. But aside from that, very interesting for me is that they always run the KO, which I feel like is what can leverage their attacking side the most. If the KO knife really finds a lot of value in the series, if it can shut down a lot of the early sentinel traps and plays that they have, if it can get the information that's value aside from the solo that they bring, I feel like it can really leverage their attack. But generally speaking, at least looking back at the statistics, it's really a defensive sided team comp. But you know, if it does work for them, I feel like it's completely fine as well. They have a pretty good win percentage on it. They've won almost 70+% of their games on their previous VCT with this lineup. So I'm sure that not only do they have the merit to play it, but they also have enough practice, since again, this is like the only comp that they have been showing us.
I mean, we'll have to see how Congred is going to be playing that KO later on. But on the other side, Enigma, again, being enigmatic as ever. Looking at their composition over here, we will either see Rawfield with a Jet or the Chamber, Excali with a KO, Raze, or a Sage. Just that alone can boggle one's mind and think about, wait, what kind of player is this person? What flexibility that he has to offer on a single map? RVK with either a Sova or a Cypher, Antidote with usually an Omen, and then Rexy with a KJ, Sage, or Sova. So Black and Blue, I'm just awestruck with the flexibility that this team can do. And again, we already touched up on this earlier, but do you think that this is... I'm out of words. I don't know what to expect from them, for a sense.
Yeah, there definitely isn't as much, at least, to expect from Enigma, because, well, all I'm really going to be looking forward here for is the unexpected. As compared to Myth, which we did hear from Fluffy, the great Fluffy, by the way, point out that they only have one composition. Enigma are a bit more flexible in that case, and I'm not too sure which composition exactly you're going to pull out. They have one on various different compositions, one with a KO, one with a Chamber, but I believe we're finally here now in the Agent Select, so we're going to get our answers.
We are. We're going to skip Bind for now. That's a story for later on if we ever get to that point. But now they're starting to lock in their agents, Fluffy. See anything out of the ordinary, especially on the side of Myth?
I feel like on the side of Myth, it's pretty predictable. They instantly hovered over their agents and locked it in. On the other hand, I'm very pleased to see another Fade pick coming out. Like I think I mentioned earlier in the series, there is a statistic out there of overall VCTs in the whole entire world that if you have a Fade, there's like a 60% chance if you play against a team without a Fade that most teams do win just because of the pressure that she brings over bringing something like a Sova. And the difference also between controllers is what stands out for me, bringing that Omen instead of Astra. It seems like the team that Myth is playing is going to be more precise and more slower paced defender sided, while on the other hand with the Fade, Enigma can really bring an Enigma to the attacking side because they can cut out a lot of information with that Omen. A lot of TP plays are possible. They also can block out with a deafening from the Nightfall, from Fade as well, and also Sky having so much info. I think one thing that's kind of overlooked by bringing both Sky and Fade over having Sova is that you just have a lot more ways to take angles without sacrificing or at least risking a player's life. You can always use a Prowler, you can always use Trailblazer, and you can do it multiple times through the round while even cycling the, I guess, up to 4 flashes that Sky can have for info. It's just a lot of, although it's not always precise information, it's a lot of information that you can have through a round. And it's very good on a map like Haven, where you're not necessarily sure where people are just because the map is so big.
Speaking of the precision of information, Fluffy, we were talking about how enigmatic this team really is. I mean, Enigma Gaming always surprises us with the composition that they have. But when it comes to Haven, this is actually something that's kind of set in stone for them. We'll be having Rawfield on the Jet, Excali with the Sky, RVK with the Fade, Antidote with the KJ, and Rexy with the Omen. No surprises there so far. So however, or wherever this map 1 leads us to, it's going to be quite comfortable for both of these teams, I would say. But with that said, our agent selection is finally locked in. And we'll either see what it's like to be made in Thailand or to hear the Enigma. I'm passing you guys to our casters so that the psychological warfare can begin. Take it away, you guys!
Homegrown heroes arise as the regions clash into APAC. It's those made in India versus those made in Thailand. This is the battle between South Asia and SCA, Enigma Gaming versus Myth. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our second series of the second day. Dax here with Black and Blue. And, well, you did some panel duty for today there, my friend. But honestly, this is a series I am absolutely ecstatic about. Really, Enigma Gaming trying to prove themselves into the world stage, a long time coming after all their efforts in the South Asian scene, versus one of the hallmarks of the Thai scene, one of the sensations we saw make it to the top 8 last time. It's made in Thailand.
Other teams such as Global and All and Velocity, but I think I'm coming through right. Yeah, Global and Velocity, but now we finally get a different look from that SAC, and for the longest time, it only seemed like it was those two teams that could really make some noise. But I'm going to be honest, Dax, if there was a team that I wouldn't have expected to go down between the two that we saw last time with Velocity and Global, I thought it would have been Velocity who would still be here, but Global making it on here, and Enigma eliminating that aforementioned team, then they have definitely proven that they can make it this far. And in such stellar fashion, they did it as well, going all the way to the grand finals, and they could have won one more map to be the champions of the SA scene, but now they're looking even deeper, looking to take down SCA and the rest of APAC. So here's Enigma versus Myth to start things off.
I mean, come on, it was the two kings of Velocity and Global Esports vying for position, and then a third option, Enigma came and was the first one into APAC from the SCS. But this is now the pistol round, and Enigma Gaming, of all the things that they are known for, just a lot of viability with the compositions, a lot of versatility, their first rounds haven't really been the best, and I feel like that's a small disease that has been plaguing Enigma Gaming so far, especially against the Global Esports series, that they struggle to open up these maps. But Antidote already opening up and making sure that he has the vision for that poison. Delado able to get the answer. A-side taken by Enigma, while Myth all around the map looking for perhaps some duels, some scraps. Rexy trying to face off against Deland, and this is going to be Myth converging towards that A side.
Yeah, but this is awkward for Myth because look at how much Enigma have spread themselves out throughout the map. You see there, got that player to be on the flank with Raw Fuel. We know his name, and this is his game. 3 kills already to start things off on the pistol, and it's all down to Deland. Last remaining member here from Myth does get taken down by Rexy, and speaking of the devil, that's why I meant the fact that they had Rexy all the way there towards C, and they also had Antidote still there towards that lobby, towards that grass entrance, meant it was so much more awkward for Myth to just go for a straight retake, knowing that there was much more presence elsewhere on the map from Enigma.
Yeah, they were so scattered and they didn't have the numbers to make that retake work, but Curse finally broken all the way back in the playoffs with that SCS. Enigma Gaming could not even find a single first round win in any of their playoff series. This time, they're trying to prove that they can wake up early. Different time zones to deal with, as this is the APAC stage. And Enigma are ready to prove that they are someone to fear. Myth, though, on the other side, always been a stable force to watch out for. And Kadum has really been climbing those charts for the Thai statistics. Antidote now pushing on forward. Spectres in hand here for Enigma. And here comes Raw Fuel, able to just fuel this furnace yet again. 2 already to side of Enigma. Nice drag here from Conquer Red, but Enigma is just already knocking on the doorstep of Made in Thailand. And Wanna Fly will wanna die after that one. RVK with the 3K, and it's 2-0 for Enigma Gaming.
An RKO from RVK there at the end. From the top of the rope, he pulls Wanna Fly down. 2-0. Great start here. The ref has got him pinned. Enigma, very good start, and this is definitely an Enigma that we are not commonly used to seeing from them. Taking those opening 2 rounds, very good start, but Dax, if they've been winning games by losing the opening pistol, hopefully the inverse doesn't happen here.
This is a very good sign, honestly, for Enigma Gaming. They not only usually lose that first pistol, but go down in terms of the scoreline after that first half. So this is already, for Enigma, one of the best scenarios that they can have in the first place. And they're not stopping whatsoever. Raw-Fuel, he already has that gun in hand. I'm willing to even say that he's probably like the best jet player right now from South Asia, especially with SK Rossi and Deathmaker changing it up to be more on that chamber role. Conga Red, though, watching out by the garage. This is the buy round here from Myth. They need to make this defense work still. They're looking for those duels, looking for those picks. And that's one interesting aspect to talk about because both sides really favor getting that first kill in their squad's favor.
Well, oh my goodness, look at that dink here. Early information, early damage done here by Enigma. Spectres abound, but they can still make this work. Bunch of players here from Myth to try and anchor things down, but playing close range in these committed positions can be the end of him. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. The Trailblazer will get information on Hell, swing on wide, and Rockfield's going to get that kill. Wonderfly, the only player to get something going, but everything's going to crumble down here on the defensive side for Myth as Enigma have taken over the site. It's all going to be left on the Dell end in a 1v2, and unless some bell-ended moves are thrown here by Enigma, this should be a third round in the pocket.
Yeah, this is already straight on for Enigma Gaming, and Rexy doesn't even need assistance. Dellen cannot defend. Bonus is won, and South Asia are rising truly from the ashes of Stage 1. Perhaps a phoenix here in Stage 2.
Yeah, I called it at the start of that before they execute. Like, they're playing committed positions with low HP on an ace site against Spectres, really. So what exactly here is the game plan, and how will it work on out? It doesn't. So for Myth to commit to that fight there, I think that was the big decision that really secured that loss for them. That was theirs to lose, and that they did. So Enigma, great bonus though, to be able to pile that on up, and they're just so impressive when it comes to those gunfights that it really becomes such a big turning point for Myth. How do we deal with them? How do we even outshoot people who can just destroy us in these gunfights? And this eco rounds antidote, amazing flick there, and he's got the cure for the sickness, but Wonderfly's got an answer. Rexy will shut him down, but the damage has been done, and Conga Red's gonna go absolutely insane with a shot too.
Man, no, they're just so potent with the Sheriff's RBK cannot hit the shots, finally able to reset. Conga Red goes down. Substantial damage done by Mid, still winnable in the 2v2 scenario because the reinforcements have arrived. Yeah, so can even set the start here for the side of Mids. Enigma, they still have to be careful. This is an SEA squad that they are dealing with. They know how potent SEA squads are, especially given their history against the region. But RVK, keep an eye out. Nightfall might be upon us, really, at the dawn of this series. And he's priming that ultimate. Perhaps when we have Antidote in position, that's when the two angles will become one. Nightfall right now getting the connection onto Alan Phils. This will prove that he is over on the platform, but his platform is perfect to get rid of Antidote anyway, kicking him away. And by the logs, well, RBK would not be able to get that done. A thrifty win from Myths, made in Thailand, waking up when they need to the most.
Finally, smart decision there by Myth to be able to play those positions that have a lot more difficulty for the attacking side to try and contest when they're holding pixel angles like that. But Wannafly, he kicked this off and hit the goalpost, bounced in the ball still. Gets Myth. An opening round here, a round they needed. Operator out now, finally for Qeon. This is where we know he has made a huge mark in the past with that op in his hands as a Jet. Continue to do that here. It could be the case. A long looking to be contested by Enigma early on, but it's a fake. They try and sell the bait, but I'm not too sure if Myth bite on.
That's the case, but Qeon hasn't been so consistent here for Myths, and the times that he struggles, that's when really Myth falters, especially against that series versus FW. But on the other side, you know, full sense performance, that is where we do see that. But oh, we see for Enigma, Rockfield, Excali, and RVK already getting on the board. They overrun that C site, and it's perfect timing here for Enigma Gaming because it's still Qeon away from the action. This operator not gonna get much value now in this post-plant locale. Look at Enigma Gaming, they're making sure that even on the other side, C-Long being covered by RVK, Qeon creeping on in. But since they have a little bit of a semblance, this can be an op on the other side. Trying to play the cover game, Paranoia into play, Antidote trying to time it right there. And Enigma, it was just such a swoop here, Black and Blue. They went straight for that C site, and even mid-sentence, I have to stop because Enigma stopping the action for the round from the get-go.
And RVK stopping Delland in his tracks when Delland was able to find some pocket to try and stay safe and maybe find a pick when they pushed the smoke. That single Prowler gave the trick away. It was all they needed to secure the round for the day. 4-1, Enigma. This is an amazing start for them. We typically see them be very mentally strong to come back in a losing situation when they don't have the rounds in their favor and close it out in the end. But in this case, they get an opening lead, and this is exactly the type of Enigma I was expecting to see, and more importantly, I wanted to see here. So Myth, early timeout, I don't think it's ill-advised. they do have some cards to play with. An operator here, blades as well for Qeon, and those ultimates are super high impact, but their economy just might not be the best as of the moment.
Yeah, and it seems like for Myth in their journey to be minimum that second best team in Thailand vying for that first is they're quite the big game hunters, to say the least. You look at their recent results, they take maps away from the likes of Sersha. They effectively eliminate Full Sense from making it to the APAC stage, but they lose out to Cinderella runs like the one that we saw from FWE Sports. And this is where it's kind of concerning for Myth that if they perhaps underestimate their opponent, they don't see too much, I'd say, renown to the squad compared to some of the bigger names that they're looking forward to. Will they have that same kind of lethality? Because that's what they can falter in those kind of certain matchups. So concerning still for Myth, it hasn't really been the most consistent run from them. But players like Qeon, like WannaFly and Alan Bills, there are moments where Myth just wakes on up when they finally find the frags that they need. And perhaps a single signal flare is all that they need to get now another round. The guns are out, and Enigma looking to vie for that A site this time.
The flare can just be a way for the opposing side to find out exactly what you're planning, and so they can tell they're rallying here. They can adjust accordingly. You do have Conga Red early on. Trailblazer gives off some intent. Myth are here, but they really have full information how much of that exactly. Great Paranoia will connect, not to initiate, but just to deny contrasting information as well. Rexy up on top from the heaven, he sends him down to hell. Conga Red and the Lone Pills taken down. Double initiators removed off of the round. And that just gives Myth pretty much no chance of this. I think you're going to save straight up Dex.
Yeah, this is over. You can't retake with the operator properly. Sure, you can try to force things out with your ultimates, but there's no point this early on into the half, and that's it. Enigma Gaming, again, just before the timeout, they just executed their play, and they were done. Now, they execute their play, they make Rexy do the work from up top, and Myth caught napping yet again. This is just perfect right now for Enigma, because in a pinch, they start looking for that contact, but when their plays and executes work from the initial point, then you can see how stable this squad are. Qeon, though, he does have that Blade Storm ready for the next one. I do believe Myth can have a lot of tools, at least, for the next few rounds in terms of the ultimates, but their money situation is getting even more awkward, and this is just Enigma in complete control of this half.
That play Dex, that's something I have been seeing quite at an uptick here, really, when you can tell that the defensive side on the A site is a bit forward. In that case, they're pressuring long, pressuring towards sewers. That means that there's a very small chance that there's somebody actually still in heaven on the defensive side. That allows an Omen with an ultimate to be able to TP his way all the way there. Combining that with the fact that he threw a Paranoia right before it to try and deny the sound cue on Conga Red specifically there from sewers, as well as hitting his Trailblazer, then it gave them an even bigger window of opportunity for him to literally hop in the window and take them down from. So great job here by Enigma to recognize that. Once again, something I have been seeing kind of in an uptick. It's not the first time I've seen this in a pro game, but it isn't super common just yet. And for teams to realize that strength of the ultimate and Omen and really make that play successful, it is quite impressive to recognize just how forward Myth is, and realizing that means probably very small chances that someone's actually marking heaven or even playing in heaven in that case.
No, I mean, that's the perfect point, right? It's either you mark someone is on heaven, or you mark that no one is on heaven, and you can actually execute with the From the Shadows. If pretend we had Qeon there in position, then Rex is gonna be like, oh, the sniper's here. You guys want to go somewhere else? They could go for that rotate. And Enigma, they are just so sure about their decisions right now, while Myth look absolutely shaken, and we're actually gonna get the technical pause. I didn't expect. I was kind of in the hopeful mood that we're not gonna be getting technical pauses, but this is APAC. And no matter who, no matter what, it's going to happen between this region. So a little bit of time to talk. I actually still want to talk about this series rather than our usual random banter.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because this is a lot of background right now for Enigma that I feel like, especially on the SEA side, people need to know that this is a squad that finally found their final form at the start of the year with Excali in, Rawfuel has become one of the most improved players of South Asia. He is, I believe, homegrown by Enigma Gaming, being the stable point of this roster. And one thing that I see from the South Asian squads is they understand that to try and beat, especially SEA, they're looking for that outside help. So I see that they have this support structure with some local assistance and whatnot, but they also have these, I believe, foreign coaches here for Enigma, for global esports, that they're really trying to push forward the region to a completely different standard. And with how Enigma's playing right now, the fruits of their labor are bearing fruit right now in this series so far.
You know how I know that Rawfuel is big time? Because remember last year, the first time that we saw an SA team actually play against other regions was in LCQ. And I remember a question proposed to me, how did I know that SK Rossi is going to be big? Well, he kept on coming up on my YouTube feed, just on the random early on last year. And the same thing has been happening for Rawfuel nowadays, lately, like even before this tournament, like months ago. And so I'm like, you know, let me check this dude out, and he has been stellar. And it's one of the reasons why I tuned into the VCC to see how he does in pro play, and he's looking like he steps up as well, just as good, even if not better here against Myth. But Antidote, wow, what an opening for him to find Dylan. Very deep angles, but the judge doesn't find anything. Throw that out of the court because Enigma, they've taken the C site for themselves.
Objecting, Your Honor, and absolutely overruled by Enigma. They did not falter whatsoever, and the first kill coming their way yet again.
Planted.
Immediately, the round is over. Myth cannot do anything else. They do get to pick up a gun here for Conga Red. A mid contest, perhaps at least a frag or two to help them out. But the money is just going in favor of Enigma Gaming right now. And Myth is just absolutely lost for words. Rexy, the will fall. Conga Red. Making something happen, please. Devil's Judo, and nice turnaround to get rid of Excali. Perhaps a second win here for the side of Myth. Because we do have Antidote a bit far on the way. We're trying to see if someone's going to come through double doors, but RBK already getting one. Talon fills is there the answer, and Rawfuel will fuel this fire even more so. Stoke it, win it, and dread it. 6-1 for Enigma.
Nothing he really needs to peak with, just swing dry, swing raw, and deliver in full. 6-1, Enigma. Amazing opening start for them here. Shutting down whatever intent Myth have on the guns or even on the eco side. A judge definitely could have found more, but let's not lie. A bit fortunate they didn't go down to at least one of them, but in the end, they do somewhat bring it close here. Myth, they brought it to 2 players left remaining for Enigma, so there's a chance. They're hurting the economy just a bit, but they have to do a lot more of that because Enigma are rolling in the sheets right now. They're rolling in all the bank that they've made. Looking at Enigma, spreading themselves out. They're giving Myth here very different looks on different rounds, which makes them so much more difficult to read.
Yeah. Perhaps just tune into a rerun of DuckTales because Enigma is swimming like in cash like Scrooge McDuck. Myth, though, we're just waiting for them to unleash their arsenal. Look at how many ultimates these guys have. They finally have all rifles on the board. Conga Red, a single point away from those Seekers. But yet again, a stall in the battlefield. Tumbleweeds right now for the Trailblazer to get that scout on. But Enigma, they've had the right raids into the right executions. Will they get the pickup this time? That perhaps that A site might be a bit more viable despite the Killjoy utility. Who will walk into what though? Myth ready for the lockdown. If ever that's gonna be the case. But Enigma, they're saying sure, why not? Let's go for it. They bring the spike towards that A site. Myth will be looking to bunch up towards that A link. Keep an eye out because Excali's in the middle, and perhaps a flank here from Enigma might be its due.
But they don't have anything to destroy this deck, so they're gonna have to give it on up. You say, well, Duck Dynasty. I say, well, what can they really do? They have to keep swimming on this water. More like the squad here that is gonna just diffuse in front of their face. Kadoom, literally nothing they can do. That Cosmic Divide just keeping them at bay. And with the Hunter's Fury on the pressure, seemingly stealing the round away right in the face of Enigma.
I understand it, but I honestly can't blame the Enigma. They don't really have anything to break it with utility unless Antidote has the biggest lineup of them all. And you compound it with the Cosmic Divide, you don't even hear it coming. Just so much elements in favor of Myth right now, and that's what we're waiting to see from them. Perhaps this victory can be that breath of life, at least for them. They also did a good hold to set up that crossfire from both sides of that A site. And really, in the silence of A, we now get the thunder of the next round. Guns ready yet again for Enigma. You get the Blade Storm now out and about. Do we get the Battle of the Jets? RBK though looking to do it versus Alan Fields. Alan Fields cannot hit the shots. It's RBK yet again. Kathum is there to make the trade. Still costly for Myth. That could have been them getting the jump of the gun. Bit of the waiting game into the garage. Patience yet again from Enigma.
They equalize things up to the 4v4, but yes, that B site is open. There's a turret here, destroyed. He's gonna have to keep now Myth on their toes. They are aware that the possibility of Enigma going behind him is very real. But luckily for them, they're gonna actually just front this right now. You can see Conga Red checking that. I think they spotted the barrel out on him. WannaFly does get the kill on Rafiel, was kind of busy checking between both angles. And Scally and Antidote will do even more, but a trade finally comes here. Holding on to that garage, you can see WannaFly trying to make sure they don't cross idly and safely, but that has already been given up. Looking at Enigma, they found themselves all the way here towards that CT spawn, so they are going to be planting for that defender side entrance. Rexy making sure he's got things locked down, and I think Myth have to expect this, but the hard read is going to be much more difficult with the Seekers coming on out. Now their positions are completely known, and on the swing from the logs, he's going to throw him down like a bark. Rexy, last one left alive, Dax. It's a 1v1 here to post.
Yeah, WannaFly though, looking for that clutch. In the meantime, Rexy there on the opposite end. Bit of a defuse here. Rexy though creeping on closer and closer, and oh, the shot! But he's unable to get it done! WannaFly will not be denied this time! And it's Myth who gets on the board. I feel like that was a little bit of a mistake from Rexy, playing it a little too safe. Rather than just swinging on in, getting the proper headshot. He wanted a bit of cover, and instead he got covered down by bullets there.
Man, he wanted to fly, but he's soaring in that round. Be able to go up that high, but still not get too scorched by the solar. Well, able to do everything that his team needed him to. Getting 3 kills to get that defuse off. A 4th at the end of things. What a round here for Myth to rally back. That could be the turning point that Myth have been looking for. Sometimes you need that big-time player making a huge play just to get back into the game, and that could have been it.
Yeah, exactly. Those are one of the 3 names that we've seen for Myth rally from between WannaFly, Alan Fields, and Kadoom. One of them pops off. It's time to turn it up to 11. 10th round now on Indo, and RVK looking to go into the middle. WannaFly, though, his wings did spread a while ago. This time, keeping an eye out towards that B site. But I think for Myth, they also understand that they can play it a little bit on the slow side with a hint of aggression, since Enigma willing to try and play the rotation game anyway. WannaFly though is not done. Kadoom getting on the board, and seems like Mintz has decided to wake on up finally into the series. Kadoom though getting ready though with a tailwind, but these winds are changing in favor of Myth. 3 for Kadoom. Antidote though, pocket fit with the operator, turns around just to die, and that lone Fills will isolate the last member there of Enigma. 6-4, and it's Myth right now getting back into the beat of things.
And they don't pick up the operator, which is curious. You know, I tend to say sometimes just because you can afford an operator doesn't mean you should necessarily be buying one. In this case, they don't even pick up one for free, realizing that, hey, our rifles have been working. Let's stick to that.
Spike down A.
It's always interesting to see Antidote bring out his operator despite whatever agent he's playing though. It's something he loves to do, but this time, I think for Myth, they don't pick it up for good reason. They're understanding that these closer contacts a bit more viable right now if they can get the surprise angle against Enigma per site. And that's how they're going to be getting these first kills. And you can see it there, just the effective fire rate from Kadoom, mowing down the opposition. Also that big win by WannaFly towards that B site. And this is why I mentioned for both teams, and Enigma especially, getting that first kill is so important because they want to play that rotating game here on Haven. If they're the ones who suffer to the first death instead, they have to go for plan B, which is just go straight into whatever site they're all congregated on. And that works out more in favor of Made in Thailand because shots that do come from someone like Kadoom, you know they're going to be precise, you know they're going to be efficient, and this is how Myth is starting to get back into this half.
Yeah, they've rallied back from it. As we said, you know, WannaFly, one of those players that he's a match, right? He's a fuse that when he starts to get going, the rest of the Myth team just explode behind him and continue that momentum that he's built up, the inertia that he has continuously just started up here for this squad. Look at that, Nightfall putting on to the A site, pulling the defense away from the C site, which they're trying to go for. They bite it, but not too deep just yet, not coming to the full rotate. We've actually seen Conga Red divert himself here towards that garage position, and with that flash going off, that confirms his suspicions on the wide swing. Oh no, Dylan, very dangerous situation he's found himself in. He still gets that kill, and Conga Red doesn't help him. This defense here looking a bit too difficult for Enigma to try and pry on open. As the can remains sealed, they do find a small hole, but Conga Red makes sure it gets plugged immediately. 1v4, it's all on the RVK, coming from that long rotation all the way from the A site. But this round is done, Dax, barring some incredible heroics here from RVK.
And he's been clutched before, but this time he cannot be. RVK not okay. Kadum waiting for him, and Myth now one away from tying things up. A little unfortunate again for Enigma. The missed timing there could have actually caught out Zeland, but Myth did not bite completely. I was slightly surprised that Alon Phils went into heaven there, knowing that they still had that lockdown anyway, but they didn't really over-rotate anyway. They still had someone like Dylan in position, and he doesn't miss those second chances. As soon as Enigma showed their hand, it was so quick from Myth, and the fact that they were looking to play that lockdown towards that A site gave them a head start in that full rotation anyway. So good stuff here from Myth, one away from tying things up, and you can see why they made the top 8 last time anyway.
Definitely have proven themselves to be worthy of the title. Enigma, they're typically used to the inverse happening, them being on the comeback situation, but how do they deal being on the opposing side? How do they deal with having a lead and not letting it slip away? Already kind of has at this point. They have the A site ripe for the taking, all for themselves. But this round is continually won still by Myth. Then momentum heavily going to that second half is going to be big for the Thailand squad. And that's not the fact that Enigma are going to want to deal with, but the flank here could be huge. RVK has to time this perfectly. That lockdown, though, might throw a wrench in his plans, but if he does get a few kills here, it could completely throw him off guard.
See RVK, he breaks the lockdown this time! Myth cannot rely on this! And RVK setting up with the Prowler, but Wanna Fly will say, Wanna Die Pump, show up just in front of me. Kadum gonna get on the board as well. Waiting Thailand right now, creeping in closer to that spike. Along the hold here for Enigma. Flash on in just to die, and Made in Thailand will make it 6-6. They didn't need the lockdown, they kept their cool, and they kept their advance going anyway.
Man, that was a really difficult situation for RVK to make a call there. Do I continue past this and maybe get a kill and then destroy the lockdown? Or, you know, take that risk and not even get a kill and not even have any value, not destroy the lockdown? Or do I just secure what rather value I can as of the position I have and simply destroy this lockdown but give myself away? So many risks to take. And unfortunately, the one he chose to take, which was the safest choice, to be quite honest with you, to destroy that lockdown, did not pan out in the end. So Enigma, their lead, squandered. What they've built up, teared away from their hands with a 5-round run that we've seen Myth pull out here.
And just a few fundamentals right now, not as sharp for Enigma compared to the first half of that first half. And I guess this is where what you guys were talking about in the panel comes into fruition, that we know Enigma is a team that has so much flexibility. The agent pools of RVK, Excali, Antidote, and Rexy are just ridiculous to look at, to say the least. They're just like, okay, these guys are playing per map, these guys are playing these different roles. But sometimes if you want to move on forward, sharpening those skills can be more effective rather than just having that immense viability around these agent compositions. And I think that's something South Asia as a whole is trying right now, that they're putting their best players on their respective agents, or in this case rather. So you have these players, right? This guy says, okay, I play this agent the best. They're gonna work around it. They're gonna try to make it happen because, for example, here for Enigma, so many of them play different controllers, and it really depends on the map and on the lineup who's playing that smoke role, and that becomes something to really consider a lot for Enigma. Do we narrow down what we're doing in terms of the players? Because someone who's narrowed down with that agent pool is Raw Fuel. He's 12 kills right now. He usually just plays Jet Chamber and focuses on that. Does Enigma have enough of a playbook to compensate for perhaps that lack of sharpness in consistency? Or will they find another way moving forward coming into the second half?
I mean, logically, it wouldn't make sense what I'm about to say, right? But when you're not on the agent that you are typically as comfortable with, you will at some point not be as comfortable in even the stuff that you might be with. So like in terms of the gunfighting skill and just landing your shots, it might be more difficult on an agent that you're not used to, even though that should have no real bearing logically. Just simply because there's more for you to think about, there's more for you to try and analyze, and there's more for you to have to factor in since you're out of that comfortable spot. But Myth finding an opening kill here on this attacking side of theirs is great. The fact that they ended the second half on the defense 6-6 was already pretty good for them, but this opening pick could bode really bad things moving forward in this map for Enigma.
Yeah, the real Myth stood up there later on, and all it took was a 4K from WannaFly to spread their wings and go the distance. Now then, friends are gonna get picked on up, and Myth executing quickly towards that A site after everything is said and done. Enigma so far away, they're gonna have to rotate as a squad, and seems like it will be a funnel here for Enigma to try and get out of in the first place. Deadbox, meat grinder, whatever you want to call it. Raw fuel though, breaking Timid turrets. No 6-man right now for Made in Thailand. High ground being taken as well here by Antidote. Star being set on up right now. Quick little dissipate into play 2 for cover. And Raw Fuel trying to go for more. He wants to push on in. Katoom waiting down in hell. Crossfire being set up here by Myth. And this is exactly what they want to do. The breaking him on the board. Della gonna get the takedown in response. But Myth with that kill box set on up. It's a trap and you will fall for it, Enigma. Made in Thailand takes the lead away.
Yeah, not having that man advantage made things so much more difficult. But even with that, they all kind of had to focus on that help position, knowing that there's 2 players on Myth's side, that everybody pretty much forgot about the swing potentially from their wider side towards the graffiti from default, and everything just crumbled down there on after. Myth opening round here of the second half, taken by force, and the lead as well. Looking dangerous for Enigma, but it's only a round that they've taken on over. This is still anybody's game. Sheriffs could come in true, as we see there from a player like Raphael. That comfortability really doing him good things, not in the long run. On this opening execute, Kadoom just finds an opening that they needed. Here's a second, knocking down a third potentially, but it's going to be Dellen to get that trade at the very least.
Yeah, at least 1 kill here for Enigma. WannaFly looking into the corner, but this time Conga Red and Allophils helping out each other to get rid of Excali there. Round's pretty much over. And this was the other concern I was thinking about in this series. If Enigma is a slow starter that they fixed in the first half, Myth has that tendency to lose to Eco. It has cost them many a map in the Thai scene that they suddenly get destroyed by an Eco state. Seems like Enigma unable to step up to that standard. And for Made in Thailand, just the overrun is pretty clear what they want to do. If they can steamroll towards the site and set up their crossfire, that is the best scenario for Myth in the first place. And Conga Red ends the round with a resounding thud, 8-6 now. Myth taking the first 2 of the second half, and these are the guns for Enigma this time.
And you can see just their experience, more experience that is on the Myth side, really come out in the micro stuff they do. Kadoom on the opening pistol round, he checks his own smoke, the same cloud burst that he threw, just in case someone else was hiding in that, because he was expecting someone to potentially be on site. Then we saw WannaFly there in Graffiti just plug himself towards the wall in case that Sky on Excali pop flashed out from CT from the defensive side, knowing that the Sky is still alive, just to make sure he's playing that anti-flash. So small micro things are really telling the tale of why Myth are this far ahead now. Now, it's only 2 rounds, yes, but the momentum that they've already built up from that first half going to the second might as well count for more.
Yeah, this is just the engine of Myth going into the higher gear by this point. No downshifts required, and quite a run to say the least. I believe they took the last 5 rounds of that first half. Now you add these 2, then it's a 7-round streak overall. RVK though looking to be the Brock Lesnar of the situation and end the streak. Throws out the haunts. Getting with that intel, but he gets scanned in response as well. Enigma now having to play towards that side, but Myth is coming your way and ready to dash on in. Raphael barely missing Kadoom, and Kadoom has brought doom and destruction towards the A side. 3 already for Kadoom. A big opening into the caps here. As Made in Thailand making it yet again. 4 already for Kadoom, the true horseman of the apocalypse, looking for the ace, and he will get it here. War is coming, and his name is Kadoom.
Kadoom, the Doom Slayer here on Myth's side, silencing Enigma, sending them back down from whence they came. They shall remain. Look at that swing, wide movement from Kadoom, wild shots, all connecting though. And Enigma completely shattered, broken into pieces. A timeout call to try and pick them back up and stick them together.
The mystery looking to be less shrouded in that mystery in the first place. Made in Thailand making quick work of Enigma's defenses right now. And this is where it gets concerning because when mid is feeling this hot, the lines that you usually draw for the front line, it gets extended. I think that's one of the biggest strengths and conversely one of the weaknesses of mid, that if they're feeling confident, they will push even further. They will set up that crossfire even further into the distance towards the spawn. And we're seeing it right now, how confident they're taking these sites. Enigma unable to keep on up with the pace that the SEA squad is bringing here. And we have been fans of APAC for quite a while. I think we've been doing this for 2 years, right? And we know, for in terms of the regions and their outlooks, once SEA shifts to that higher gear, South Asia does have that tendency to struggle to keep on up. That's just basic results right there. That is historical between the two regions. Enigma, it's up to them to try and break that history, break that cycle, and give us a better future for them as they go for Eco again.
Break the cycle or just tear the wheel off in the first place. This situation can be difficult to do compared to how easy the idea might be. Flash out just for a bit of light, really. Find out where exactly they could be. They know presence towards Qeon is confirmed in Garage as well, so we can expect to see split. But with pistols into Marshall, what can they really do? Not much is the answer. Smith completely shred him on down and take a quick round here to go next one, but Myth, they've reached double digits. That cushion that Enigma had a while ago has been flipped on over on the head.
Yeah, they've been stuck at 6 for quite a while, and in Thailand, just doing all the right things right now to get back into the groove. There were those concerns of consistency from the local stage, but deeper dives into the results, there were many 1-2 losses, many overtimes they brought on outs. It was just some moments of weakness that they were unable to wake up from, but you already saw what has just happened. Look at Kadum now, and look at Kadum then. He is just a completely different beast. And with his chain unchained by this point, he is just ready to tear apart Enigma again and again. I like the ambition though from Enigma. Rafiel also on the operator. Might as well make the aggro play work towards this A site. Crossfire is being set as well. Dark cover right now. The Owl drone trying to get a bit of that intel. And a single spot can do it, but Owl fills. He gets some prime intel, prime value. Get it now while it's hot. Seeker's also going to be into play. And here comes mid towards B site.
Yeah, they're taking that B site with full steam ahead. They now know where RBK is, but he still wins the fight. Great job to hold things down. That gives Enigma some advantage to work with. He still gets another one before going down here. Antidote knows the cure once again. He finds a double on the Dylan and the Lone Fields. Everything going their way now here, Enigma. Finally, the round that they need to rally back with, and it's all on the Wanna Fly. He's going to have to absolutely soar past the stratosphere, Dax, to be able to pull this one out of space.
Get ready with your oxygen tanks if Wanna Fly can get things done. But for Enigma, when they're in a pinch, they're one of the most clutch teams in the South Asian scene.
30 seconds
I see
left.
From Antidote, I see from RVK, from Excali, but this time Excali will bring the chill there versus Wanna Fly, and a little backstab in the end. Enigma all business to end that round and finally break the streak that Myth has been happy to take.
Continuing on, Dax. Finally a round here that Enigma needed. The operator that they bought didn't even come into effect, so I'm not too sure if Wanna Fly and the rest of Myth, in that case, even know that is coming to play in this round. They have to expect it at this point, knowing that, hey, they had a lot of economy last round. That Rafiel guy, who had like, what, almost 7,000 credits, should be by now, still went down and lost like a lot, like 5,000 credits. So they have to have some notion that, hey, there probably is an operator on the other side. And Myth, knowing that, call timeout. Don't let them continue the streak. They found one round. Don't let it become a second. Don't let things continue to snowball, because snowball can quickly turn into a snowman and an avalanche then on after.
You make the snowball into a snowman and then an avalanche?
Uh-huh.
How does the snowman turn into an avalanche? What causes that?
Well, you know how a snowman is typically built up of 3 big round balls? The first one falls off, the second follows, and the third one just...
Why would it fall off? You
Who
build
knows?
a snowman
Because things come crashing down, Dax.
Dude, don't make winter references when we don't get winter in this country. Tut tut.
What are you talking about? We got snow cones.
You get ice shave and that's it. But well, we'll shave off this
Bingsu.
conversation. Bingsu, that's Korean. But here we go. Antidote on the inside of the smoke. Yet again, here comes Enigma trying to be ambitious. An antidote one more time, removing the poison from the equation. But Tonga Red has read the opposition, and now he's looking to go on forward.
Ooh.
The Kado hurting his chances. He actually pushed a great stall there for the afraid of RVK. That's what the utility is all about. Stop them in their tracks. Admit, they now have to rethink their plans. They have lost their spear. They have lost that tip, the sharpest one in position. But Tonga Red, he wants to be as versatile and as sharp. If ever he can actually see someone too ambitious creeping towards this A-long angle. But Enigma, not biting. And this is a better pace for them. I realized a while ago, we were casting slower because Enigma was able to dictate up slower pace and then execute. Now, this kind of situation suits Enigma even more so. RVK finding the expedition towards Zeled. WannaFly also gonna fall. And one by one, Enigma coming out of the woodworks and getting ahead of the action. Rockfuel ready, hits the shots. No chance right now for Myth unless Alone Fields can say, I can do this alone. And
okay.
One. There's a chance. The whip. Unfortunate
Choose
for
one.
Rockfuel.
You see him trying to choose where exactly to place that recon ball. Information gathered, but not enough time to really make much of it. Even with the spike in his hands, RVK going into long rotate, potentially trap Alone Fields here, and that he does. Low HP finally confirms it, and Enigma cut the lead down to 2. Yes, pace they're setting. Really, Dax, I thought we were casting slow a while ago because we are lazy bums, but it's definitely a hard-working group behind both of these teams, and Enigma, for them to come out of the woodwork from the VCC, do this here versus a team like Made in Thailand, who have proven themselves to make it into top 8 last time during stage 1. It's already a good showing, but starting to rally back, and this could be them tying things up very soon.
Don't worry, someone's gonna say that about us, but it's not about us. It's about these players, and it's about Enigma finding ways to start the stopping power by removing Kadum from the equation. Not going on. It's up to them how they want to play this, but Raw Fuel will be answered by WannaFly. Absolute denial from the ambition of the operator, and this allows Myth to set up towards that A side. Lockdown into play, but since Myth has that Sova, Alone Fields can let it rip and remove the quarantine from the equation. Cosmic Divide also going to be into play. Perfect timing for Myth right now to silence all the doubters. And Enigma, they do find one on the flag. RVK catching out Alone Fields. So pinch right now from Enigma, looking to be the action here, Black and Blue.
And those are the 2 initiators as well, so it's going to be hard to try and stop their clear. But WannaFly found the perfect timing to do all this. He gets one from behind. Conga Red finds a second here on Antidote on that retake, and Kadoom's going to make sure that they're going to meet their doom here quick and early. 11-8 as Myth finally answer back, not letting Enigma string a third in. Sausage that they were trying to extend even further, cut in half.
Myth's solution to dealing with these flanks are so impeccable because we saw it a while ago, right, when they caught out RVK in the middle. We see it right now. RVK will get one. Someone from Myth will immediately look to answer that. And that becomes a bit of a problem for Enigma if they want to make these pinch plays work. If you're not watching your back, you should be expecting Myth right behind you already. Here's WannaFly. It's a scary sight to behold, but if Enigma will drop their guard after that first kill, Myth will not, and they will continue on. And speaking of continuing, here they come towards A-side yet again.
Here we go on once again towards another execute here. Heavy-handed, almost every single player on the server here towards that A-long position. The opening pick doesn't fly, WannaFly's way. It's Scally. Oh, he finds great timing to do this. RVK, though, with the information, is able to do it. But look at this, the flash from behind. Excalibur finding a perfect position, but Excalibur taken out of the rock. Shut down by Kadoom. Not letting that go on for too long. Raw Fuel, great pick here. It's all on the Kadoom. He's got the blades to work with, but with a 1v3, he's a superstar in every sense of the word. Let's see how bright he shines here in the 1v3 clutch opportunity.
Has to be absolutely bedazzling with a great hold there from Enigma. They immediately got that read, and that first kill from RVK setting the tone. I think this series in particular will be defined by those first kills. I have mentioned it a few times already, but that has been the power position for both of these squads in the runs and the local stages, respectively. Kadumzo, can he bring his overwhelming power now to the opposition? Nice catch though by Rexy. A bit of a tag operator waiting for him to come. Set them up, knock him down, and we're not done. 11-9. Enigma getting back to that scoreline.
Great hold and great contest there towards that A-long position. They were like, hey, Myth, you did it once. That's the only one time we're going to let you do that. We've got a ton of ultimates here to throw right now at Myth. That Nightfall and the Seekers, which we saw Excali had early on a while ago, can be absolutely crucial. It's going to be very difficult. And the fact that they combine that Nightfall with the From the Shadows here on the Rexy will allow him to reposition pretty much anywhere on the site without them having much confirmation on where it is on mid side. It's going to be very difficult for them, I think, to shut down. So they do get the Seekers up online to maybe try and hamper that exact idea a bit, but still a lot for Myth to work with here. Even if the ultimates aren't necessarily in their favor, they do have quite spread out control of most of the mid position.
Yeah, kind of light thrown. Oh, Nightfall actually.
Wow,
from
early.
Enigma. A bit early on before they could get that full intel in the first place. But they should have some semblance. Myth is still waiting from the Guiding Light and the Nightfall being thrown on out. I do question the commitment of the ultimate rather than perhaps the haunt, but what works for them? Let's see if it actually happens here. Bit of the Trailblazer mid also trying to garner some intel right now. So a very systematic game of chess, honestly, between these two teams. Excali gets intel, doesn't even bother to try and go for the shot. Didn't feel like he could get the connection anyway. But Myth eventually, as time is running out, go for that A side.
Pull the Seekers out just to try and stall them as the execute is happening, try and react with their movement here, their timing, but
they have time.
They back off. Yes, they do have time to rotate. They can even go towards that C site entirely if they chose so. But Rafiel is waiting with an operator. It seems like the B site Bravo is what they really want to commit to here. Myth, I think they're prepared to try and fend this off. Rather, Enigma and RVK, everything going their way here. Conqueror, the only player able to get a kill, but this is completely shut on down as Enigma making sure they got the firm grasp on that Bravo site. It's Myth who give up around here, 11-10. Enigma crawling back slowly but assuredly.
Okay, in the end, it worked out. I think we're just like, there's no one really there for the Nightfall, but probably in the minds of Enigma right now, they throw the Nightfall to force Myth to not towards that C site. And in the end, it works out for Enigma Gaming since they already got to imply that presence towards A, Myth deciding to re-rotate towards B, and it's easy pickings with some great positioning from Antidote and RVK in the first place. These mind games right now have been so systematic. Intel wins wars and is looking to be the factor that wins these rounds for these squads. One away now from tying things up. Moving on forward. Rafiel gets away with the first kill, but not with his life. A one-for-one trade. Zoom ready to go for more. Neither side overcommitting after losing a member.
Tag goes off here. We've got information that there should be at least 2 players still on this A side. There's a lone fills with a spray. He finds Antidote. Still though, on the side, RBK's got a lot of work to do. Has to bail on out or go aggressive. He chooses the latter because of the lockdown applying pressure. Lone fills. This could be that match point secured. 4v2. Very difficult to come back from this. Otherwise, look at that drop coming from Excali to do some good work. But the lone fills make sure that that backline is covered. All on the Rexy. Not much utility to work with, not a single smoke, not in any time soon at the very least, and there should be another round going their way. Rexy finds one, but that's all before the round is done. 12-10, match point secured. Match point. Sole round away from taking map 1.
Yeah, nice try from Excali, but that's not gonna work against Myth. As soon as they get to post plant, Crossfire is set into multiple intersections. I think if you need a city planner for your roads, you look at Myth and you look at how they make these lines. Then you're gonna say, okay, it's never gonna be traffic in this city because this is exactly the positions that Myth want to take. The plant goes down, they can play close, they can just trade immediately, and with lesser numbers, it's not gonna work for Enigma. But what can work? Perhaps there's an operator here from Rafiel. He got a kill a while ago. Can he do it again? With resounding applause for Enigma. Myth, though, still happy to play on a slower pace. Try to garner that intel. Excali, he's going red, but unable to get the shot. He does fight Kadoom, though. Wanna Fly now makes the trade work, but it's damage done onto mid. Seaside now looking to be the target. Backside being held together by Rexy as well as Raw Fuel. Quick little cloud burst, blades are out. Conqueror can't see anything, but Wanna Fly sees one. Raw Fuel is on the board, hiding by the corner alone. So Bruce the takedown. Wanna Fly already with 3, and here we go again with Wanna Fly and RBK. Some of the most clutch players right now for both of these squads. That spike all the way on the left, and RBK actually letting him get to that objective. So this rotation is all about anticipation, black and blue. We'll see if RBK can get the 1-up on the opposition.
Oh, but look, see your Wanna Fly kind of pulling back, not wanting to commit to that C site. This could actually work out for Enigma. They're both really unsure where they could be going. Even RBK is kind of second guessing himself, but hesitation is defeat. They cannot let themselves fall into the trap of playing themselves and playing the mind games on their own selves here. Myth, Wanna Fly still waiting, wanting to finally take off, but he's still grounded for the meantime. 36 HP, but a single bullet is all he needs. RVK has a lot more health to work with, but Bulldog, let's see how accurate it really could be at long range. The plant has to go down at some point. He knows that if he taps this, there it goes. That is his timing. He has to stick this. There's no other opportunity. And now they know that is on the C site. Wanna Fly can tell that RVK is here on CT, but with the low HP, can't confirm the kill. So close. One HP left on the man. A breath, a snicker. Kick in the shin would have taken him down, but Enigma lived to fight on another day.
Yeah, RPK, please watch your feet while you defuse. If you trip, you will die. I'm watching him try to not die. Try not to die challenge. Very good. Easy. 12 to 11. Enigma 1 away from dying and 1 away from forcing overtime. That number 1 is gonna haunt Wanna Fly if this actually leads to an Enigma Gaming victory. But in the end, he's talked about hesitation. He talked about just defeat in the hands of those who are unsure. But well, for RBK, he was sure that he could still make it towards that C side, played in between A and B just to get that intel in the first place. And we are not done. 1 more round to go for this amazing show.
Do we go into overtime, or do we end things here at the final round of regulation? Recon ball out to the back of the side. That's going to get a good scan enough for them to have information with on the swing. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. He could connect in a bunch, but it doesn't actually do much. It will, though, scramble the defenders on the side of Enigma. But still, because of the smoke being in place here and because of the heat that was on that Charlie site, Myth dissuaded, turned around towards going maybe a different avenue, a different way. Don't commit to running all the way to A or B, though. Looking to maybe re-hit. What exactly is the game plan here?
Seems like for Myth, they wanted to make it towards that C site convincingly, but with Excali's presence, they actually went on back. A bit of perhaps some VOD reviews, because we've seen from Enigma, if they have someone planted into enemy lines, then that's where they can just do some decisive damage. Safer play right now from Myth, moving into the garage instead. That was one that was going on, over bouncing it. Antidote has to run on away, couldn't get the shot in time. Conqueror dealing with a Trailblazer 2. Guiding Light is the play. Here we have the flash into the takedown. Danger close. Die name is made in Thailand. And this is looking to be their position of power. Conqueror catching on RPK. All left the Raw Fuel now. Can he still bring it for Enigma Gaming? 1 versus 3. The operator in hand. The legend in the making that is Raw Fuel. With Alon Phillips first and foremost, and Made Men for Made in Thailand. They take even 13 to 11. Respectable scoreline for Enigma, but it's Myth who comes out ahead.
They take it out in the end, but still, quite a performance we did see from Enigma. For many times on over in that game, it looked like potentially their map to take. But in the end, is squandered away. That lead they were able to get on early as Myth rally back to get them across the finish line first. Great map here for Myth to be winning, especially when they were down. Just shows that they do have a mental fortitude because of the experience that they built upon, and really refined their game to be able to come back in these type of dire situations against a team that they arguably are supposed to be the favorite of.
Well, like we say, for Myth, they know their place in the SEA ecosystem, and they're looking to get even further in APAC. We'll be taking a quick break because that was some slow burn action that we have to cool off after. That's it with Black and Blue. We'll see you guys for more after the panel and after this break.
Made in Thailand versus Made in India, aka Enigma Gaming, as Dax called it earlier. A map that was looking one-sided at the start turned topsy-turvy and headed towards the Southeast Asian team. Myth getting Haven 13-11 against Enigma Gaming. It's just a type of game that we can anticipate in this type of competition. Welcome once again to the panel of VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers. It's the likable, fluffy, and BNB over here. Black and Blue, I'm gonna let you BNB, aka breathe and take a break, or break and breathe.
Good enough.
Good enough. I don't know how I'm gonna shake this out of my system, you know? But yeah, Fluffy, can we please talk about the amount of adjustments that were happening real time with both of these teams? It's just too darn good how the rounds got traded in the end.
Yeah, I've heard someone really wise say that this game, Valorant, is about adaptability, and I feel like it really shows in this series. You know, every team has a little hot streak. They go back and forth. Enigma opening the attack so strongly, but then, you know, there's that trickles of myth every now and again. But towards the end of it, they really adapted towards the first half at least, and went to a commanding second half. But then on the other hand, Enigma on the other side decided, okay, we're gonna adapt too, and it turned into a very slower paced game. I know that Enigma has that slow play style, but both teams are playing so tense and so careful. We even saw it especially back in that 1v1 when RVK was left against WannaFly and they had that anticipation battle where they had to figure out where they are. It's a lot of big brain gameplay, and aside from the raw aim that's coming out from both of these teams, all these little adjustments that they do in positioning and setups just to throw off their opponent. Even at one round, I remember seeing Fade commit the Nightfall just in case there was going to be a rush, and instead of using their Haunt for info. A lot of these small things and predictions are what makes a great team very, very good.
We did see a lot of those adjustments come into really real time. Like, for example, when we saw an A-long take be very heavily so won and decisively so by Myth towards that A-long position, then the very next round they tried again and Enigma do the proper adjustments to shut that down next time around. And not just adaptability, but also conditioning the opposing side. Like when they knew that, hey, if we pull them close here towards that sewer position, get them used to it, we can TP our soul guy, our soul omen, all the way back over to heaven and catch him off there. So coming from both teams, both Myth and Enigma, I really loved seeing that really kind of flexibility and adaptability be put on the fly.
Of course, and speaking of on the fly, we've got WannaFly as the MVP of Myth and RPK as the MVP of Enigma. These two are just the clutch masters of this map. Amazing gameplay from the both of them over here. And again, Fluffy, Enigma had an amazing opening. Round for round, they caused trouble for Myth. But once that momentum disappeared, it seemed like this team was in shambles at one point.
Yeah, especially towards the second half, you know, they didn't start out very strong once the swap sides did start, but they had a very, very good showing. Like, I think they won 2 rounds in pairs towards the end of it, but unfortunately for them, it was not enough to push it into overtime, although they did try super, super hard to. RVK especially, as you mentioned, playing phenomenally on that Fade, giving his team not only the information, but space. I feel like space is the most important thing that a Fade can bring over info.
And speaking of the Fade and the info that he's been bringing, I really love how RVK played the Fade. He's really utilizing the information he gets from his Haunt, and he's just getting the kills almost instantly after he throws that ability away. Now, another player to look at over here, BNB, is Doom. I mean, Doom, because like, when you face this guy, you're pretty sure that the Doom is on the way, especially after that massive ace that he had in one of the rounds.
Yeah, he is just a complete slayer. The reason why they sing war songs about him is because of the real performance that we saw from him a while ago, just being the tip of that spear, but not just that, thrusting himself on in with reckless abandon. Just no way for them to really stop him on that attacking side. And, you know, you talk about RVK, and he did so much work for them, but I do think in that first half, this makes sense, the second half of the first half, when he started lurking a bit more and staying less with the team, they struggled a bit more. He was so efficient when he was with that main push, throwing out the Prowlers, throwing out the Haunts, but when he went for, you know, a bit more of a lurk play to try and catch him off, to try and keep the defensive side on their toes, arguably it should have worked, but it didn't. And I think that should have been an adjustment that they realized, like, hey, let's try and stick together, maybe send someone else on the flanks.
Now, eventually, they did make some necessary adjustments. And I want to talk about WannaFly. Obviously, he is the map MVP for this one. But this man, Fluffy, really with the crucial clutches. I believe that when he got that 4K, it was when the round started turning around for the side of Myth.
Yeah, I feel like those little flashes of brilliance, especially coming out of WannaFly, really makes the make or break difference within the round. You know, we always say that it's whoever shows up on the day because all the teams are great. And today, WannaFly really put that statement into fact.
BNB, we were talking about the difference of approaches over here between the two of the teams. Now, when you look at the scoreline of how it all went down to the 13-11 score, one has to note is that a lot of these wins are actually based off of the momentum. So would you say that either or maybe both of these teams are actually more of a momentum-based team?
I think in general, you know, Valorant is a game of runs. Sometimes it isn't necessarily important how many rounds you're counting. It's more important how many runs it could take for them to come back. You can say, oh, they're 4 rounds down, but really they're one swing from coming back into this, one momentum swing. And that is a big thing to have to factor in that I'm not too sure if most people kind of recognize just how much, yeah, as you talked about momentum, inertia, velocity even, get the joke, velocity, SA team, yes, how that is super important in these type of matches.
I gotta say that I am a little bit relieved. I feel like I'm always alone when it comes to these corny jokes, so welcome on board to the panel, Black and Blue. Fluffy, step up your dad joke game, please.
I feel like I've had a couple jokes so far, but overall, yeah, I'll try to.
Daddy Fluff.
No. No.
Okay, well, you just casted this game, BNB, so I want you to talk us through one of the best plays that you've seen on the side of Myth.
I'm not sure what you're talking about because I thought the casters from that other side on the English during the game on the English side were very terrible. So I'm going to have to take their job of explaining what happened a bit more, I guess, seriously. I do love a lot of what we were generally seeing, and WannaFly, I think, as you already talked about and as I wanted to touch upon, was that turning point. And when we were casting it, very terribly so, me and Dax, not him, only me, we were talking about how when WannaFly pulled off that 4K, that is one of the rallying points that typically we do see a team like Myth go around, and he very well so put that it typically comes from a player like WannaFly or Kadum or Alone feels that when they start to get going, the rest of the team sees like, hey, he's popping off, let's do this.
Oh, Fluffy, we had a couple of timeouts throughout the rounds. Obviously, a lot of adjustment took place in this map. So I want to ask you, as an analyst, as a coach, what do you think was happening behind the scenes as the timeouts were going on?
I feel like, first of all, when you go into a timeout at this level, you always talk about the information that you have seen, the patterns that you recognize, especially for the enemy team, but also on your own. Some teams, we don't have the comms for it for this specific game, but some teams really prefer to fix what they're doing and adapt that way. Other teams would much rather expose the weaknesses of their enemy depending on how they want to use the timeout. But generally speaking, it's just to gather information and orient your team to be able to do the action accordingly so that you can get the next couple of rounds. The problem with doing timeouts, though, in general is since you're only limited to how many you can do in attack pause, you also have to figure out when it's important, Losing a round, that happens. Losing a couple of rounds shouldn't be a problem. It's really a coach's decision to really decide when it's appropriate to say, okay, we gotta stop this because we're losing because of the same reasons, or to continue forward and be like, okay, guys, we have to fix this right now. So a big part of doing tac pauses, I feel like, comes from experience, but also the economy. It's hard to tac pause when your team is on an eco because they can't really do anything with the information, and sometimes to do attack pause when they're on their buy can look very predictable to the opposing team. So it is a game in its own.
Well, that is something that was definitely evident. Like, they took their sweet time with the pauses, talking about what they could have done, what they could have accomplished throughout the rounds, and they really utilized the use of the timeouts and the discussion that they had behind the scenes. Now, we are going to be moving on to a map like Ascent, not like Ascent, but Ascent itself, BNB. And I want to ask you, I'm looking at this now, based off of the performance that we saw from both of these teams, how do you think the game will go on a map like Ascent?
Well, Ascent as a map is a map that I did say a while ago. There is a bit more proficiency on the attacking side from what I've seen on Enigma compared to how Myth play on Ascent on their attack, but the defense is absolutely rock solid. It's stellar here for Myth when it comes to the defense. So if they are going to be starting on the defensive side here, get as many rounds as they can, really, because if they go to the second half on attack, that's going to be more difficult. But seeing at how well they were able to rally back from map number 1, they still have momentum, and by all means, they still are the favorite team to win this series. So my prediction is still going to stick. But I do think that we could potentially go to that third map here because of the fact that it is Ascent we're going to be on for Enigma.
True. I feel like on the side of mid, like what BNB did mention, and to kind of add to that, they really have to start their defensive side very strongly. They've done it in the past against Purple Mood Esports. They've gone 11 rounds in a stack on the defense start. On Full Sense, they got 9. Even on Sersha, they got 7. So the majority of their rounds, they really do take on the defensive side. So what'll worry me is if we start seeing them kind of falter. But that being said, composition-wise, they also kind of run, like I mentioned a bit earlier, the same comp, so they have the practice in mind for that, but my question will be what they're going to take into Agent Select.
Well, on the side of Enigma Gaming as well, they've actually run this composition in the past as well. So they do have a little bit of familiarity and comfortability that we'd like to see from them. So given that the map is Ascent, if Black and Blue is still with his prediction on Myth, I'm still with Enigma on this one, especially after that stellar performance, or at least that close game that we just witnessed on Haven. With that said, I am more than ready to get the action starting. I am excited to go on Ascent, and I'm pretty sure that you guys are too. So with that, Black and Blue and the rest of the casters, I'm not gonna name drop over here, Ralph, but you know who you guys are. I'm passing the mic to you guys.
Well, history there repeating itself between South Asia and Southeast Asia. This time though, can we break the cycle and go to a third map? Ascent, the place to be, and familiar grounds for both Enigma and Made in Thailand. Dax here with Black and Blue yet again. You are tuning into the second map of the second series, and well, it was close a while ago, and coming into this one, I do believe both teams, they have that proficiency here, Black and Blue.
Definitely so, but as we were talking about on the panel, there is a bit more reliance from the side of Made in Thailand to really secure the rounds on the defense here. But the question is, rather the saying goes, it isn't always as important how you start as compared to how you end things. And if they are able to get a good start but can't close out the game, then that's going to be a big problem for them. So every single defensive round that they can get is going to matter, because we have seen them struggle to close things out on the attacking side when it comes on over to Ascent. Meanwhile, Enigma are decently proficient at both. Not great at either, but decently proficient at both. And sometimes that's all you really need to take a map. So with the momentum that we've seen built up here by really both teams, I don't think there is too much momentum on either side over the other. I do think that we are kind of back again at a reset, and this is still anybody's series.
I think this map pool allows Enigma to bring the best that they have to offer to APAC. And I'd say the same case, honestly, for Myth. Perhaps even a bit more favor for Enigma for that last map. But then again, we're only into our second, and let's get now into the action as here we go. Enigma versus Myth. Round 2 fight. Raw though on that jet. So we're getting the orangutan compensation rather than the global esports one for Enigma. It's a little bit more tried and tested. Raw and Antidote already getting on the board. Faster pace right now from Enigma Gaming. And the executes are just so sublime as per usual. Got Dylan trying to play from market. Multiple angles here for the side of Myth. And Tadoom brings the Doom to Antidote. Perfect chance for Myth to come out from two sides here now in the retake.
Rafael though trying to dip in, he finds him trying to go and meditate. Dylan, what are you doing? Getting caught off guard, but nobody watching his stairs. Shock darts out to try and fend him off for the meantime, but caught out with more utility out here in the open. Kadoom, the sheriff, able to land a shot. There's 2 bullets left, never mind. Dispenses that. Can still win this. A single shot to the body here. Rexy could do him on in. One to the head of RVK. Could throw things back, but Kadoom taken down quite low. On the flank, he does get the kill on the Rexy, but that's all it mattered. As Enigma, they take the opening round here, Dax. We see them with the compositions that they bring, and we talked about it. Not the global esports comp we've seen, more like the orangutan one, and it's pretty much a mirror match here, barring the controllers on either side. And with that, I think it also speaks to just how proficient either team are on the defense compared to the attack, when you see Myth with that Astra and Enigma with the Omen.
And just to point this out, for Enigma, again, different configuration. It's Antidote now. When it's usually an Omen pick, he's the one who plays controller. You got Rexy playing that Sentinel instead. And you got double initiators, RVK, who can be clutch with that Sova. Excali on that KO. Another setup from Enigma that makes it quite a mystery to deal with if you're doing that research. With Rafiel already pushing on forward. Kadum already destroyed there. Del and Conquer Red do get the trades. But Enigma still making their mark towards that A site. A little too difficult right now for Aloe and Phils and Wanna Fly. A shorty and a classic from the rafters. Yeah, those odds not really gonna be in your favor. Instead, Enigma proving that they can be confident. But Aloe and Phils, the lineups! Who needs guns when you got darts? The shock and awe to get that takedown. Two scenario. That Wanna Fly with a takedown out of Rockfuel. Aloe and Phils did fall though. RPK, Wanna Fly, and Wanna Fly will be denied. But that got way too close for Enigma, even despite them getting a scoreline.
And they made that hella expensive there for Myth. So rather for Enigma, which means they won't really have a true bonus in this one. If they lose this round, it's going to be quite expensive here for Enigma. Not going to have much to buy on up after. So with the little that they've got, they made the most out of it. Hunger Red didn't even pop flash himself out of here. Could have almost found that second kill right on after, which Alone Phils was able to get on the Rexy. Man, oh man. So potent Myth are, even with mere classics in their hands.
Both squads are very consistent on Ascent, and you look at Myth right now, they know this map at the back of their hands basically. So perhaps they can map out some more cheeky angles there between Wanna Fly, Alan Phils, and especially with that Astra compared to the Omen. It's a bit more straightforward here for Enigma. They like to have Antidote there. It's one of his comfort picks, and not only that, the paranoia plays have been pretty precise from Enigma when they run the Jet Omen pairing. But Aldron first, to scout things around. We've already seen how important intelligence is coming into the series. They do get the scans onto Conquer Red. He's already in cover, but the darts are coming out as well. Bounces though a little too much. Kadum right now sees the overstep there of Rafuel and tells him to get back in line. 5v4, middle instead for Enigma, but look at Wanna Fly already anticipating by the cubby. He's ready. Antidote though with the kill on the board. Excali also gets a takedown, and Excali gets the read in time. The book is opened, and the site is for the taking of Enigma.
2-0. This could be a third round strung together, especially as RVK gets that kill on the Conquer Reds all on the Dell end, but at this point, still doable, especially if he finds one of the higher HP players like Rexy. Most of the remaining ones are going to be quite low, so this isn't as big of a gap as it seems, but still, it's not a good situation to be in 1v4.
Especially RVK transiting already towards CT. This is looking nigh impossible. And Enigma, they were put in a bad situation after some great foundations there from Myth, but they found the kills towards the middle, they found the kills towards main, and from that point on, especially shutting down the cheeky angle there from Wanna Fly, I think that's one of the best things Enigma can really do in the pinch. This time now, Odell and Excali, please don't move anymore. Just red light. You watch Squid Game, right? Red light. Okay, we're good.
There was like 2 times there where he almost was spotted out on the cross, but at the very least, able to save that rifle for the side of Made in Thailand, as we've got some blades to work with here. Kadum is going to have to absolutely explode here all over the rest of Enigma. Be able to bring us back, but this is more what we saw on Haven a while ago with Enigma starting off really strong. But how long is that heat retained within them?
I'm a little surprised that Myth contested into the market instead of waiting for the timing there between Wanna Fly and one more. That's why they got picked apart one by one, as we saw from the replay. But now we're playing out the next round. Alan Phils shutting down Excali. The Raw Field's right behind Wanna Fly. Alan Phils on the inside. The Bucky finding his mark anyway. Buckshot connection. 4v3. Can they actually get the res back on Excali? Blades still do come. Kadum with the takedown. RPK catching out Counter Red in response. But make this costly here. Eventually with the blades, as sharp as can be! And Made in Thailand will make it yet again a victory for themselves.
Well, we called it out early on that Kadum's going to have to absolutely explode all over Enigma, and that he did, catapulting himself high up in the air and landing really good down below, sticking it fall. Sense of the word, superhero landing. So Rafiel try and take the fight vertical. It really was here, Kadum, showing him how it's done. Great play off of those blades, 4K from him. As soon as they got Excali back up, there wasn't even an opportunity for him to try and retaliate and trade for his friends. 1-3, and the lone fill start things off. This could be the beginning of the end, Dax.
Classic, every wall is bangable. Hashtag Asteroid 2020. But there you have it. For Myth, just the concentration cannot be broken. Enigma investing too many resources to bring Excali there back to life and allows someone like Kadum to finally find his first mark. And that is again the wake-up call, the alarm clock for Myth. Suddenly getting hit despite the snooze into, well, the wake-up call to get started with this map. Enigma though, into the middle. Chance yet again to find the pick apart value of RVK playing the Aldron. Enigma yet again just concentrating on getting that intel, but they're now heavily suppressed, to put it lightly, and actually pushing on forward. It could have been timing for Conqueror. Now, oh, okay, sure, take the bullet. Why don't you? No problem. But beyond that, even with Enigma getting some good chip damage on, you can see that after that first Odin kill, they immediately have to respect the setup from Myth with a man advantage.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, you don't have that benefit of the trade anymore when that happens. So just try and play things as collected as they can. Just hiding within his own cloudburst there, Raphael. Realizing, I'm kind of caught out in the corner here. Conqueror spraying on through. Delan finds one, but traded here. On Kadum. RBK. Lone fills with the Odin. Doesn't really connect on much. One, the fly is going to do all the work. It's all down here to Antidote, but he pulls out his ultimate in the wrong moment in front of WannaFly. Wouldn't even have had time to pick it up. In the end, Enigma. Round is seized away from them and Myth taken.
Felt like a stylish surrender there, man. Because right when Omen does that, his hands go up. It's like, I'm done. We're done. And truth be told, you mentioned it. There was no real way for Enigma to win that round because we still had one more hiding there in the first place. But the time was taken heftily by Enigma to try and find a site to take. Just a first kill there from Made in Thailand, already putting a stop to the initial plan. And the piece de resistance there had to be WannaFly. He is just looking to be the jewel right now of this Myth roster alongside Kadum. He's just been so clutch, so reliable, and right smack dab in the middle, he was ready to swing around in all the directions that he needed to protect to win it out for Myth.
He kept them secured there on the site, made sure that no opening was left unplugged, no avenue was left unchecked, and no small space was left untaken here by Myth on their defensive side. So when you have players like WannaFly and the Lone Fills who are so good at making sure that they are marking whatever the rest of the team might not be attending to, and they're the ones to try and address that, that is such a big value to have a player, and especially two of that, with those instincts to be able to make sure that there aren't too many gaps that could be exploited. So round on here from Myth, and it should be a round where they tie things up, considering Enigma are on the eco.
I'm gonna object on you there, right there, good sir. If you want to see some Enigma gaming sheriff gameplay, this might be the time. Keep an eye out on Rafu also here with the blades, but apparently it's looking a little dull because Kadum is sharper on the trigger finger. Well then, maybe all that hype only gonna be a bluster in the wind. Conga Red with the fragment to throw on out. Aldron even to get that scout, and this is so respectful by Myth, so responsible to say the least, even with the economic disparity. They do not want to overcommit, knowing and learning from their past mistakes in Thai scene. Getting eco'd, not the way to lose on out, and systematic approach instead. You gotta respect Myth right now, how they're picking apart Enigma one by one. No hero plays this time, Antidote. A pretty interesting scenario, and well, the interest will be peaked and will now go down. Delan defends. We tie things up as you said.
The kill for everybody on the table here. Team Ace by Myth.
How about the kill too?
Oh, well, here's one. Who are you gonna kill?
My sanity probably.
Oh, I see. I thought Asaurai's dad jokes.
No, look, that is a disease that's uncurable by the point. It has infected the panel, like is basically the brood mother of all of this. So yeah, that's a lost cause. But no lost causes here, man. The guns are out again.
I'm just hoping it isn't hereditary in this case.
Oh no.
3-3. Now, the only tree to be planted is the one that Myth have on this A site. Look at them. They're all just compiled up like a bush behind that default spot. What's the game plan here?
Ask them, not me.
It's a firing squad, really. I think they're preparing for Enigma to potentially peek into.
Yeah, it's delicate here for Enigma. As soon as they get that intel, will they still actually go for that rotation? So those mid to B pushes have been relatively effective. Hasn't been a sure shot, but they're gonna take the sure shot onto Kadum instead. Nice flash, Rafael gonna go on forward. No! Knife out, but doesn't matter because Alan Bills wasn't watching his flag. Concorrento into the corner. Wanna the only one left in a completely different area code. And a nice execution from Enigma anyway. The flash into the dash into the in. That was just enough for Enigma to make it work. Spike planted, but Wanna has been absolutely clutch before. Are we gonna be breaking records like Stratosphere here? As we have the high ground right now, taken again by the Killjoy Black and Blue.
Wanna another 1v3 situation. So it's gonna be quite difficult to pull this off. If they ever even need to, RVK can use his Hunter's Fury to make sure that there's no chance in hell he gets his defuse off. Rexy will find the timing though. He gives himself away at an awkward moment, but he's delayed enough time. This round should be done. Wanna good for one, but that it is done. 4-3. Enigma retain their lead and pull it back up to 1. Not giving it up just yet.
They're trying to, at the very least, commit onto their execute. The fact that they had this advantage from Raw getting on top, they knew that they could just get into the site anyway. And despite Conquer Red's presence, it's more of a clear out game that Enigma is trying to do right now. Fumigate that site, check those corners as much as possible, and if they can take that high ground away and cut off the avenues of rotation for mid, then that looks to be a lot more secure than some of the rounds that we have seen so far. But guns are still into play here, man. Both sides have really kept up with one another, and Kadum gonna change the rules of engagement with his operator. Watching for the mid, this means that Enigma cannot really access this accordingly like they used to. And this, because of the lack of presence perhaps that we're seeing here from Kadum, Enigma deciding to go for that A main push instead.
Got a lot to work with, but even more to work for. Enigma still mapped down in this series, but they're hoping to change that here right now and tie things up soon after this map ends. Looking to crawl up into A, but the information has been given away to Myth that there is a decent amount of presence there towards that lobby position, slowing things down. Dax, this is a lot slower than we kind of normally are seeing from these two teams. Now, Enigma, yes, they like to slow down that pace, but not so much Myth, at least not the last time we saw them in APAC. So very different bit of refinement they've added to the game. Lockdown placed here for that B site, but it doesn't really sell the fake much.
30 seconds left. I mean, it's all about that multi-region conflict, right? And it's adaptation here. Enigma realizing they slow it down, they have a better chance. Myth, they have to respect that, but you have to respect the man named Conga Red and Dead. Already seen coming that way, 2 down. Enigma, I don't think there's time to even make it towards that B site. Kadum will put Rexy to the grave. They leave the spike in the middle, and offering perhaps to the gods of Ascent for a better tomorrow. But Conga Red is not done. Terminate the opposition, search on around, and execute. Order Conga Red, as he is just able to be decisive for the round. 4-4 right now. Myth not letting Enigma get away with the lead.
Tie things up, back up once again. The fact that they tried to go towards that A site with still so much utility committed by Myth on defense, impeccable. Star, the nade, the fragment, and just Kadum making sure that that cross was held down properly. It's a big, big thing that Enigma haven't been able to pry open just yet. Solar rifle here in the hands of Antidote. It might just be a small potion that they need to get past the real big hurt that they are in as of the moment.
And Enigma struggle is seemingly where they can even go in the first place. You have Kadum right now watching for that small little pixel. Someone peeks, they are dead. And that was so close for Antidote in the first place. They do realize, though, that Antidote's the one with the rifle here on the lesser buy of Enigma, so perhaps priority right now for mid to get rid of the Omen first, and that they do. Now, Assassination at its finest. Wanna with the takedown. Kadum also catching out Raw Fuel, and we get the game of pick apart yet again. The Jenga tower falls down for the side of Enigma. And we continue on with another kill here by Zelen. Alone fills though. Oh, through the wall! Excali also on the board, so at least a few frags. And open things up for Enigma. Burst of emotion, a burst of shots with WannaFly looking to deny yet again, the turret being a bother. This is a bit problematic right now for the side of mid. We have just one behind enemy lines. Excali with the operator. Can even do anything with this though in this first place because WannaFly getting a good raid. Congared also the same case, but the shots don't fully connect. 1 HP again. Enigma getting away with a few things, and that's one big thing that Excali will get out of this round from.
And he's able to retrieve the spike as well. Dax can trade and give the operator over here to Rexy, but no, still sticks onto it. Yeah, there is a chance. They do have more than enough time to get this plant off. Congared on the swing doesn't connect the shot. Excali needed to. They should be switching weapons at this point, but here the pop flash, he's gonna be able to dodge it. Perfect connection from Excali to find Congared, and now on the flank you can see Dellen. He's the last playing rubber, but Excali with the sheriff, and the thrifty round goes to Enigma.
Sword in the stone, eat your heart out because the operator pickup has allowed Excali to be stuff of legends there in the end. Crucial whiff. Honestly, for Myth, if they got that kill onto Rexy, this would have been done. Despite the heroic efforts of Excali, there would have been no way to pick up that spike. But with 1 HP, again, Enigma able to cling on life support for the round and take that lead back. I'm telling you though, Eco State is the biggest weakness of Myths. And that just proves it. Enigma, so stellar with the sheriff, so stellar with the clutch, something that puts him above the rest in the South Asian scene. And we are going to continue on and see if Enigma can keep that momentum up. RVK, though, he already got that tag. WannaFly, he is just getting hit by the prize water here, but suddenly a wild Congared appears, and he gets the ambush onto one. Alone Phil's also makes the straight half not cross fuel. Rexy finding Kadoom. Where did Rexy even come from? Smooth, sexy, and on the inside, Enigma taking command of B side and taking command of the round.
Once again, it's Dellen in this situation, Dax. Complete other monkey business happening in this round. Congared swinging widely, Rexy doing the same as well. An antidote sends him down with a bit of poison in the throat. Dellen, once again, cannot make the round happen as Enigma. Second round now here to re-extend their lead from earlier on. Somehow RVK still gets that kill, and Congared could have found the second. Rexy, I don't even know where he came from B main or from the market, somehow with a perfect flash from his teammate. Great stellar play, and Enigma have suddenly turned their velocity, their inertia up to 11 here right now. Myth have to find some way to pull the brakes.
Come on, it's the APAC stage, so you know they're going global by this point. I see what you're doing, and you can see what I'm doing. But we see from Enigma that infiltration is the key. Rexy, amidst all that chaos, finding order in the court, and basically B-side was the court that Enigma could play on. Made in Thailand perhaps a slight bit of hesitation there to actually push it to allow RVK that second shot. They already knew the Hunter's Fury was coming towards WannaFly since he did get tagged, and just an absolute mess of a trade system there in the end with the counter Hunter's Fury. But that's the thing, you know, SEA thrives in that chaos, but South Asia, they always look to find that order instead. They didn't get too in deep with what was going on. They concentrated on looking for the objective, and they were rewarded in quite a clash of personalities and philosophies here. And that's what we want to see in APAC. That's why we have South Asia. That's why we have OCE coming into the group stage, because it's not all about the SK scrap anymore. There's more to come, but Kadoom is coming, and he will get one. Excali, though, with a quick trade. Well played there by Excali in the end. 4v4 for now, as Myth decide to throw caution to the wind.
Well, it might just be the bit of the wild card that they need to potentially throw this round on its head. They do have a bunch of sheriffs to work with and 2 rifles, and so taking those risks could pay out for them in the end. Those gambits that typically like to run in these situations just be the answer. But Enigma are going towards the A site. Nobody really there to stop that from happening. There is Dellen, but he finally places a star in the nick of time right before Enigma. That A site, oh no, this 0 point is going to give him away though, and I think that will pull some defense. But the alarm bot gives RVK away as well. This does keep Myth guessing where exactly Enigma are going to be pushing towards, but Formation, at least, is what they got to work with.
As of now, well, the null command, apparently the play. Start things off. Excali has been so sharp for the squad.
30 seconds left.
He's looking to inch ahead yet again for Enigma. Leading that charge. Antidote on the board. Never be surprised that he's the one holding on to the operator, but that was quite a jolt for Myth and their foundation. They are on the lesser buy though, a few sheriffs in hand. And they still are gonna try at least with the lockdown.
Wow.
Perhaps a way to go for the suppress, perhaps a way to go for the detain. It's all about a matter of timing. Rawfield though with the expedition delivers a gun to wanna fly by this point. Here we go, hands up, one detained. It's Excali out in the open after that takedown, sacrificing his life for the greater good. Dart though still gets the scan anyway. RBK stepping on in, wanna fly, burning him down, but that's enough for the side of Myth anyway. Behind the wall. It's just a defuse
Last
to win it
round
all.
in the
Alone Phil's winning it out with Thrifty.
That was highly ambitious coming from Myth. 3v4 with what? Having a sheriff and maybe a rifle or two, and using both the Cosmic Divide and Lockdown to start things off when they weren't there early for the retake. They still make it work on out. That fadeaway shot from WandaFly really kicked things off, and if he didn't land that, it would have been such a big waste of the Lockdown, but confidence in their game is why they've made this name made in Thailand.
This is perfect because the only one left was the one with the operator. So difficult for Antidote to bother. And unluckily for Enigma, they fall for it yet again. That is just the bread and butter right now for Myth. If you have the lockdown, you have the Cosmic Divide, you can pretty much just say Myth wins the round if they decide to expend it. So well played again. 1 round gap right now between these two teams. And we're seeing it here, black and blue. Myth refusing to budge from their position in the series, keeping Enigma on their toes. And I guess the concern right now for Enigma, can they weather the storm of SCA again and again? Seems like right now, it's looking a little rocky on this road as Antidote will fall to the hand of Conga Red. I scream and I will say, Conga Red, that this is the perfect position to go for another one, but Excali will punish him this time with the pixel perfect shots. With the op anyway, 4v4, creeping on closer, slower pace yet again. But for Enigma, they have to be careful of the angles that Myth is willing to take. And oh, that could be close for RVK. Kadoom unable to finalize the shots. Lockdown right now to imply presence towards that B site. But still, RVK a menace, preventing the full rotation. Dellen sees him, peeking on the round. Eventually, the regroup is essential. But here comes the pressure towards the Rawfield Alone Phil's getting a trade apiece. He's still on site though here, black and blue. Rexy has to be very, very careful despite the default Nano Swarm. And here comes the flash. Alone Phil's does not much whatsoever. Alone Phil's finally gonna go on down, and Enigma make it towards the side.
Another clutch opportunity here coming from Myth, but Qeon going straight on in. He finds Rexy. He has to know that Excali's right here behind the spike, and he does. The default being thrown on down. RBK on the swing. He does bring down to 1v1, but there's no time for him to get the plant down, and Myth secure the equal scoreline at the end of the half. Still though, what a performance from Enigma in this opening half of theirs. We said, Dax said, they need to get as many rounds as they can on the defensive side here, Myth, because their attack has struggled in the past. And for them to be able to really stick it to Myth and keep them at 6 rounds, that's huge for Enigma moving forward.
That's a good sign for Enigma, but even better for Myth is just how we see it here for Kadoom. Just goes in, no fear whatsoever, and it just threw Excali for a loop. He didn't even put that spike down just because of that. The round was over. Sometimes these are the concerns I have for Enigma in those absolutely microsecond decisions that they have to make. You can see where Myth has that experience and has that edge. Times that you're bringing out the utility or the ultimate for no real reason. The time where you don't actually commit on that spike down, it will cost you the round before you can even make those kinds of hero plays in the first place, because that's still, the spike is still the win condition, and it has been a problem that is plaguing Enigma right now. And I think I can chalk it up to just really that full lack of tournament experience against SCA. And it makes sense, right? They're coming from a South Asian region. They have to play their own locals just to build up their name, get into the slot in the first place. And while there are regional tournaments, it's still different from living, breathing, and understanding what SCA is all about. So Enigma, in those absolutely tense moments, that's where they falter to, well, their sorrow. And for Myth, just some pickup rounds out of nowhere thanks to their clutch players like Kadoom, WandaFly, and we've seen really Conga Red step up as well here in this map.
stepping up to the plate, knocking it out of the park. So many big-time players coming in here for Enigma. And we see Rexy maybe not have himself as big of a quantity type of game as compared to what we saw in Haven, but they are doing a lot better with him just really making sure that he does his job. And when he does, it helps the entirety of Enigma focus on what the task is at hand. For Rexy to be that ever reliable final guy in sometimes, just makes sure that RBK, Excali, everybody else can focus on what they do. He watches the flanks, and everybody else can focus on what really needs to be done. So, see now, Raw Fuel and get things going here towards that mid position, but look at the force stack from coming to the rest of Enigma. They fall into the trap. It's their own demise they walk into, not realizing what's behind Pandora's box. They open it, and they find out with devastating results.
Dreams are like Pandora, and you open it, and you can see that the dreams of Mitts are just absolutely shattered. They walked into the middle, expecting a parade in their name, but instead it's just corpses strewn. A great kill box set up here by Enigma, taking a page, honestly, of the mid playbook. And Dylan, he's just like, I'm gonna try, guys. You guys all died? No problem. I'm gonna get it done. Same angle, no problem. As apparently, spoiler alert, it is a problem. Dylan, go into the corner. Wait a minute, Dylan. This was not part of the script. The shot that flies on by, and eventually, order is restored by Enigma. But, whew, my heart kind of jumped there. 5 HP for Raw Fuel. Apparently, Dylan could have actually done what his team was unable to do.
Almost. Quite dangerous there for a moment, but man, that was such a gamble that they had to do. But and yet, I'm not too sure if this is a hard read, because we do see Myth sometimes under attacking pistols not really go for mid in that case, but it was one that, in this case, worked out very well in the end for them to pretty much run into the open arms of Enigma. Close it in front of him as well. Antidote, aggressive push here. Conga Red trying to make it past the Nano Swarm, but his own demise is all he really finds.
And for Enigma, this is... Oh, Excali actually catches Bonafly too on the opposite end. But as I was saying, for Enigma, this is how their defense works. They like to set up these incredible stations. You're going to be seeing perhaps one utility in front of you. That should lead into the next Antidote. And always in a prime position to try and set up a paranoia trap. You're going to be seeing here for Enigma, they'll be enjoying to contest those closer angles. And Myth, they know that they can look for that run it down action that has allowed them success there on Haven. But if they do get hit by that utility, then the advantage goes in favor of Enigma. So that should build the confidence right now on the defense for Enigma. This can allow them to continue on from a single kill to more default positions towards the site. And while this is an eco state, this is a preview of how Enigma is going to play this defense. And well done, Antidote. A 3K dare flawlessly executed by Enigma.
Man, great showing from Enigma. A single player going on down every brick. Still, boringly, remaining up alive. Well, for Myth here. Gun rounds, we know that many times on over, Enigma, it's when they have less of really what to expect from them in terms of the economy or maybe the weapons that they bring to the round, that they surprise us even more so. So I'm not counting this round to go towards Myth. Been proven once wrong, and this time around, let's see if Enigma can do it once more. Defensive setup here coming from Enigma, really giving up that mid position, knowing that they don't have the weapons to contest, but they're trying to go aggressive towards that B lobby position, but it's going to be shut down on them. Elevator's closed, sir, and so is the building. Myth, they hold on the attacking side, spraying through. Antidote just walks to his own demise.
That is just not fair to Antidote, and Kadoom is playing a different kind of insanity here. 3 already. And here we have it, Myth. They just have the right anticipation for the round. They know Enigma's gonna be playing those closer quarters, and they expected them to actually peek out from B main. From that point on, Rifles had the range, had the advantage, and a little too overeager there from Enigma, causing their fall. Take the stairs, why don't you, Rexy? It's a long journey to the top, but here we have it. Express delivery of your own debts, courtesy of Conga Red. And 7 to 8, the buy round just as flawless now this time for Myth. They even put that spike down, so all the money and all the utilities in the world for them.
If Enigma got a hard read on that opening pistol, well, so did Myth. realizing that, hey, they're on Spectres, they're probably going to try and make a play here, considering they are in the less advantageous firepower department. Let's wait for that push, receive it, and shut it down. That's what Myth did. Very great aptitude. 7-8, a round left remaining between these two teams, and Myth, they can equalize things here right now, but are they going to be aware of the potential off here from Raw Fuel? It has come out towards mid. Smoke to dissipate, though, will allow them to cross, but it might give them a false sense of security, and that it does. Shot out, Raw Fuel able to back out safely.
It could have been this good push, but as you mentioned, false sense, and right now, we're sensing here from Raw Fuel that he just barely avoided his own demise. The bullets grazing, going on through. But in this timeline, it's still Enigma with a man ahead. Concreto able to equalize. Escali will fall as Myth decides to bring the scattered forces together. RVK will bring in some crux damage and remove the middle from the Myth equation. So this limits the options now of Myth. They're down by two members. They're down by a member rather. Math is hard. But this forces the trio here to concentrate towards main. If Enigma can set this up well yet again, should be Antidote right now alongside Raw Fuel prepared for a crossfire, then that could be the right station as Myth is knocking on the doorstep.
Antidote, he's got a big task to do here. Can bail out if he so chooses, but I'm not too sure if he wants to leave Raw Fuel with an operator all alone on the back of the site. Make things more difficult to try and retake afterwards. Shot rings out, doesn't connect. They'll want to fly aggressive, does find one, but only one. Rexy making sure that CT is still theirs. That spawn of theirs isn't taken away in their own home. But Rexy from the fountain shuts him down. Delend trying to make sure that he does get the trade fulfilled. But that, he fails. Enigma extend the lead back up to 2, 9-7 now.
I may be wrong, but this is a part where I say, like, Delhi is my city, and, well, that was home court for the side of Enigma. Didn't want to leave his home, didn't want to leave where he started. Rexy just keeping an eye out and contesting everyone that dared to look at him in the eye. Enigma making it work yet again, just those early picks into perhaps their positions later on, really proving how stellar they can be on the defense. Despite, you know, we look at them playing that utility game to help them in these initial clashes, it's their second positions that prove that they are viable here on the defense, that they are not vulnerable whatsoever, since they don't have that way to take advantage anymore. Instead, they anticipate where the opposition is coming. And here we go yet again. Can RVK get away with his 3 coming in from the cubby? If they line up, they're just dead right to him. The turret still being bought, and Nanoswarm into play. RVK getting back to cover. Rexy right now with the covering fire, and it's 2 for the price of 1. Enigma yet again putting the toll that Myth cannot afford. Lockdown now to deny any push towards A site. Options limited yet again, and this bridge crossing is under construction because Raw Fuel will destroy Dylan on the opposite end.
Great shot here coming in from Raw Fuel. And this is looking like a potential map 3. Sundax, Myth struggling so far on their attacking side as we kind of expected from them. We have said that this is a symptom, something that they do fall into a lot of times where their attacking side really struggles, but Conquer Red, he thought he had the timing, but that he didn't. Next Cali confirms that Wannafly is here. He does get a kill on the fly, but can he really do with the position that he's got? He's gonna have to win this fight, but that he doesn't. As Antidote, make sure that they're patched up and ready to go another.
Just slap a band-aid on that wound, and, well, it's Enigma right now looking fit as a fiddle as a 3-round gap. Timeout now gonna get called. Complete understandable. Myth struggling to make this attacking side work. Their usual antics that we saw there on Haven, were they able to psych out the rotations, imply that presence. It's harder here on Ascent, as you can see the tightness of trying to move into the site in the first place, and you don't have that usual space that players like Kadu want to utilize, like Wannafly and Alon Fills. They struggle to actually move on around, and what works instead? This Enigma setup. This is why they have decided to go for this, I'd say, Killjoy composition rather than the one that we saw with the Chamber Rays, because it's just so much more comfortable, to say the least, for Enigma. They were viable in the South Asian scene, but this is just more back to roots for Enigma, more in sync, and we're seeing it here. RVK, Rexy, and Antidote especially, those 3 players are really the linchpin of this defense right now, and when they are already reading where Myth is coming from, it's a struggle for Myth to even get through.
You have to try and shake things up here, because Myth getting red, getting expected, and what they plan to do. Enigma doing great work. Make sure that Myth, their book, isn't going to be too closed here. No locks on that so far. Economy, not good for Myth, so an eco state forced upon them. This time though, Kadum once again has blades. He's going to have to go as big as we saw from him in that eco round on the first half. They got the 4K to secure the round, but see here now, Rawfield cannot connect the shot. They know where he is in a very awkward position, but Excali making sure that his Opera can back up safely. So, with help here coming in from Enigma's defense.
I mean, it's just incredible here from Enigma right now. All they say is no capes, no heroes, and Kadum, his Blade Storm is stopping its tracks. Now just Myth having to rely on the Sheriffs. They showed up on the defense, but you mentioned it. Enigma getting that side scoreline was already a big sign. And now their woes compounded here for Myth. There still is a chance though. They have that lockdown, they have that Cosmic Divide. And I've seen it just give them effectively a free victory before. In both of these maps, can they do so again? Will they commit? 0 point right now, being primed. But Myth, again, unable to even get any real estate. It's just so tight right now here on Ascent. Everything is occupied by the legions of Enigma fans. And case in point, Zelen denied Raw Fuel, rejecting his passport, and, well, that's everything right now for Enigma. They want this country, they want this map, and they are doing so pretty effectively here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, this is looking quite dire right now for Myth. As Enigma, team representing, one of the teams representing India here right now, the only Indian team in the play-ins, making it happen at the very least. Map 3 looking ever more so doable. I did say that I think of any of the maps, if not Ascent, then Bind is one of those other maps that Enigma can really take this series in. It has looking to be a really good potential considering how this map number 2 has gone. Will continue to look to go. Raphael, operator once on out. They're going to be anticipating probably a push here, but it's going to be towards the B side. They're going to be trying to execute on first. So Rexy has a lot to do. Null command to make sure no utility is thrown their way. Raphael wants to dip in, but Excali on the flank finds Della, not even expecting for them to push all the way towards mid. The pincer is here, and this is going to be so much more difficult for Myth to hold on in the post.
Yeah, they expanded ultimates just to make that space happen. Forceful approach finally getting a bit of that power level back in their favor. But what happens? They lose Deland, denied right now from the stars for the stall. Enigma also going for the 1-up right now, utilizing the null command in their favor. Can they go for the push though? The funnels are still deadly in mid. We know how essential the crossfires are. Hotness Fury to call from behind. Alan Phil is trying to make it mark, but Raw Fuel from above, a bird of plane shot down. Conquer and Alpha's getting on the board. RBK is there now. RBK gonna get two. The headshot machine of Enigma Gaming, all about the spam. But Excali will find Conquer after the flashes, and this is it. Brilliance personified by Enigma. 7-12 despite the efforts of Myth, and this is it. Map point for Enigma Gaming.
I love the call there from Enigma, realizing, hey, they have a null command, so much utility being dropped on that B site. There's nothing we can really do while they're executing on it in terms of directly onto the B site, so they can't just push market, they can't just idly push CT. So instead of merely waiting as other teams might do, waiting for that null command to expire, they actively take map control. They actively do something while all of that is happening, and they take that mid position, not with one player, but with two. And that is very important. It gave them so much more ways to secure that retake. A lot of times a retake there on the B side is hampered because of B main presence on the post-planting attacker's side, but because they knew they had B main as really in their control, they didn't have to waste any time at all when it came to executing on the site itself. And that allowed Enigma here to extend it up to match point. Oh my goodness, great shock dart to get Conga red in the red zone.
Oh no, it's unfortunate here. Armor's gone. Lockdown Joe still available for Myth, but this is just desperation from them. Guardian, Bulldog, whatever they can afford to try and throw at Enigma right now. But this order right now has been set up by Enigma. Not only that, the pace just has been really in their favor. You try to see the big explosions from Myth. This time they're more whimpers rather than the big bangs they want to do. Ito being broken. Still a chance here for Myth if they can get this pinch to work. And over onto the B sites. Already you see more of an investment toward the objective itself. Scally, Rexy are waiting. Lockdown gonna be into play. Awkward yet again here for Enigma. Can they deal with the lockdown this time? Will they deal with Kadoom first and foremost? They break the lockdown too, and signs are porting more and more for Enigma right now as the pop flash is there, but Dylan doesn't really get flashed into position. Conqueror instead with a takedown, and how the tables do turn. Shots do come. Wanna fly on the board. Mid right now gonna be on site. Fortunately for Rafiel, he doesn't have the blades anymore. Getting ready with Tail and Antidote full fall, and all the angles they can get for Rafiel. Does he actually get the fuel to fire this out one more time? No, the Ember will be snuffed out there, and Mitz, the survival of their series, the survival of them in this map, was still kept intact in that last round there, Black and Blue.
Keep it at bay for the meantime. Not going down just yet. Looking to potentially rally back, but a team like Myth, we know that if they do go down here, will give us a few more rounds, a bit more fight in them before actually going down. So Rafiel, that was honestly really the right move to do, to dash back into the spawn just to secure himself, not being inside a pincer. But now a site looking to be attacked. Utility placed here though by Enigma to fend this off by Rexy. You see the turrets and the nano swarms going to make that plant ever more so difficult, especially on the execute. They won't be able to close that door idly by. It's going to allow Rexy as well to peek out here when they do go for the push. And so with so much here ready to fend them off, and that Hunter's Fury, which could come in later in the execute or even in the retake, this is looking still difficult for Myth. But if they find an early pick here to start things off, and this is very doable.
I mean, they proved in that last round that it was doable. Big play to actually get the angles, not really get as flash as the opposition. And not only that, that space invested to try and get back that lockdown, forcing the hand of Enigma. This time though, the null command is the call to action. But RBK shutting down Conqueror in his tracks. Rafiel also with his snipe. Alan Fields does get the trade, 2 for 2 right now. Dylan bringing Conqueror back to life. Not too much concentration this time, but want to fly in Conqueror. Come on towards the site yet again. Eventually it's Mitch who has a handle on A good contest there from Enigma. Scally though, late to the party, but if he wants to make his legend known right here, right now, this 1v3, one possibility, drop it on down, they're not to make his right position, and Conqueror! That could have been it! That could have been a new king of this round table! But Mitz survived yet again with an inch of life.
Barely scraped by with the skin of their teeth. Enigma, I thought that was going to be Excali popping off for a clutch there. It was so close as well, it could do him. So potent, able to still find one, even with all the madness happening around him. But RVK did a great job of holding things down here too. Unfortunately, he was taken down to low HP, so could not continue for a longer fight. Line up for Excali. Conquer Red would have been his next victim, but he'll live on to fight another day. Timeout called here. Try and breathe. I believe this is from Enigma. They do have kind of a buy to pull up. Well, Rafiel a bit lower on the economy, but if he expends here and gets like 2 kills or like an orb and a kill, then he can have the blades for the next round potentially.
Enigma can play with a few rounds to give, honestly. They can build up their ultimates. They can look for some save rounds even. Just need one anyway to win out this map. So they can afford for Myth to have that rally. But Myth proving that they're not done yet. It's still been a bit hazy though in some of their final executes, just some angles that they need to work on. But luckily, they do have the numbers. They effectively make the trades work in their favor, and just having that slight disparity helping them out in situations that could cost them their demise. So we're not done. Myth's still here in this series, but Excali, he is going to be on an expedition, and oh my! The Lady of the Lake will sing his glory as Excali will bring out the sword from the stone again and slice down 2 before he falls into legend. 4v3, and suddenly, Enigma, from just a quick blow, man, stopping Myth immediately in their tracks.
Yeah. These eco state stacks. You've said it many times on over. These are where they're so deadly. Potency is at an all-time high when you least expect it. Waiting in the grass, and that smoke actually gives them an opportunity to walk out maybe behind it. Still, not the risk they're gonna run. Not to clean, but can be very dangerous for Myth to run at this point. Antidote. There's a paranoia to try and shut this lane down, and that he can, for he can see it. The anxious ball being prepared, want to fly with the opening pick, and the Hunter's Fury, a bit premature, but oh no, they could have lined up for him. Little did he know. The smoke to keep them at bay for the meantime, but they're going to push it. They don't care. Antidote finds one, but only one. Deland making sure it's going to stay at that. 9-12. The plant will go down. 2 versus 2 right now. Rifle retrieved here by Rexy. The 2v2 retake coming on in. An ultimate inside to be played at. They do have some utility to use though. Those nano swarms combined with the information gathered with the recon bolt can be big. That's not a good sign there, Rexy, but let's see how they play this one on out. That information is huge. Rexy though, and the 1v1 and RBK gets the round. Map number 2 for Enigma.
And I call that an RV clutch. The headshot machine. You could even say the Sheriff Sultan of Enigma. This time, rifle in hand, and the right person to do the job. Shrouded in mystery, shrouded in victory. Enigma force a map 3.
Great showing here from Enigma. I love that map from them, and they were really able to prove the theory that, you know, Myth, they need to get as many rounds as they can on the defensive side here in a sense, because their attack has looked quite mortal many times on over in the past. And for a team that is good on both sides, both ends of the table here, with Enigma being proficient at the attack and defend, they're playing pretty much at half the potency, Myth here, as compared to Enigma. So really good showing. I loved what I saw coming from Enigma, and I'm gonna expect more from the only real kind of representative here from SA in the play-ins to continue that forward in the buy.
Well, they're proving that they can slay with some of the best here in SCA. Myth looking mortal, but we are mere mortals here, and we're going to be having to take a break after an incredible second map. The series has been on fire, guys, so you are missing out if you're not tuning on him. That's it for Black and Blue. Panel could be breaking down all that's happened so far. We'll see you guys in a bit for more of VCT APAC.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson, the chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You tryna figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
VCT APAC Stage 2 challengers just gets tougher and tougher, especially with Enigma Gaming taking us to game number 3 in their series with Maven Thailand. Here on the panel, it's still likable, fluffy, and of course Black and Blue. Amazing series so far, and I just want to get on straight ahead to how this was. Fluffy. Ascent was quite a contrast to Haven in a sense that in Haven, it felt like round after round, it was more one-sided at certain times, but in Ascent, it felt like a complete tug-of-war at the start, but in the end, Enigma Gaming was just dominating.
Yeah, similar themes does come out where they kind of streak a bunch of rounds and then the team adapts and then they swap and then they get the rounds on the opposing side. But what I find that was the struggle that we were mentioning earlier on the side of Myth is if they don't get a very good opening with their defensive half, they'll very struggle on the next half on the attack. The records really show that they are a more defensive-sided team, and unfortunately for them, Enigma just got too many rounds while they were attacking. So unfortunately for them, the end result is a 39 defeat for them. But Enigma really showing how much control they have on this map, especially a lot of their players. I really like how their Qeon, Excali, really played his part, not only with great use of utility in that suppress effect, but also getting a lot of kills. He even held the side 4K on his own on the B side. It was a great sight to see from the side of Enigma.
And we talked about it before the game even started right here, Fluff, that we need to see Myth kind of secure a very advantageous opening half, maybe like an 8-4 at the very least, just so that they have real assurance to close things out, because we have seen them struggle to close it out. If they don't get a big early lead on the defensive side here in Ascent, this is really by far one of the biggest contrasting maps they have in terms of how proficient they are on the defense compared to the attack, because they're typically pretty well rounded in most other maps aside from a map like this, like Ascent. So for Enigma, as soon as we reached that 6-6 scoreline, really at the end of the first half, I kind of already knew that we were going to that map 3, just simply because of how the trend has gone, where Myth do struggle in those moments.
Yeah, I mean, on the side of Myth, Kadum really tried to play his part and create enough space for his team, but unfortunately for them, the struggle on the attacking half was just too much for Myth. Enigma really holding a lot of control for the map, especially when they got to that defensive side. They were the type of team that was more cold and calculated with that slower paced gameplay that opened up a lot of possibilities for their team to make their own plays and retakes. But it kind of worries me, because if you're a Myth fan out there, it's, BAAM, moving on to that, is not the greatest map on their track record. So as I mentioned in the very, very start when we were doing predictions, although I did predict that Myth will take the game or the series, I'm kind of worried now that it's going to a game 3.
Why are you worried, Fluffy? Look at me. I'm not worried at all. I predicted Enigma Gaming, so far I think it's going in my direction, but we'll have to wait and see how Bind is gonna go later on. But again, we are here over at Ascent in our series highlights so far, and as we can see, the Enigma opening rounds here was just something else. It just seems to me, Black and Blue, that Enigma really seems to thrive, especially when they start off as attackers.
Definitely so. We know that they are so potent, and there were many times where we saw huge players doing so much work, like Excali, who found so many rounds that I almost thought he was about to clutch out, especially near the end of things there. And the defensive reads that they had in the second half were just so impeccable that it almost seemed like they had like a different foresight into the future and what is going to happen here coming in from made in Thailand. So it really was such an impressive showing for them, and going on the bind, as Fluffy talked about. It's a map that we have seen struggles from Myth as well. We expected Ascent really to go this way if that condition wasn't met, but I think the condition here as well that I want to point out is you guys, your names on the panel, all appropriate. Likeable, very true. Fluffy, I think very true as well. What exactly is BNB?
What is it?
What
Can you
is
please
it?
let us know?
What exactly about me is black and blue? Wondering.
Aww. I don't know what direction this conversation is gonna go to, so I'm gonna direct it back to Ascent. I want to talk more about how the game progressed throughout the rounds. I guess one of the big questions that we had as Enigma started off with a really explosive couple of rounds was that how long, Fluffy, was their momentum going to last?
In fairness, I feel like a lot of the momentum didn't streak very hard up until the second half. During the first half, they opened up with a strong 3-0, but Myth quickly adapted. You know, their strength is, again, that defensive side, and they did get the rounds that they needed, but unfortunately for them, it just wasn't enough at that point. They really had to go to that commanding 8-4, 9-3 half, because when you go into a 7-5, when your strength is defense, it's not a good sign. 7-5 just means that when the half swaps, if the opposing side wins the pistol, then you're back to equal points. So unfortunately for them, they fell kind of short on this one, but hopefully they can make it back because there's still one more game, which also kind of resets their mental as well, because the theme isn't anymore a best of 3. It's just play this map. It's kind of like a best of 1, do or die. So hopefully the players take a good mental reset after this game and just play out and do their best on the next one.
You know who doesn't need quite a mental reset? It's Myth Kadum. I mean, of course, as a team, they need that. But I can't get enough of Kadum over here. His jet, just amazing. And we were talking about the early momentum that Enigma Gaming had, right? And he was just one of these players that was able to cut off that early momentum, which is probably why we actually reached a 6-6 scoreline at the very end. He got a 4K with his daggers at the very start. So he was starting off hot. He was starting off really with the heat in his hands, and he was dying to just get that victory. But again, they fell a little bit short over here. But, you know, as Kadum started off that really strong dagger play over there, Wannafly tried to follow in his footsteps. And we've known this player to be quite the clutcher in this series, forcing Enigma to use their timeout as early as round number 6, if I'm not mistaken. So there was just a lot happening, especially at the beginning of the game. Now, their rotation on post plant, especially on the side of Rexy, was just perfect timing. Really good coverage on site, especially for this team. Wouldn't you agree, Black and Blue?
Definitely so. There was so much that we saw a player like Rexy do, and I was even talking about it on the cast that, you know, really putting up the numbers there. And I talked about that, you know, Rexy, he might not have the same quantity of kills in this game as compared to Haven, but the quality of what he was doing, utility-based, really affecting the entire round, the entire game, is where he provided so much value to this team. So many times where just a good read on where he should place his nano swarm on the defensive side helped them out tremendously when it came to the long run, and so many times on the attacking side that he would be making sure that they don't have to worry about their flanks, so that the rest of the spear, the rest of the execute only has to focus what is directly in front of them, has been really, I think, an understated part of his game. He might be at the bottom of his scoreboard, but in my mind, he is at the top of effectivity in that game.
Yeah, I feel like overall, if you look at the series so far, one great adaptation, I think that Dax mentioned as well on the cast, is that Enigma is kind of going back to that old school, kind of back to their roots composition. Instead of using the chamber, they stick to the Killjoy. It gives them so much more control of the map, which they were lacking in the first game. You know, we saw that Myth really was able to run with it, and this time around, it's going to be different. But let's see how it's going to go on Bind.
We're off to Bind, ladies and gentlemen. And just as Fluffy touched up a little bit earlier, this is starting to feel like a best of 1. It's like a reset because, you know, both of these teams have one map to their name. And it's all gonna boil down to this. But we're seeing some of the agents already locked in black and blue. What can you say about the roster that you're seeing?
I mean, the comp that we do see from Enigma, we have seen them kind of play around having this fade before in the past, so it isn't anything specifically super new. This exact composition that they pull out here right now is the same one that we saw them play against Global Esports in the grand finals of the VCC. And knowing that we were talking about Fluffy, remember a while ago that when it comes to like a map like Bind, we've seen many different configurations from the side of Enigma that it could throw off Myth because they don't know what to expect. But luckily for Myth, that condition where, rather, sorry, from SA, that condition where they're not used to maybe expecting what to come from Enigma, they're able to at least have that information on what to bring here.
Yeah, and I feel like on the side of Myth as well, one thing I like to point out is I don't think this exact composition is something that they've ever run before. Running both the Brimstone as well as the Viper, it's normally something that you'd see with an Astra to provide more of that pseudo Sentinel. But aside from that, what they're going to do is pivot and take a pseudo Duelist in form of a Chamber and use that one trademark to be their anti-flank when they hold the site by just pressure from the Viper as well as the Brimstone. And I feel like when this translates onto the attacking half, it's going to be one of those compositions that it's not clear-cut on paper, but it provides them so much more options of what to do.
I completely agree. Plus, Kadum on that phrase, I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Again, I love it. I love it when we go to Bind, but on top of everything, I love me a good raise on Bind. Sorry, those are just my biases, and I thought that I'd share it with the audience, even though they probably really don't care about my own personal Valorant experience. Anyway, I told you guys how much of a crowd favorite Enigma is over at their home country. This series is enough to tell us why that is so. I'm pretty sure that all of their supporters are out of their minds right now and are thinking that this is the spotlight that Enigma Gaming has always deserved. It's about time, probably, for Enigma. Yeah. Now I can't contain my excitement here any longer. It's such a good series so far, and I want that prediction to be right, but I also want Made in Thailand to give us a really good series ender over here. So with that, I'm going to be passing you guys back to our casters so we can go to Bind. Let's go and see you later, Black and Blue.
Can you feel the energy, the pressure? South Asia surprise or SEA supremacy? We go the distance, we go to the decider, and here we have it. Final map between Made in Thailand and Enigma Gaming. Dax here of Black and Blue, and this cross-regional warfare continues. This is looking to be very interesting though, Black and Blue, because on one side, it's something tried and tested already by Enigma, but on the other, modifications to an old composition, Myth changing it up when they're put to the corner by this point.
And those changes potentially could be a direct kind of response to what they saw and what they kind of anticipated to come from Enigma if they ever do go on over the Bind. We saw them, play it in the, to correct myself, the Sky Esports Championship, the SCS, rather, the last time around versus Global in that grand final. And when it came over to Bind, they played this exact same composition. So knowing that, there might be a kind of a hard, basically response, a counter here being pulled out from the side of Myth. But I think it's more important how they play that hand that they brought in from the deck over what deck they really bring to the table. So I'm excited to see how Myth respond after that map number 2, because Ascent was pretty dry for them. But this one has to be even more so powerful.
Arid here, to say the least, on Bind. But one big change up here for Made in Thailand, it's Alon Phils going over to that race. If I remember correctly, he does have that Dulix experience from way back when. Kadum, usually on something like a Jet, usually something on a Raze, on the Chamber instead. And double control for Myth right now to control the battle. And Kadum immediately with the Gloom over Excali. Apparently, this is not one round that he can play. Rockfield also gonna fall in a blink of an eye. Myth already ending before it even gets started.
Really changing things up here. Myth, man, maybe I don't think it's necessarily because of the comp just yet, but I do think that benefits of that will continue on forward. Qeon found here. They know where RVK is. He's not going to continue on long. There is really the core pieces of the composition that we do expect from them. The last time around they played Bind, but they forgo that fade this time around for a very different look. And the Astra as well, they throw that away, put in a Viper and a Brim. So take out one initiator, but replace it with two more controllers that we have seen this exact same kind of composition be really effective in many local scenes when it comes to Bind. That double controller utility kind of shift has been such an important piece of many proficient Bind teams.
And I think that with this composition, it also changes up the rules of engagement. The sightlines are going to get controlled more by mid. And effectively, if they can keep up what they did in that last pistol, the pace of the game will be controlled by mid. One big reason why they lost out on the set, because it was just Enigma dictating how that second half was gonna go. And Made in Thailand making quick work yet again of Raw Fuel there. Rexy into the hookah, but well, that is perfect intel from Congo Red. And this is just exactly what Mid wants to do. Get as much intel as they can, look to anticipate the push, and it's gonna get even easier here for Alan Fields. Throws out the paint shells though. Excali trying to hit the shots. Teleports on the way. Doesn't is surprised rather by RVK there. You can see it's systematic right now for Mid. One by one. Enigma do fall.
Bowling pins in the summer night. Wanna Fly finds Excali. And RVK just get something to say.
Wait, that's poetic. Bowling pins in the summer night. Does that mean something? Is that from something?
Fluffy O2 Gaming. RVK finds a great shot here, and Conga Red says, "You're dead."
It's just like, wait. You know, guys, if there was a Casters Poet Society, Black and Blue probably would be the head of it. He likes to rhyme things. What do you mean?
I doubt.
You're just like, I'm probably.
I think Raph takes that first. And for
no, Raph is eloquence personified. He's like, this is a big word. I will use it. And
indubitably.
Indubitably. And then Asarai is just question mark.
Asarai is Asarai.
Like raise eyebrow. There you go. You are a poet, man. But poetry in motion. Enough talking about us again. Enigma. It's time for them to prove that they can contend in this map. But look at Mid, the ambition to push. Yet again, they want to show that they want to play this game, this round, this map, even faster than before.
See, as really goes. Alone Fills trying to lead that charge here on the defensive side, but Conga Red to make contact. Dylan finding all of it going his way, but not for long. Excali answers back. 4v3. On the rotation, you can see Alone Phil is trying to shake him on back from the TP. Can't really enter his way into Hookah with what little he's got. Qeon trying to front them here on the smoke, and they're all trapped within the site, but not really to any big problem of theirs. Antidote finds Alone Phils, and this round should be done.
Good there for Excali, even better with Qeon whipping there. RVK with the takedown, but Wanna Fly still checked up top. RVK will fall. Rexy, oh, that's awkward. And Wanna Fly denied immediately. Enigma getting that third round turned around. It was a bit dicey for Enigma at the start, but Excali immediately stepped on up. Bit didn't push towards B-Long since it was two different expeditions trying to get something done. Towards the showers, I believe they got that orb to put the Tour de Force online, but a quick clear here by Enigma, giving them the space to work with and the space against the Tour de Force to win out the round.
How did RVK get there? Did he do the jump thing? I think he did the jump thing.
I think probably did the jump thing. You know, sometimes Cyphers can jump higher than expected.
Must be those robotic legs. Cybertronic. Extra vertical leap that you can add onto it. There is a jump like from the I forgot what you call it, the object right beside it, the tube thing, to be able to make it there. But
what, the container? So
yeah,
the thing in the
container
middle, right?
thing. Yeah, but I didn't see him do it. I just saw him just suddenly be there all of a sudden.
Well, surprise. RVK probably like a surf map master in another tactical FPS, but then again, Enigma, they have that experience really from the CS side, and they're looking to also bring out a bit of that pace perhaps from their roots. Thing is though, Mid is quite a force to be reckoned with this Viper Spit online, and this is exactly what Mid wants to do. Dictation truly is the narration of the map here, black and blue. If mid can keep putting Enigma on notice, then that's the perfect way to get things done. But Rexy finding Kadum to start things off. Wanafly gonna get flash. Antidote though on the inside. He's getting poisoned, man. He's the one who needs the cure, not anyone else. A single HP. Single shot perhaps, but Conquer Red skewers them both! Antidote somehow though finding a gas mask and finding Wanafly. Miracles made on both sides with RVK. The perfect chance to shut down Zealot, and A side is taken here by Enigma. Intel also given.
Hats off by RVK. To allow them to find every single piece of information that they want here. Trailblazer, just to make sure nobody's too close. And default line will keep him at bay for the meantime, but they're both coming from that CT side. It's gonna make things quite difficult on the retake here. Trying to take that Lamb's position, but no more paint shells to try and force that out. The guiding light, yes, prepared. It does go out of the line. They're not able to find a kill because RVK has got something to say once more. He secures the round all on his own. Hats off to him. He tips it at the end.
Tip your waitress and tip your Cypher because he deserves it. RVK stepping up. One of the most, I'd say, improved players in the South Asian scene. He's called the headshot machine for a reason, and so precise with anything that he holds in his hands, man. This is why he can really clutch it out for the side of Enigma. One of the bigger reasons that if he's on the inside, well, you're just gonna be imploding at the seams. And disregarding the guiding light, seeing them push on in, Enigma proving that mechanics can be parity here, man. And while this is an eco round, I kind of want to discuss this, where Enigma is one of the squads that have really upped their game, upped their aim, and it's the perfect way to counter some of the lethality that Southeast Asia brings to the table in chaos. But now, chaotic action from Kadum and Alan Phils. Antidote getting on the board. Alan Phils, though, with a judge in hand. Antidote, don't. This is dangerous. It is deadly. You don't want to go there. And Enigma, they felt their spider sense tingling. They moved over to B side instead.
Eco looking potentially a bit expensive. They find even more here. Equalize things up.
Actually.
Winnable, very winnable, yes. Scally, the jig has been up. You know where he is, trying to play contact. That Haunt is... They make sure that Conquer Red's going to be kept in check. He knows he's here in the showers, but doesn't want to flush just yet. Scally waiting for that to fill up. As of the moment, they do have something to throw down. They do have these smokes to throw down potentially, but actually, no, never mind. The Rexy's spends all of them,
left.
so you're gonna have to go out this Thry. Last piece of utility, the Molly throwing on out here, jumping up with the judge, doesn't find anything else, so he forces him off the plant with that blast back. Yes, boops him off of it, and now it just makes Enigma so much more jittery and where to go. They commit to that B site. Here we're gonna see Wanafly be such a big problem to them. They jump down into their own demise, and Wanafly, he finds two, and that's all he needed to do. He goes down to Martyr, and from the grave, he takes him down with him.
Well, I'm gonna put on some beads today for the prayer to Saint Wanafly, because that was just martyrdom at its finest. Stellar shots, didn't even need that extra damage from the vulnerable state because he was hitting those heads like flies running into the swatter. Just how perfectly played this was from Myth. Yet again, put in a pinch situation, Enigma do falter. It's been their weakness really in this series. This has been really close, but I feel like there was that possibility to have, for Enigma to have taken this all if they weren't just put in these tense situations and then fall apart at the seams. A single boop, forced rotation, and that's all Mid needs to stay alive. Alan Phil still flying on high, and just gymnastics there, mentally and physically. Excali just gonna be hit by the pressure, and right now pressure like a drip, drip, drip won't stop. Alan Phil's getting to RVK, finally shutting him down, but Enigma completely jittery after the last round.
Who can't be shaken, even if a bit stirred after that last round? Yes, 007, but the only drink they gotta recommend here is the antidote in their hands. He's still alive, and with his Rolling Thunder, could mean big things if they get a free pick here. If they get this kill on a Wanafly, which I highly doubt, but if it does come, then they have a real chance of returning the favor and taking this round. So Conquer Red's gonna make sure he's not gonna be checked. They find it on the Conquer Red, and under this, Wanafly, he's giving himself on up, and Antidote is able to get that kill as he had his back turned. They have the Rolling Thunder, and as I talked about, Dax, they have the right, just really, I guess, med for the situation.
Yeah, there's still that space to work with, and Qeon now creeping on closer.
enemy.
Suddenly the swing, but Zealot defending, it's still teammates. Antidote on the inside, not gonna be contained whatsoever by this box. And Enigma will tie things up. Close series it has been, even closer because of these clutch players, but well played by Enigma there. Just Rafiel deciding to step a little bit later. Cashing out perhaps one fly down below, and it looked to be the perfect trap being set there by mid since the flash did go into the back line, but Enigma making sure that they got that intel, got that contact, and well, Antidote really has been not just their captain, but has been the answer to many an ailment here for Enigma. Not done though. We have some sheriffs here for mid. It is an eco state, a hero rifle for Alan Phils alongside a showstopper. So all the action concentrated towards the raise perhaps, but the action now will be cut by RVK. Kadum goes down early on.
No more charges left.
Well,
Cage trigger.
good opening pick here to be found by Kadum. That could certainly spell their demise. It's advertised a while ago, Dax. Can come down to a player like Antidote in those situations. They get the pick. They barrel it down forward. And look at this. They've completely kind of just sold the fake here towards Myth for them to rotate to about A site, but the entirety of the B site is ripe for the taking. Just little do they know this is a poppy field with nobody really waiting inside of it. You're gonna be able to take this for free, and they have the orbital strike for the post plant, so it could potentially be quite difficult for Myth to try and get this round back.
Mate, this is free real estate. They left the deed on the door, and they decided, this is our house now, says Enigma. They don't want to be evicted by this point. Creeping on closer and closer, going in right behind the smoke, but Rafiel tried to be the defender of the smoke, but that is just criminal from Teled. Nasty shot with the Sheriff. Not only that, the orbital strike being primed while he's getting healed up. So a massage while you're busy playing with your iPad. The flames though in the way. Antidote right now shutting down the doggy for that intel. The orbital strike for the space. Showstopper though denied. The fireworks fiesta will be postponed to another date, says Enigma, because this is their own celebration. Said Congo Red though over onto the elbow. But well, with the spike looking to detonate, feels like his skeleton structure will be dislocated instead. Antidote, the chiropractor, and again, the last to get the kill. 4-3, Enigma takes the lead.
The idea there for Myth was quite well. You have the showstopper and you have the orbital strike, a deadly combination when put together, but I think the way that they went about it just really flubbed them in the end. Yes, they were in eco, but it could have been played on better if they instead had that showstopper come out from the elbow position, not here from the defender's side spawn, where it can be quite more difficult to try and get yourself out there with enough speed and enough security. If they came from elbow and put the orbital strike maybe towards the gardens instead or towards hookah, things could have been much better for them in the end, but they use all those ultimates to no real avail on the round that they were supposed to lose anyways. So extra painful round there for Myth. Let's see how they come back in this. They spot Alone Phil's shoulder out here. Quick second on top of the APC. They know that they're feigning ignorance to it. They really do, and are sure that Alone Phils is in this position. Smoked off though, so he's gonna remain there for the meantime.
But Rafiel can't really push still with that position, but RVK again, a first kill onto Zeland, denying really the Brimstone and his possibility to stall. We've seen this many a time for Enigma, even worse right now with the Neural Tap for mid. And Alone Phils has the back on away. RVK though has just been an absolute menace to the mid society, and he's not done, but Kadum will stop him at the very least before he does even more damage. 4v4 scenario. We have the west flank of the site taken here by Enigma. They want to go for the default, but this is well played here by Kadum. Sure shot precision yet again. Excali caught out trying to take a shower there. And all the flash does come. The spike is down, but Kadum again has brought in the gloom of Enigma here. Well, depression will stand, but Rexy stands tall! Happy thoughts here for Rexy, but unfortunately, the pill is fed to Congo Red instead. And it's now 4-4. Mitz, in the end, still winning it as close as can be, though this series is defined by how narrow the gap is between these two teams.
I thought a bit of a Congo line was going to come there from Congo Red, and they were going to line up. That would have been dreadful, absolutely, for Myth. But in the end, escaped from it. For the meantime, due to some heroics here from Kadum, just being absolute menace, a marksman with a rifle in hand, taking head per head. It almost seemed like Rexy had a chance there as well. Great job here from Myth to hold things down. You can see awkward moments there for Enigma. They knew that Lone Phils was on top of the APC, but can't really commit to trying to force him out of the position, and even with a great lurk here from RVK doing quite a lot. And by the way, third agent in 3 games he's playing. He's now in a Sentinel. Still just having so much impact on a lot of his lurking game, which isn't super easy to do on a map like BAAM when you only got 4 lanes to try and use. Still though, Enigma, very proficient, but let's see how this attacking side of theirs continues on. They have the Rolling Thunder once more. We have seen in the past that Antidote is very good at using that to convert the round into a win on their side.
No, that's the thing though. You mentioned RVK, but I'll mention Antidote, Rexy, and Scally. One more time, the slideshow of Enigma's possible variations and combinations comes into fruition. And the thing is, even though we have those worries that are they going to be sharp enough on everything that they play, it still is that matter of comfort that South Asia is trying to prove can work. If everyone can find a configuration that works for them, then why not swap those roles? Why not change things up that way? And why not change your agents? But right now, the agency of Raw Fuel is to go on the inside, and there we go yet again, chugging along for the Enigma machine, and they're trying to crack this code, but Alan Fields is uncrackable on the inside of that tin can, getting away though from the aftershock. Zelen still holding onto the left-hand side, watching out for anyone that may come from the hookah in itself. But an interesting predicament here for Enigma. They're going for elbow control. They're trying to anticipate perhaps someone rotating from the defensive spawn. But at the same time, they're stuck here with the spike while RVK's like, guys, I'm free. You can actually go here. And the Rolling Thunder to throw one out. Will they retreat? Will they advance? They stick to that B site. And instead, RVK looking to make the pinch happen here. Black and blue. Interesting setup by Enigma.
RVK, like a sly thief in the night, still gets found away. The dogs are barking. The alarm bells have been rung. They knew what he was up to. Still, though, the Bricks here, seeing through all of them, the defense and what they've got up, that gives them information on what to do. 3v3, they've got the tour de force. What a great shot here coming from Rexy. So sexy he can be, but the Brimstone on Delend is able to do even more work, and he gets a double. Antidote, though, finds a proper poison for a Lone Phils, and the second kill goes his way as Enigma hold it on in the post plant and continue their lead still.
Oh, what happened there? I thought Dylan had the back of Antidote, but he was able to get away in time, and Enigma getting away with the round. In that last fight there, Black and Blue, I just saw all the possibilities. They had that Rolling Thunder. They could have chose the teleport where RVK had that A site already, but they sucked to their guns. And while it was dicey, and a great read there from Alan Fields, realizing, wait, where's the Cypher? Haven't seen him. Check that back. Just an instinct there ringing in his head. It was mostly like, what happened here? I honestly thought Dylan could have had his number, but Antidotes just does not disappoint in these moments. And here you have it. 11 for RVK, 10 for Antidote. Raw Fuel not having the best game so far, but it doesn't matter when the clutch players of Enigma Gaming can come in to work to their label and give them these rounds.
The boundless depth that we kind of have seen from Enigma here to be able to change things up over and over on their attacking side has been really causing immeasurable problems for Myth to try and deal with. It's quite proficient at everything they do. Raw Fuel has got his blades back up, so even if they don't win this round, they can kind of continue to have a reasonable eco on the round right after. It's Myth who have to deal with the eco state here first and foremost. No tour de force because that was expended in the previous round, so that consolidated Myth don't have much to work with. They're gonna have to go and do things the old-fashioned way. Wall placed here towards that shower's position for a bit of bath control. This time it's the heater that's really the problem they have to deal with, boiling things to a very, I guess, incendiary pace that I'm not too sure if Myth are going to be able to deal with.
I think the melting point really of this series goes back to the fact that Myth right now, even with its double control, they're still unable to dictate the sightlines of contact. They just get seen here by Enigma. There are times they can stall with the smokes, yes, but as soon as Enigma just decides to throw caution to the wind, go on through, they usually have the right idea of where Myth is stationed, what they can get away with, and what those positions are thanks to the utilities. And this is case in point. Antidote doesn't even need to see what's in front of him, just throws out that breach utility, and that's why he's such an effective pick here. But Wanna Fly with the deny, and the Baki is just efficiency. And Carnet, please walk into his layer of the lamps. These lights are the last thing that you will see, but Antidote lasting really against them all. Finding a Doom there. Rexy trying to keep an eye out on the tower. There we have the Boombot being a bother. Wanna Fly though with the third. Excali creeping on behind, and this is now Dellen finding Rexy, finding even a second. This time Dellen will not be denied, and Mitz tie things up. A well-placed system and pretty much an eco that they won.
Sharp as ever here, Dellen is. And the economy. Doesn't matter who has more credits. Doesn't matter who has Boardwalk. In this case, it's Myth.
I want Boardwalk.
I know, you always go for Boardwalk, Dax.
Yep. That is rush Boardwalk, trade for Park Place, and then build hotel. But, well, this is now probably two different hotel chains vying for real estate here, man. This is just as close as can be. Who expected SA to be this competitive, to have bridged this gap against Mix? And well, a shining example of Enigma already bringing pride to the South Asian region. On the flip side though, Myth trying to defend theirs, trying to defend SEA supremacy. We're not done, the blades though are coming.
So we talked about Dax, where if they were put in an eco state here in round 11, they have the blades to make it somewhat more feasible to win out in the end. They've got the Spectre as well here to utilize, and the rest of the sheriffs around them is more than enough to do some good damage. RVK, sole holder of this hookah position right now. He gets a dink, and he finds a follow-up shot as well on the lone fills. They know he's here in the pocket. They have to assume that this position on Wanna Fly is going to be held, and Antidote, great shot. Enigma making it work with what little they've got. Still, the Rawfield finds a trade-off. It's a 4v2 here right now. He can even give this rifle to someone else and utilize his blades.
Well, this is why he is a Sultan of Sheriffs, and he hits him twice on the head. The biggest weakness of Myth now, rearing its ugly head. Thrifty rounds are what Enigma can bank on, but oh, that's too hot, that's too hot! Get out of the pan, get out of the fire, because it's quite chilly here. Oh no, Kadoom finding the head of Rexy there anyway. Raw fuel though, over onto the corner. This can't be a perfect crossfire. That Enigma gets that on up. Myth though, looking for the shot, and Dellen and peeking the takedown. What was that? Excali coming close versus Kadoom. 2v1, Dellen. He did it before. Can he do it again? He's getting closer to the spike, but here we have it. Elbow now being taken by Excali. Raw fuel, implying presence, implying blades, and this is just all about the stall. Dellen just accepts the execution on the spot. A thrifty win from Enigma, from RVK to Raw Fuel. They were just going with the roster to get the lead.
Back and forth, the pendulum swings. At the end, the bell dings. Returned the favor back to sender. Enigma ecoed, and they do it once again towards Myth once more. Dellen, so potent in those situations, but with no utility, not the molly, no sky smokes for him to utilize. Much more difficult to come out with a win in that situation. Wanna Fly though has the Viper's Pit here and the Judge to accompany it, so this might be difficult for Enigma to try and take, but they do have the Prowler, which is one of the best utility to try and force off a fight here. They do get one, but Wanna Fly gets away with murder! A second goes his way, the Judge is in his side!
Remove 1 cent, and now it will all tangle! Wanna Fly, what are you doing to Enigma right now? The Judge comes and just decides the verdict right there. Right then, execution on the spot, on the 3. He was shrouded in the fog, in the darkness, but he could just sense them coming. That sniff in the air. Enigma, this is just not what you want to do. Luckily though, the neural theft to keep Rexy from overextending. The Trailblazer actually missing the decay is true though, and Rexy, please, you have a family, you have friends, you have loved ones in South Asia who are waiting for you. Wanna Fly, he has just become a serial killer there, and he even gets a fourth. Why, Rexy, why?
Caught him out. Still.
Please, RVK, no. RVK, I've had enough. He wants it in 98. RVK, please. RVK, no! Wanna Fly with the ace. The Judge is all they need. The Viper's Pit was too contentious. And we tie up the scoreline.
The entire jury was in his pocket. They were all in his stand. Wanna-Fly, look at this. I can't believe he didn't even die right there. The third, oh my goodness, they line up as well. He sees a small sliver there to take. Jumps on out, gets the round. Wanna-Fly soaring way too high for Enigma to shut down.
Okay, I made it really dramatic, but to be fair, the spike was there, okay?
Yes.
I just was like, please don't,
Yes.
not anymore. My heart cannot take this, and, well, that's the half.
Oh my goodness.
We always have these dramatic, weird rounds to end our series, don't we, here, Nico? Because remember yesterday with the Ghetto Artists 4 up 1 tour de force. Now we have this. It's fun. I like that we have one fun round in all of the tense, slow action that we've actually had in this series.
I think it's
serious
only appropriate.
Tone. Yeah, like suddenly serious tone, because it has just been so close, and it isn't really the immediate force of nature meets force of nature, bam bam action that we expect to see from APAC. It's so much more methodical, especially when it's Enigma able to dictate that pace. Myth, on the other hand, doing a great job to adjust, but then you just say Enigma's doing even a better job because they're keeping up with the potency of Myth, and it just becomes such a 50-50 in a series where many look at South Asia to be the ones, the region to prove themselves, and they're showing heavy evidence right now.
The competition in South Asia, the SCS right now, has definitely improved over time. Gone are the days where it was really only Velocity and Global who seemed to go possibly have any chance of going toe-to-toe with the rest of APAC, but Enigma are proving it here right now that they can go up against even some of the most difficult regions representatives in, the Thailand scene, and really extend this into a full 3-game series, neck and neck as well, 6-6. Last time we saw this, Myth weren't able to secure it in that second half on the Sands, but this time around, buying a very different story. See how they play this. Waiting here, they're looking, anticipating an aggressive push, but it just doesn't come from Enigma. We're trying to be a bit more diligent, but RVK kind of fat fingers his jump there for a second, luckily able to back off.
That's not a jump peek, that's a lunge to your own demise. Luckily, he still has 25 HP. Probably too much leg day there. The Cypher jumps have been interesting so far into this map, but we get into the second half, and Mitz cascading towards that B site. In the meantime, though, does a trademark even catch out the two from behind? Seems like it has been actively avoided here by Enigma. So it can be a surprise, but on the other hand, Excali dealing with Wanna-Fly, who had that sixth sense. Excali, though, with the kill. Over onto the elbow. It's Enigma trying to take multiple angles. Kadoom, though, bringing the head hunter to the table. Kadoom again, finding the head of RVK and taking his own medicine. Conga Red on the board. Kadoom is not done. And of course, Conga Red is there to form up a line and shut them down. 7-6. It's Mitz who takes the pistol.
Perfectly played, and a good heads up by them to anticipate that push. We have seen Enigma try and do that in the SCS, where they'll try and push like early on in the pistol round, I guess either maybe towards a short or, for example, that B long fountain position. So for them to wait in the smoke for a quick second, it's a really good idea. Doesn't pan out that way in the end. Yes, the situation that they were thinking, but just for them to have that acknowledgement of potential from Enigma means that they are definitely keeping them on their toes. Antidote on the swing here. Head found. Conga Red finds one dead. Oh, RVK. Great shot.
Come on. Give him the sheriff, and he is already on full power. Look at the respect that Mid has for him. 3 players going after RVK right now, and they're checking the corners just to make sure they don't get that barrel pointed at them. But RVK is just not done! The Lone Ranger here of Enigma finally gonna get his own frontier justice. And Alan Bills right on top, finally able to see Rafiel there. Congrad actually with the takedown from the hookah though. Enigma will try to play another angle, even a bit of a split here, courtesy of the Brimstone. But Excali looking to set up that haunt. Viper, Cloud, I believe, in the way now. Mid yet again. Look to remove that vision. Nice haunt into the back line, but it does get broken. Gives away the position still. Here we have it. Rexy sees right now to put it in position, and Alan Fills is forced to sit down and be humbled by the presence of Excali. 2v2 scenario. Smokes do come. They do check over onto the elbow, but the cover is the real position here for Conga Red. And surprise, surprise, you are very, very dead. 8-6. It's Myth again, winning it out, but costly thanks to the efforts of Enigma.
Definitely a bit more expended there than they otherwise would have liked. Not able to bring it on over and transition that into the third round of the half. Timeout called, I believe, by Enigma. Early for them to call the timeout, actually. Would have expected that later on. They lose the opening 2. It's fine, but perhaps trying to stop the ball before it even gets rolling, which isn't a bad idea in theory of itself. So RVK and Antidote, the backline players here for Enigma, doing so much work in their opening half. Let's see if that continues. Yes.
I'm going to interrupt it real quick. Did you say backline? Because I think that Cypher was very frontline. That Cypher was kind of saying, you guys want to fight early? Sure. Okay. Why not?
I mean, on the
you're not wrong in the
attacking
position.
side.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm just saying that these guys are crap. that was just my point. That's it. You can continue.
Well, the real backline here of RVK is the fact that he finds himself behind the opposition many times on over. But in this case, he was fronting them. He found 2 and at least was making them check their backs and check every corner. And just that conditioning that he has set onto them to be careful of where he can be could perhaps propose a bit of hesitation in the long run that, who knows, Enigma might just be able to capitalize off.
Yeah. No omen, but it's still paranoia, right? That Enigma is able to bring, and this is why you guys just look at Black and Blue and spitting those bars, spitting those rhymes. But right now, they're spitting the tunes here of Myths, deciding to go towards that A site. They do actually make this a bonus, though. Interesting enough, they're not going to be investing for the rest of the roster. They're looking to see if Alan Fields and Conga Red can find the pickoff, and Enigma, they do have to be a little careful right now because they might be delivering these guns to the waiting hands here of Myths. Raw Fuel as well as Antidote, they need to hit their marks as soon as possible. Katoom, the first victim, not looking in the right direction. And this is why you look both ways before you cross the road. We're not done. Antidote is still on fire! And you can feel him burning with desire to win it out here for Enigma. 3 before he falls. Deland actually getting that takedown. Damage be done, and Myth damn to make it towards that B site.
Wanna fly on the high ground, very aptly so. Does spot some heads, but can't take him off.
Bit of a haircut there.
Yeah, just more like a trim, if anything. Get your money back. The barber scammed you. Rafiel, that's a kill, and that should be it. Deland found the bonus, not successful in any sense of the word here for Myth, as completely shut down by Enigma. But let's see if that continues on. Now, I mean, it is hard to sure that situation, like example for Kadoom, be able to check both ways before crossing the Abbey Road, especially when many attunes have been put into play already by Enigma.
Well, if you're talking about the beatdowns, I'm going to talk about the beatdown that Antidote has brought into that round. He was just in no man's land there by the fountain, still getting 3 before getting felled. It's just incredible to see how Antidote has really improved. I remember him all the way back in the old Velocity days, and I've got like esports or whatnot. And I really feel like he's one of the players that can personify how South Asia as a whole has stepped up their game, because you're hitting these crack shots, you're getting these kind of plays to work out for you, and that extra bit of ambition, less of that lack of confidence, and well, confidently now Myths looking to make it towards that A side. Alan Fields, though, judge in hand, might be able to see the breach, setting something up. Antidote this time, poisoned before he could even take a sip of the round, and Myth commanding their presence towards the objective.
My goodness, here, Myth. Just a picturesque moment for them. Tangerine trees and marmalade skies. It's Enigma who dies to the hands of their execute. Last left remaining here. 2 players that we have seen go really big, but I think this is even too tall of an ask for them. A save is really the right decision to make here, and that it shall be. And here we go. Save on that B side. Myth. Great round for them to come back after the bonus. And by all means, that bonus was the right thing to do. You don't have enough economy to fully buy everything. Head armor, full utility, full rifle. So give up that bonus. You can bring it 8-7, and you still have some cushion to work with before it's all plowed away.
Where really the economic game has to be such a factor right now. If Myth can just keep building this up, keep cleaning out Enigma and their defense, then it's going to be such an uphill battle here for Enigma. We've seen this kind of before, really, in in their finals. Some of the struggles later on Bind when Global Esports was heating on up. It's quite a poetic sense of vindication perhaps for Enigma if they can prove to the world that they can beat SCA on, well, the last map that they played in their locals. They have the talents to do so, but when Mid decides to turn it up to 11, you can see how effective their offense can be. And that was a problem on Haven. It was mitigated well by the setups of Enigma on Ascent. But here on Bind, Mid is just finding these opportunities to open up the sights to themselves, especially with the Brimstone and the Viper. And from that point on, it's kind of bad news bears here for Enigma.
He's saying that Myth are very well so mitigating any other problems that could come their way.
Yes, you are so enigmatic about, well, the things you try to say. Please don't do puns. This is why I don't cast with Asarai.
Not anymore. It's the real reason why we stuck to having, locked-in partners this day.
Nah, I just love you, brother. Don't worry. You've been a little hard on yourself on the panel. I think blue and black is there rather than black and blue. So don't forget to love yourself. But love the Rolling Thunder here from Enigma to stall. They feel like they can still win this round here. They have that hero rifle on two rather. Rockfield even having his own, and they're gonna contest the push anyway. Alon fills the over to the corner, flash into the peak, but Asno cannot get the timing to line up the shot. Such a small window of opportunity there for the Sheriff punching on down, but RBK plays peekaboo. Rare Wish finally hits the head of Conga Red. This is a stall here from Enigma, and this is forced on out. Wanna fly to Doom, protecting the bearer of the spike. Here we have it, the Fellowship of Myth looking to be denied by the teasing eye of Raw Fuel, and he's looking to find more. Wanna find it all alone, and Raw Fuel just goes in raw and gets them all. Well done. Enigma win out the round.
Exploded inside of him. Myth here had no real answer to stop just the complete penetration that Enigma had in that hole. You saw them trying to defend the planter times on over, but the constant pressure here being thrown out from a player like RBK from Showers, from Antidote throwing out his flashpoint there from the lamps, completely turned the timelines back to what they expected it to be. And Enigma secure a round, but once again, they damn well shouldn't have.
Such a amount of opportunity made for Rockfield, to say the least. The fact that even the Sheriffs have to be respected, right? It's let the ones with the rifles get in position and get the multi-kills that they needed. Alon Phils, though, not taking a beat over onto the Showers, but RBK is ready this time! And he's just able to look at the explosion beside him, look at the laser even! And cool guys are like RBK, they just get away relatively unscathed. Sure, a bit of damage to the HP, but he's still alive. And that's what matters. Conquer Red now have to back on out. Myth and their plans completely mitigated, as you love to say. And this is such a problem right now for Myth that they cannot even get on through because Enigma is a force of 5 willing to shoot you down at a moment's notice.
Well, the mythical name they've made for themselves here through last stage when we weren't really expecting them to go as far as they did. Can be shut down by Enigma here right now and send them down to the lower end of this play-ins. The rest of Enigma, though, the 4v3, all they have to do is sit tight. You can see, Rafael doesn't catch out the rotation here. He's looking a bit too shallow, looking towards the fountain, but he has to be careful not to confuse the forest for the trees. They're already right behind him. These smokes will alert him to their presence, though, and that's going to allow him to potentially get a free kill here. That he does, backs away safely, and all he has to do is sit tight. 4v2, the retake should be much more doable now for Enigma to tie the game up.
Myths, they do get on site, but at what cost, right? They just have been picked apart systematically. Starts with RVK, and then you go with Raw Fuel. And that segregation of responsibility, the fact that they're able to divide and conquer despite the odds, that's what gives Enigma pretty much the edge here. Conquer Red finding RVK, Antidote though, at least catching out Zell in the response. But such a difficult position here for Conquer Red now. It looks like he's trying to play the defense on the retake, but, well, the defuse just comes here. And Raw Fuel snipes him down as soon as he pops his head through the doorway. 9-9, Enigma, their mystery, it has been revealed. And honestly, it's scary what's behind it. The lethality of a roster here in the making, and especially a man named RVK.
Huge work being done here by RVK. We saw him on that fade duty the last time around, and he was quite efficient at that on Haven. Same thing on his Sova, coming on Ascent, but this is where he shines. When he has an agent like Cypher, that he can do a lot more really individual plays that he enables himself to be able to do because of the utility that a Cypher might have. It just makes things so much more open-ended for Enigma to have multiple different options and where they want him to send himself and where they want to send him more importantly as well. So Antidote, I'm not too sure if he should be fronting this considering the situation.
He's gonna try.
But he still gets it anyways. Kadum not ready to anticipate that fight.
Sean, the non-believer, black and blue. Sean, you gotta believe in the clutch potential here of Antidote, and here we have it. Antidote not done. RVK over onto the corner, and really elaborate build here by RVK, as elaborate and as effective as can be. You were talking about Cypher right now. He sets up whatever he wants. Alan Phil's able to step on him though, but RVK doesn't care. He caught out Dylan even with the raise coming his way. That is just no fear whatsoever. But you have to fear the man who can stay alone and still get the job done. 1v2. He's sandwiched here by the rest of Enigma and Raw Fuel. He's coming into the operator scene and shot down. 10-9 now for Enigma. They have taken this lead back and looking to put South Asia on the map of APAC.
This could be one of the few rare moments that in the official scene, in the official circuit, in the VCT, a team from SA is going to take down one of the better teams here from Southeast Asia. They've done it versus Korean teams, but haven't really seen too much of that be true towards an SEA team, especially one from Thailand like this. So Myth have a lot to prove here right now, but even more so do Enigma, but they're making things happen, not with words, but by their actions. Alone Fills, what a clutch that would have been if he was able to get this kill on the Raw Field and bring it down to a 1v1. It doesn't happen, doesn't pan out that way, and things are cooking here for Myth. They're gonna have to find some way to turn down the heat.
I'm just searching real quick while you're talking, and I honestly think you have a point there. If Enigma Gaming wins this has to be the biggest Southeast Asian contender that a South Asian squad puts down in the VCT ecosystem. Global, unfortunately, didn't win out anything last time. I think Velocity only beating out Oblivion Force, who's not here in this stage 2. But MIP made it to the knockouts, man. They made it effectively to the APAC playoffs, and if Enigma can just do this, then that will send ripples of the improvement here for South Asia. Let's not forget, though, the efforts of MIT. We talk about Enigma because they're still technically the underdog here, but MIT has had a lot of precision going in their favor. You look at WannaFly, you look at Dylan, these guys are stepping up when they need to. Kadum also finding his moments, but they're just not as consistent, I have to say, compared to Enigma, who every single round you feel their presence. So that needs to be something that MIT needs to change on. Find that consistency, find that ferocity, because it's still a possibility, especially with the renown of the roster that you have. Alan Phil, so he's gonna try it yet again. Here we have it now, Showstopper into play, but he can't make it through. There's that hesitation. He shoots it down towards someone, blindly finds Antidote anyway. Sometimes you just gotta believe to achieve. And Alan Phil felt the wind blowing that in their favor. And enough to get that first takedown. 5v4 here for the round.
Well, whichever team wins this map, this series, you're going to have to go up against BAAM Esports, one of the most deadly teams you're going to see in the entirety of APAC. Not SEA, not just APAC, of Asia entirely. And so, this group that they're both in, really not an easy one to make it out of. But still, Enigma showing great promise here right now. Rexy waiting inside the smoke. Awkward positioning for Excali, but he finds one before going on down. And he's still holding on there. That gives so much more information for Rexy to play around, but they're not going to expect him. They're spamming through the smoke, but don't really find anything. If he pushes this at the right time, and he does! He drops a spike. He has an orbital strike as well to drop on down to try and delay this even further, but the Lone has got their back checked. He pulls out the paint shells, paints some red. The Rawfield and RVK's got the trade, and so does WannaFly. It comes down to the 1v1. WannaFly versus Rawfield right now, but he's got an operator. So hard, so difficult to try and tear this apart. He does have the blades out for the close range engagement, Dax. A single right click is all he needs to confirm this.
I still can get the head of one, and WannaFly just deny the vision, but Raw Fuel tried, tested, and 100% South Asia's pride. 9-11 now, and the one who had started it all for Enigma Gaming keeps them in the lead in this position. What a shot, what a moment, and what an accomplishment here for Enigma so far.
What a player Rafuel is. My goodness, wanna fly. The tip of the barrel. He gave him an entry, he took a mile. Alone fills. Great entry here, but to what avail as Enigma? Every single player here making sure that they didn't go down without giving value to the team, without giving value to their defense. Every single player finding at least one before going down, and Rafuel had something to say about it. Great job here from Enigma. Secure match point potential. Not point itself just yet. Operator out, and that connects. Perfect shot from Rafuel. They're going big, they're going ham, and Myth not ready to anticipate this. The aggression from behind, the lone fills finds Rafuel, and that equalizes things up.
One thing that is tenacious though about Myth is they don't get tripped up. Sure, that was clutch there from Rafuel, but they do deny his life, and we're still in contention here from Made in Thailand. They're trying to prove yet again how the ecosystem works here from SEA, from APAC. They want to prove that Thailand is ahead of that curve, but RPK yet again the shower position is to be in his domain, and there is just no breaking his kingdom. Side deliverance, that is RVK. Excali also on the board. Alan Phils did find the snipe a while ago. That's not on now. Behind the smoke. Talon, how did he find RVK anyway? Just no instinct right there. We have the overstrike, we have the deny, and we have Mick going for the shots, but Excali will survive it all. And with a halfway defuse, Enigma, they'll be running out of time, but they'll still get this done. 9-12, match point for Enigma Gaming in a clutch situation.
I can't blame there for him to pop out that orbital strike coming from Del End when he was kind of falling back. He knew that if he was going to go down, at least he can make it to that moment where it will take a lot longer. It was the right call to do, exactly, but unfortunately for them, the half defuse was already secured. If he didn't have the half defuse and stayed alive for maybe a second longer, then things could have been different, but he played that so well, got the spam on through, but Excali playing that smoke to the contact that he did was just impeccable as well. Enigma secure match point around the way from the biggest win South Asia has ever had in the VCT.
Enigma is just so solid in more ways than one right now. They're feeling that Myth does not want to skip beat, wants to pressure them round after round despite some of the Myth losses, and they're still able to weather that storm. This is just resiliency at its finest right now for Enigma Gaming, and they're one away from making history for South Asia. They weren't in the discussion of the two kings before, but they were always there. Not just for a pretender, but a contender. Want to fly though, contending still. Never count out Myth in this situation. And Rafuel will now go on down. Long being taken over to that B side, but RBK is creeping closer and closer to Kadoom, and RBK gets it again. 4v4 angles and opportunities here for Enigma if ever, but Myth, they're not fully committing at RBK. That pinch will make or break this round.
Never try and outlurk the devil of the lurk himself in RBK. He's a complete demon, a monster in that case, and he's now on the flank. Antidote gets the kill. Wanna fly on the trade as well, brings it down to a 3v3, but on the flank, RBK is about to try and really surmise everything up here. He goes for the second. The lone is able to find Excali down to the 2v2. He knows where they are. He's got the gun, but completely blind with the guiding light. Perfect guardian here from Kunkared. He brings it to the 1v2. It's all here on the Rexy, but they have enough time to rotate all the way to the A side. Alone feels waiting just in case he's overstaying his welcome, but he has to make sure that Conqueror isn't alone here. He can get that spike planted down, but could be denied as well. Molly, try and force him off of it. He won't burn him down. He's burning. He's melting, but Alone gets around, and Rexy takes on Conqueror, but they still fight on for another. Myth continue to live on.
This is the series in a nutshell, man. We need to breathe real quick here in this free round because that was so close. Myth could feel their last finger at the edge of the cliff looking to slip, but they're still able to bring up their strengths and stay on alive. But that was just so close. RVK, man, always a threat, the king of lurks, the sultan of headshots basically. And by this point in time, if it was just really one more player, that would have been the molly to end them all. But here we go. Myth showstopper, but the vault line connects onto him. A little vicious here, finally getting Excali. Here we have The tripwire setup. RVK can't find the shot though, and they have to clear and check these points. Continue to take down auto RVK. Wonderfly getting on the board, and Myth right now feeling that they can still handle this pressure. This is prime Myth. When they get through in those tense situations, they just come all online and case in points, securing the shots. Wonderfly though. Oh, Rafiel finally hitting the shots, but that was way too long. Position exposed, alone fills while that happens, catching out Rexy. And 4v1, the bomb rush, but this can be damaged. Look at the money here from Myth, and the damage being done here by Rafiel. At least Myth able to balance it out with that final kill. This is it. Overtime or South Asian victory. One more for Myth to tie things up.
You made that very expensive for Myth, but fortunately for them, they have just enough to get a full buy here on pretty much everybody, if I'm counting this right. They opt for the judge alone, Phils. Curious choice. Would have expected Wannafly to be on that, considering he does have his Viper's bit. Will they commit to this in the post-plant, or do they initiate with it? I would assume it would be the latter. Wall up here towards its A site. Final round of regulation decks, and potentially the final round of this series. Haunt out for early information. Look at wall smokes dropping on down. The Viper's wall has been put up as well.
Also judge in hand. He wants to get that labs control. Nice flash there. Courtesy of Antidote, but he doesn't expect that he's over onto the edge. Dylan also getting one. Rexy with the trade. Spike though not down as of yet. A myriad of smokes, a lot of cover. And truly a sea of green to keep Myth over this hedge. And we're not done. Alon fills with complete control. Rexy out in the open. And it's all up to the pride and joy of Enigma. One of the best jets, if not the best jet, from South Asia. Operator blades all in hand. But even all those accolades cannot handle a single bullet there to the face. Conga Red keeping the team alive. Absolutely well played there by Myth. They kept hammering on. They were just a storm that did not stop, and eventually they toppled the bricks. That's Enigma set up for the defense.
Wow. Brick by boring brick. They crumble down the castle, the fortress. We've seen the citadel that Enigma have built upon here all over this land, trying to take the SEA by storm. But Myth not going down just yet. Simply too real to be taken away. And Enigma, after a timeout here rather called by Myth, they're the ones who seem a bit shaken. But they can use this timeout to try and reset themselves. We're in overtime. The first of potentially many, considering how this game has gone, Dax.
This series can actually just not end. In all honesty,
forever.
This is a forever series. You've seen how close Map 1 was. You've seen how close Map 2 was. I think Map 2 was the most convincing for one side, and that was kind of Enigma. But then again, Myth also proving how strong they were on the attack of Haven. So whatever, moot point. But this bind, back and forth, clutch after clutch. Everyone stepping on up as much as possible from top to bottom. And while you see Wannafly and RVK having the stats that they need to keep their team afloat, everyone has done their job as much as possible. It has been as close as can be. Mistakes made, capitalized on. Strengths amplified to bring them back to life. All the buzzwords in the world. And in the end, all that's say, be hype. We're not done with the series. OT begins. And it's Enigma to start off the offense.
Let's get things going here. Start at the defensive side. It's going to be Myth. Enigma on the attack. Slowing things down. Maybe to a snail's pace. They got Prowler. Make sure that no corner goes unchecked. Counter pet here from Conga Red. You got one of your own, so do I, he says. But still, Enigma not dissuaded from continuing on to the B side. A bit forward the positions are here from Myth, and well, this must actually cross safely. He gets a kill. Will not find a second as Kadum doesn't let him go unchecked. They still have hookah control, which is a very big power point, a power position that Enigma are going to have to find some way to dismantle. Otherwise, as they walk into the site, Adela and the A site has also been taken off the board.
Yeah, Enigma now feeling the pressure. They saw that lead tumble on apart. They have to catch the bearings, catch their breaths if they want to keep up with Myth. They threw Enigma here actually for a loop with that teleporter play. We haven't really seen that be done offensively, only for rotations and just an extra element when times are dire. And Zelen in the dire situation, but he's able to get on out, has to get away though even further because of the fault line. Peeking just a little bit for the molly. This should be more of a default here for Enigma though. Creeping on closer to the triple box Rafiel right now with those smokes. Like Scally over at the APC. Mid has side presence though, and this is dangerous waters here for Enigma yet again. Dylan denying one more raw fuel on the board. Nice shot from the far from Scally, but it's not enough to get that takedown. 3v2 scenario. The fade though, finding one more target. And truly, welcome to the Black Parade here from Scally. 1v1 scenario. 1 HP for WannaFly. And Scally has shown to be the man of the hour, the stuff of legends, the king of this round table, and he's running on in. Oh, and the knife was out, and that speed this time. Oh, WannaFly! What was that? Does he have enough time? It's gonna be close. This is it for Mid. They get the advantage. A single shot. The deny and, well, cracking again. The code of Enigma.
Oh my god. WannaFly. His wings flapping up high, and there's nothing they can do to really take him out of the sky with how impressive he has been playing ever since map 1. This guy has been doing so much work and keeping them in pace. We saw Dax that during map number 1 on Haven, when he went big, Myth were able to rally behind that. And now Enigma, they're the ones who have to find some cause to continue on. They're the ones who have to find some real reason to continue their rhyme. Otherwise, this might be a beat that they're going to be off course on. Timeout by Enigma. But that is a loss that can really shake up even the best mentally strong teams in the world.
And it has been the factor that we're talking about. And Enigma has proven they can contend with some of the best SEA has to offer. But you mentioned it, that mental game has taken its toll on Enigma Gaming. We've seen it caused them fall apart in some of these rounds, and now that wasn't really their collapse, but just the step up truly from WannaFly. The single HP doesn't shudder. And I think that's what is allowing Mid to still stay in the series. Their fortitude has been absolutely impressive. You can incline to their factor that the mental game is usually won by them, and they are not stopping whatsoever. They are used to the motions, used to the pace, especially here in APAC, and they're gonna continue on in this competition. But Conquerad, that was not really the best guiding light whatsoever. Scally had still taking advantage of the timing. WannaFly, though, still not done. Seraphic presence here from WannaFly, the angel of deaths of Myths. Putting that spike down even. 3v3 now.
The Viper's Pit comes out. This is a postman they have to secure here right now. Myth do not want this to go into a second overtime. The noise has been made. They know where Antidote is. He's not saying Snake Oil, though, as Rawfield is able to get that kill on the Delin, but Kadum answers right on back. 2v2 situation right now. They still do have hookah control for the meantime, as Kadum is going to be holding on, making sure that WannaFly is going to be safe from his flank. Kadum has an impeccable position for him to hold here. Rawfield spamming all through, but WannaFly gets a kill on RBK anyway. It's all on the Rawfield. The Pride of V, the Pride of NG cannot even do it, as Kadum and the rest of Myth secure the series in overtime 2-1.
WannaFly, more like wanna win, and with his efforts and the rest of Myths, they kept the pressure going. They never skipped the beats, and they knew that they could just, with effort, chisel away against Enigma. SEA supremacy lives on, and it's Myth who lives to fight. And the upper bracket of the play-ins yet again. What a show, though, from Enigma Gaming. Respect South Asia now, because they are here to play. And in the end, the woes, the ailments, and truly, perhaps the inexperience on the regional stage, hurting Enigma there when they needed to the most. What a series, though. And what a match on the second day of the play-ins. What is this APAC gonna bring us here, Black and Blue?
Oh my goodness. The unexpected is all we can really assume here right now, Dax. We're only in the second day of the play-ins, but we've seen here from Enigma that South Asia is no joking matter. They're here to play, and hats off to the performance they saw. I almost wanted them to see it really, them win it, just to prove a point that SA are here to play. But for the meantime, that is going to be the final game, and what a game to end day number 2 off here in the APAC Play-ins. I am Black and Blue, and with me is Dax. We're going to come back to you guys after this break.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Welcome back to VCT APAC Stage 2 Challengers. Oh my goodness, what an amazing series we just witnessed, especially with Enigma Gaming taking us to that map number 3 to solidify their enigmatic base. But in the end, oh my good lord, Made in Thailand just shut that intention down. Here on the panel, it's the likable, fluffy, and of course black and blue. Let me just take a deep breath in to calm my nerves over here. I do have to point this out before we head on over to the whole discussion of that game. Asarai, I think that the illness that you're spreading here on the panel is really contagious. Black and blue, don't think I didn't catch you slipping over there. You're so punny.
Well, to Asarai's defense, and I don't do this often, I was not in contact with him today. I was on the panel with you guys. So perhaps I got it from someone else.
That's what makes it contagious, you know. After I pass it to me,
yes.
I pass it to you.
Second-hand
That's
contagion.
how it works. Now, boys, let's dive into the discussion for the last game of the day. Black and blue. Quite a series you casted over here. Where do we even begin?
Oh my goodness. Like, we were talking about, we had time between the matches to talk about map number 1 and map number 2 respectively, but even all the time we've gotten in the world can't sum up just how amazing it was here on Bind. Enigma just really proved that, South Asia, they're here to play. They're no joking matter. If there was a point where they were the far underdogs in the past, when we saw South Asia in the VCT, like in LCQ and then in Stage 1, that is more and more so as time goes on being shredded away, and South Asia are looking like ever more so a real contender for this, master slot that we have up for grabs.
Oh, definitely. If we take a look back at how the maps have been so far, we had this like momentum. I'm not going to say power struggle, but more of like momentum power struggle in a sense. We'd get round for round towards one side of the team, and then we go into Ascent where it was a lot more different, especially on the side of Enigma Gaming. But here on Bind, I don't even know how to describe it, Fluffy. It just cut so close every single round.
Yeah, I feel like every map that we go through in this series, it just gets closer and closer. It got so intense, I had to remove my blazer actually. But we were talking about earlier Mid's low win rate on this map. They're kind of weak attack in general on the previous map, but I'm pleasantly surprised, not just because it's my prediction, but also to see Myth defy the limits in true Valorant style. A lot of their players really stepped up to the plate today. But even on the other side as well, Kadoom so early, even with that 4K on the retake as well. I'm sure it's going to be one of the highlights on that chamber. But for me, the end was so intense going into OT like that after it looked like Enigma was about to close out the game, and just stringing round after round, the pure confidence, reliability as well, that's being that stalwart guardian that Myth just showed up to be towards the end of it, just paid off, especially how their Viper, Wannafly, just played so well this entire series, and especially towards the end, he was able on an OT round to get enough kills, plant the spike, and put the pivotal Viper spit that really shut down the dreams of Enigma.
Oh my god, speaking of the Viper spit, Black and Blue, did we even count how many times he used his ultimate here?
There were so many times where, because of Wannafly and on the opposing end, RVK as well, just had their ultimates so often, it seemed so suffocating for the opposing side to deal with it. Like, whenever RVK would find a flank or a kill through his lurks, suddenly they have information where the entirety of the opposing team is because they have the neural theft. And same with Wannafly, almost every few rounds he has that Viper spit for him to utilize, and he has that real stopping power that makes things so much more difficult on the defensive side. And on the attack, their post plan became nigh impenetrable because of it as well. So for them to have just such high impact ultimates up online over and over and over again, just the repetition of it, this how, I guess, suffocating it can be, was a big thing that you saw both teams were really fighting for when it came to that momentum struggle you kind of pulled up a while ago, like it.
Of course, and no surprise here, Wannafly, the series MVP on the side of Made in Thailand. I don't even know where to begin with this. Fluffy, why don't you take charge in discussing this amazing player?
I mean, Wannafly, I feel like we talked about him a lot already. His Viper ultimate and his presence is so big. One of the nice things about the composition as well is that Viper is able to operate with more creative walls and more creative smokes and play the ultimate in a different way, just because they have that Brimstone already in the lineup to be the main controller. And of course, aside from that, backed up with his impeccable aim, he's able to get the important frags when it mattered, but not just the quality, but also the quantity, because he really popped off in general this game. Wannafly, I think, is going to be one of the players to watch moving forward.
Moving forward, indeed, Wannafly, amazing performance. But I gotta say that this series, definitely worthy to be here in the APAC stage. And as Dax mentioned earlier, this is what kind of matchup we were looking for. We were talking about like the whole South Asia versus Southeast Asia dominance happening over here. And I gotta say that I am not disappointed in how everything came into play. Now, why don't we take a look back at how all of the series actually went down today? Just a quick trip down memory lane so we can fully appreciate how day number 2 of the play-ins really went by.
Nope.
Whoa.
Wow.
right now. I was a little bit advanced over there. My apologies. But here it is. The series results so far. So first off the bat, it was RRQ getting that solid 2-0 versus Team Big BAAM. Over there, we thought that we were gonna have an easy day over here, but no, Myth and Enigma just didn't allow it to happen, Black and Blue. But I gotta ask you, are you pleased with the results that we have on the board?
That final map, the final series especially, yes, I do, and I was hoping that, you know, Big BAAM, for them to be the team that is more tenured, to be, I guess, putting up a better fight versus RRQ, although from the get-go, many people who maybe aren't as familiar with the Philippine scene might be like, oh, the RRQ are the heavy underdogs, but just the level of play that they have, I'm saying they aren't that big of an underdog really in their entire group when you look at it, and they're one of the favorites even right now to make it out of their group, right? So there definitely is a bit more of a fight I'm hoping to see from that Vietnamese representative in Big BAAM in their next match, but the way RRQ did it was very impressive, and especially the way Enigma was able to go toe-to-toe with Myth and almost won the series.
Now we just saw a glimpse of Group A play-in so far for the brackets, and now we're getting a good look at Group B. So Fluffy, your predictions yesterday weren't on point, but today they're incredibly on point. Are you amused by how the turnout is so far?
Today, especially for sure, you know, from 0-2 to 2-0, it feels very good as the panel analyst. But overall, I'm also very excited to see a bunch of our other games, especially here for Group B.
Well, it's time to rebrand Fluffy. Fluffy 2-0 this time around. If yesterday was a Fluffy 0-2, right?
Right.
Well, maybe a 4-0 tomorrow.
We'll wait and see. So now the schedule is on the board. We're in for a longer day tomorrow, boys. But the good news is we get fed more Valorant action. If it's anything like the series that we just witnessed over here, I have no regrets and staying in the panel all day long. Now, I'm personally just so stoked to see more. And we talk about the rising tides here on VCT APAC. And I think that the tides just keep rising and rising as these teams keep sailing. They're ready to fight the current, and we'll get to see who will be the next one to get to their desired destination. But as I say a little poetry overall, we've come to the conclusion of day 2 of the play-ins. More action is due tomorrow, so you guys better make sure that you guys will be joining us for day number 3 here on the play-ins. This has been Likeable, Fluffy, and Black and Blue on the panel. Greeting you guys a good night and a good weekend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If it's said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on side. saints. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quick we do, we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling. You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe,